Um, Hello, everybody, and welcome to the New Zealand Tertiary Ultimate Championships. My name is Liam Reynolds. I'm joined by my friend and co-host, Peter Manns, and we will be bringing you the first pool play game today between the University of Otago Hoiho and the University of Canterbury Iguanas. How are you today, Peter?
I'm doing well, Liam. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. It's a little bit drizzly this morning. Wet conditions, although fairly calm. So the throwers, if it were to stop raining, I think it could be more of a throwing day. But as of now, I think conditions might be a little bit slippery and wet between these two teams.
Absolutely. We'll have to see how it plays out throughout the day.
Neither of these teams are the first teams for their university. The University of Canterbury Iguanas is actually the third UC team at this tournament, and Hoiho is the second team for Otago. So kind of going to be interesting to see two teams that, aren't necessarily the first squads for their university, maybe aren't as composed in their way of ultimate, but I think it should end up being a good game between these two teams.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It's the bottom two seeds in Pool B. So it'll be a good game between them, and we'll have to follow them throughout the tournament to see if they can punch up and make some noise against these first teams from some of the other universities.
Absolutely. Well, we just had the Iguanas do their cheer, and they are sending their first 7 to the line. Let's see if they're starting on offense or defense. The Hoiho is still in their huddle. Yeah, we've got some, we should say that we are, you might be surprised to hear two American voices on stream in New Zealand. We are both exchange students from Middlebury College, which is in Vermont of the United States, and we both play Ultimate Frisbee there, and thought it might be fun to commentate for this event. So we'll be bringing you the first 2 streamed games of today, and as well the first, I think, 2 streamed games tomorrow. We're doing a semifinal and then the third place game tomorrow. So excited for this weekend. Excited to see some good Ultimate. It looks like it's going to be probably Hoiho starting on defense as we get the horn to set us underway. So we should be getting underway momentarily here.
Alrighty, Hoiho's heading to the line. We're about ready to set things off with a pull.
Looks like, yes, Hoiho is going to be starting on defense, pulling to Canterbury from right to left on your screen. I believe we don't have a disc yet, so. We've got mixed ultimate here, obviously, so it seems we are starting off with our first male matching. Is this our first? No, we've got our first female matching point here, it seems. And we do indeed have Hoiho pulling to University of Canterbury. That's going to be number 23, Kristen Roxburgh pulling. Kristen is a second year, and where's Kristen from? I'm not sure. Kristen went to Silwan College, and is currently studying is in a Bachelor's of Arts course. So.
Alrighty, curious to see how the Iguanas come out to start on offense.
Oh, not Kristen pulling. The pull goes off, and we are underway. Iguanas coming out in what looks to be a Horo stack, moving over to the sideline. Here's number 25, looking for a reset, moving up the middle. Again, looking for a reset. Good undercuts being worked right now by the Iguanas, as here is number 30, Jessica Frost, moving up the sideline to Peters. Peters with the big hammer over the top, and that is going to be blocked in the end zone by number 25 for Hoiho. That was We don't have the number here. So number 25 for Hoy Ho with a great block on that crossfield hammer, and we get to see our first break chance for Hoy Ho.
Number 98, Curtis Marsh, picking up for Hoy Ho, moving it upfield on the right sideline.
Oh, and another block by Iguanas.
Pick it up right away, looking to get moving with another hammer.
And that is also going to be blocked. Wow. That was number 12, Luca Morley-Hall on the block there. We got number 98, Curtis Marsh, picking up again. And Curtis Marsh with the big throw, and that's to an open receiver deep, and that is in the end zone.
For the break.
Sam Mercer, number 68, opens it up with a break for Hoy Ho, and that gets us underway at Uni Games here. That is exciting. No better way to start a tournament than a break. Like to see how the Iguanas respond after that. Looked like they were working unders fairly well there to start the point, and then decided to go with 2 hammers over the top that resulted in 2 turns respectively. So,
well, both teams certainly are not afraid to shoot it. I'll say that. They're looking for the end zone at all times.
They absolutely
So these defenses have to be ready.
Yeah, interested to see if an adjustment gets made to account for that, especially on those fast break opportunities. It seems like Hoy Ho might be really wanting to shoot.
Looks like we've got a fresh line out on offense for the Iguanas.
And we have we are now at a male matching point, so we have seams number. Oh, I lost my sheet.
Looks like we've got a fresh D-line out as well. So both teams are running fairly even to start.
We've got number 31 pulling, unlisted on our sheet for Hoy Ho.
That's Andrew Wilson.
Andrew Wilson.
Andrew Wilson is 31.
Okay, I got to write that down.
Let's see if Hoy Ho can make it 2, or if the Iguanas can get on the board with their first hold of the game.
Andrew Wilson is ready. The UC Iguanas are still have a coach on the field. Now the coach is getting off. And Wilson runs up with the pull. It's a good one. Fading to the sideline.
Will it stay in? Yes,
it does stay in bounds. Here is number 20.
Starting off with a good inside shot. So far, we've seen from both teams just some fairly standard match defense, forcing flick. So we'll have to follow if they switch things up throughout the game or if they just go with pretty standard bread and butter for Frisbee defense.
Oh, and a drop there by number 28, Michelle Lee. That's too bad. That'll give Hoy Ho their second break chance of the game. And we've got Curtis Marsh picking up the disc again. Here's Marsh. Marsh is going to shoot to number 27, and that is going to be dropped. A layout attempt by Theo Misson comes up just short. The Iguanas now picking it up, bringing it up to the front of the end zone. Go to horizontal stack. And a good under hit there.
Got number 92 fairly deep.
Oh, and an inside shot is defended by Theo Misson again. Theo Misson playing real hard this point. That D, and then a great layout attempt on that huck. And there's a shot that goes up, and that is going to be blocked by Michelle Lee for UC. Iguanas now with the disc again. Oh, and Michelle Lee with an unfortunate drop there right in the end zone line. This gives Hoy Ho a very, very short field. Curtis Marsh picking up the disc. He shoots into the corner, and that is a point.
So far, we've got 2 points, 2 breaks for Hoy Ho, and 2 assists for Curtis Marsh.
Curtis Marsh, I just want to give a shout-out. Great, great hair he's showing off here.
I don't think he would have thrown those assists without the hair.
Absolutely not. Just, I'd be interested to see if we get a better haircut today. I know walking around beforehand, I was seeing some pretty great hair, some good dye, some great mullets, but Curtis Marsh with the shaved short head bleached with the blue spots is pretty great to look at.
Looks like the Iguanas have put out their first O-line again, so I'm wondering if that is their standard O-line or if we've just got a simple 2-line rotation. Hard to say at this point.
Yep.
But we've got the starters back out, looking to get the Iguanas on the board.
Yeah, it'd be really tough for the Iguanas to go down 3 breaks. It's never the way you want to start a tournament going down 2. So I hope to see them respond, as Peter and I are here at the University of Canterbury. A little bit of hometown to support here, but
We'll do our best to remain unbiased.
absolutely. We should have our second male matching point here. Pull's going to be coming from the close side on your screens, as the Iguana signal ready. And we apologize for any gaps we may have. It's currently raining, and the pull goes up. Pull goes up. Iguana's going to be fielding, centering to number 33, Francesca Castleton, now moving up to the sideline, through the middle to Frost. And that throw too far. Oh, what a great bid attempt. Just
couldn't
out of
bring
the
it
hands.
in.
Picking up for Hoiho
Oh,
is
we've
going
got
to be
someone
Sam
deep.
Mercer.
Looks off, heads under.
Mercer had an open ender, elects to throw the reset up line instead.
Shooting for the end zone. Oh, deflected on the end zone line. Brought in by Kristen Roxburgh.
And that
And
is
into the end
another
zone.
break for Hoiho. That was an assist thrown by Kristen Roxburgh to someone. We can't see the number. We're quite sorry. Number 12, Luca Morley Hall. Luca Morley Hall with his first goal of the game. That was unfortunate for the Iguanas, I have to say. That was a great bid coming up the middle there. Came up just short of catching that disc, and that would have been a great way to kind of get a hold. But as it is, Hoiho now has their third break of the game. They are up 3-0 early in this contest, which is a little bit of a hard hill to climb at this point, I think. Still early, though. Definitely not ideal conditions for playing, so anything could happen.
So far, we've seen a lot of turnovers from both teams. In these conditions, slippery disc, harder to bring it in, and I think that's contributing to Hoiho being able to go up 3-0. But I think it will also allow the Iguanas to have more chances to catch up, make those breaks back. So I could see this game going either way from here on out.
It does seem like we kind of have two different play styles presenting here. The Iguanas are coming out in this horizontal stack and are very much looking to work it up the middle on short 10-meter unders, whereas Hoiho is definitely feeling a little bit more like shooting deep is their game style. We've seen them play both horo and a vertical stack, but out of both of those sets, they've kind of been looking to attack the deep space. As the pull goes up from Lily Collier, goes to about the far brick mark, and it's going to be picked up. And there's a shot going up to number 28, Michelle Lee, and that is going to be caught in the end zone for the Iguanas' first hold of the game. That's got to feel good. That was a great throw and a great cut. That was a lot of deep space that was open there.
We got Erin Whitehead shooting deep to Michelle Lee for the score, getting the Iguanas on the board.
It is 3-1 now. That was a beautiful throw, I have to say. It's not easy to control a throw when the disc is wet like this, and that was really put on a platter for Lee. So good on. I believe that was Erin Whitehead.
We get our first look at the D-line for the Iguanas, as well as the O for Hoiho. So we'll have to see what they're looking for. I'd expect more of the same from Hoiho. I wouldn't be surprised if they're still looking to shoot it, even on offense. And curious to see if the Iguanas will look for a different defensive look or if they'll stick with the matching force flick like we've seen throughout the game.
Will be. We do have Curtis Marsh out here, who we've seen on D-line as well. He seems to kind of be a Marshall handler for them, definitely looking to attack the deep space. We're going to have a vert stack here, Marsh setting up at the front. Oh, and there's a shot right away. Oh, and it's blocked.
Defended.
Great under defense through the middle there to prevent that shot. It was a little bit underthrown.
Yeah, we saw the Iguanas taking away the unders from the downfield cutters for Hoiho, matching closer to the disc as opposed to guarding the deep space. And that worked out to get the D on that underthrown hook.
It certainly did. Another turn, and now the disc is right back in the hands of Hoiho. It's going to be a reset thrown a little bit high, but brought in. Moving over to this sideline.
Marsh looking to get involved.
Stall count getting a little bit high.
Strike
Marsh
in the power
is gonna catch that
position. I
disc.
bet he's going to hook. There it
Marsh
goes.
shoots to the end zone.
Shooting
A
in.
little bit of a jump ball, but it is
Well read, but couldn't corral it in the back of the end zone.
unfortunate drop there.
Theo missing the deep cutter there. Well read. He read the disc well, better than his defender. Had it there, but couldn't bring it in to seal the deal.
Now the Iguanas starting with the disc here. Moving up the sideline. Great jumping catch there.
Ooh, had a deep cutter open, but looks it off. As we've said before, the Iguanas looking for more of this smaller undercut-based offense.
And it's a great D there from Asher Danicic. And Hoiho now has a short field to work with just inside the break mark and on the close sideline. Picking up, looking to the middle. There's Judith Chua. Resets.
Oh, had a free
They'll
strike.
swing over to the sideline to Missin and into the end zone. That is a goal for Curtis Marsh. Curtis Marsh already putting on quite the show today. Is that 2 assists?
2 assists and a goal.
Two assists and a goal out of the first 4 points. So definitely someone to watch out for if you're UC. Be interested to see if they continue playing this person style of defense, if they maybe switch their matchup on Marsh to try to limit him a little bit more, because right now it seems to be that he's having his way with the disc. He had a great huck that was just unfortunately dropped, and then ends up getting the goal there. So good to see him get that.
So that puts Hoiho up 4-1 on the Iguanas. We've got 3 breaks by Hoiho, and 1 clean hold or not clean hold, but 1 hold for each of the teams. And I will say for the Iguanas, though, the 1 hold they did get was on a deep huck. So we'll be curious to see if they continue to try and work it up in these smaller throws. That seems to be leading to a lot of turns just from the sheer volume. Or if they switch things up, try and look for more of those deep shots that can get the job done a little bit quicker.
Definitely will be interesting to see. It did seem like the last point they scored on could have been some sort of set pull play. You know, getting a cutter out there deep right like that right off the pull can oftentimes come at an advantage. I'd love to see if Hoiho comes out, you know, more prepared for that this time, knowing that is something that could happen. The Iguanas going in the same direction that they scored in last time, so we get a series of holds.
See if they have someone sit deep, looking for that pull play, trying to take away that option, or if they just come out in standard match defense. Looks like we do have number 31 sitting fairly deep, taking away that option.
Oh, and there goes the shot anyways from Whitehead looking, and that's a catch there by Michelle Lee. Michelle Lee, oh, just low. I think I misspoke there. That was not Michelle Lee. That was it?
Hard to see the number with the hood there.
Yeah.
But we've got the Iguanas on defense, and they get it back on a disc thrown towards the stack. That's always a tough option with so many defenders clustered around the middle of the field.
Looking for the reset. Disc now in the hands of Whitehead. Stall count getting up there.
A lot of
oh, just out of the reach.
A lot of players clustered around the disc there. It's hard to get a clean reset look. The Iguanas could certainly try and have players clear and cycle through more often to try and get some of those cleaner looks. And now we've got Hoiho looking for their 4th break of the game.
And a reset swing thrown just too far, which that's going to give the Iguanas another shot at a hold. Their 3rd chance now to hold. And we've got Castleton picking up the disc, just center, looking for Whitehead on the reset, looks away. Throw, good catch on the sideline.
We had Whitehead going deep there, but that was on the same side of the field. That's a tough throw to hit. So I think it's a good call to look off that option.
Oh, and the last
goes
second
up.
hammer going up, and just between two Canterbury players, that's a tough spot to have it in. Definitely a high stall situation there. And we have Sam Mercer picking up for Hoi Ho. And we've got somebody poached going deep. That's going to be Jordan Doran, and he is going to
wide open for the goal.
Easily walking into the end zone. Just never something that you want to happen, have someone poached off and have someone that open in the deep space. That's a little bit too easy of a break for Hoi Ho to get after a well-fought point. So the score is now 5-1 for Otago Hoi Ho. The Iguanas seem to be putting out a different line. Hoi Ho has kind of one of their lines that they've been rotating through the line with Curtis Marsh, and has 2 goals and an assist, or 2 assists and a goal so far, and then Theo Misson, I believe, also has a couple points. Definitely 2 people to watch out for. Seems like UC's got some of the players that one of the lines that they've been sending on. I'm not sure if UC is has specific lines that they're sending out right now, or they're just running through like a player rotation, which could be the case. Anyway, we've got Marsh pulling from the far side of the field. Hand up, pull goes up. It is a OI pull, arcing back, staying inbounds, right near the goal line. Good pull. Disc is centered, and Marsh is coming down on defense.
We see a vert stack here from the Iguanas, which hasn't been their traditional look starting this game, but looks like they're trying to mix things up and get some changes so they can make up some ground on Hoi Ho.
Hakeem Daniel under center and throws a turn looking for the underneath cutter. Brianna Camden can't complete the pass. And now we've got
Jessica Frost on the mark here for Iguanas, and Marsh gets a nice inside look upfield. A lot of their offense appears to be driven through him, as we've seen.
Danicic to Marsh. That's a great catch. Marsh looking reset. Doesn't have any options. Shoots to the end zone, and that is another assist for Marsh. That's now 3 assists and a goal in the half. Quite the half, making it 6-1 for Hoi Ho.
Goal by Audrey Alkatami there. Believe that's her first goal of the game.
Yeah, that was really, really great offense off of the turn right there. We don't have, at least I don't have a name for number 34 on Hoi Ho, but it was a great job, number 34, picking up that disc, marshalling under center, moving the disc around. It seems that Hoi Ho hasn't ever really gotten that high in a stall count. I mean, they've thrown turns, but they haven't really been forced into any turns. Their reset system is working well, and I think it's opening up a lot of opportunities downfield.
Absolutely. The reset system is one thing I want to highlight there. They have a lot more clearing, so they'll have a handler come back, look for that reset option, but if they don't get it, they'll clear out and make room for the next player to come in, and that's been working well for them so far.
Absolutely.
Looks like we have a timeout on the field.
Yeah, probably good to call it. I'm assuming this timeout was called by the Iguanas. Probably good to call a timeout, just to settle your team down, and kind of remind them why they're here. Definitely hard to start a tournament down 6-1, but anything can happen, and I think it's really important, even if kind of one game gets out of hand, to kind of mentally settle your team down and get into a groove. And so, it just makes the rest of the tournament better and more enjoyable if you set that precedent right from the start. We should mention that there has not been a call yet in this game, which is interesting. We are both Americans, so we are used to playing under the USAU rules, which are slightly different from the WIFDIF rules that are used in New Zealand. So if there are any calls, we will do our best to give our interpretation of them. but knowing that the rules are slightly different. But so far, this has been a very clean game. I haven't seen any picks. I think that kind of speaks especially to, you see the iguanas, one thing that they have been doing really well in the horizontal stack is they have had good spacing in their horizontal stack. And although when they have been running that, it has resulted in turns from just kind of errant throws and drops on undercuts. Their spacing has been good, which, leads to good clean ultimate, which everyone likes to see, I believe.
Yeah, I'd say a lot of those mistakes that have been made leading to the turns could especially be blamed, or at least made possible by the wet disc. That certainly plays a role.
Absolutely.
After a turn, when it rolls on the ground there, and you go to pick up, it's a tough disc to handle.
It is.
We'll have to see if they're able to get used to that and adjust to it as the game goes on. But unsurprising that we've seen a lot of early game turns as a result of these conditions.
For sure, Peter. We've got Hoi Ho now pulling to UC from the left of your screen. We have a female matching point here.
Some familiar faces on for the iguanas. We've got Castleton, Whitehead, and Lee, to name a few. We've already seen them make a big difference for the iguanas. Looking to see if they can make something happen on this point.
I'm kind of interested to see if they'll do anything with Lee off of the pole. They already have a couple of times. Lee really seems to be quite a dominant cutter for the iguanas. Definitely someone who seems to be open a lot of the time and isn't afraid to attack the deep space. Whereas, Whitehead over there has shown that he can throw, and so I'll be interested to see if they try anything off the pole to isolate Lee deep like they have twice already. It did work those two previous times pretty well. One of them ended up in their hold, and the other was an unfortunate turn on the end zone line right after Lee caught it.
Pull almost perfectly centered on the brick mark there.
Going to be Whitehead and Lee indeed going deep, chasing it down and just out of reach.
Well, you were spot on with your prediction there, I will say.
It was an open cut, just a little bit too far from Whitehead. It's definitely, especially when the disc is wet, it can be hard to control those deep pucks. They can sometimes get a little too low or a little too high. Hoi Ho bringing it up to center. This is Lily Collier. Lily Collier. Oh, and a good catch there. Made on the sideline. Here is Asher Danicic. Oh, and Asher Danicic throws a turn.
Interrupts the reset there. Able to get it back for the iguanas, and they're off to the races on a fast break score. Whitehead in the end zone to get iguanas their second goal of the game.
Yeah, definitely great defense by Lee there. Unfortunate turn by Danicic trying to throw the swing there, but really, really good offense, fast break offense off of the turn there from iguanas. Good to see that happen. We should mention about Asher Danicic. Asher Danicic is from one town over from my friend Peter here back in the States, so definitely interesting to have those connections an ocean away.
Absolutely. Was surprised to see it on the list, but excited to see what impact Asher can have, and if that Minnesota Ultimate, his Minnesota Ultimate roots will bring him success out here in New Zealand.
Absolutely.
We've got both Whitehead and Lee staying out on the D point for the iguanas, so they're loading the line up, trying to get that break and make up some ground on Hoi Ho.
It is 6-2 right now for Hoi Ho. So just 2 holds for the iguanas, but I have to say the combination of Whitehead and Lee is fairly convincing for them. It seems like when the disc is in, especially in Whitehead's hands with Lee downfield, good things have been happening for the iguanas. So we'll now have Lee pulling on the second female matching point here. Lee with the flick pull up the middle. It's going to hit near the brick mark and settle down. Hoi Ho.
Coming out
Andrew
in a vert
Wilson.
look. And we've got our first zone look from the iguanas defense. So switching things up, trying to get that break with a different look, confuse the Hoi Ho offense, and see if they can force a turn.
Wilson again under center. Moves it over to the side to Norazman. Norazman with the huck.
Challenging Whitehead deep, and he reels it in for the D.
Good deep defense from Whitehead there.
Yeah, we saw a fairly standard 3-3-1 zone there, so 3 up in a wall to try and challenge those short looks, 3 in the middle, and then Whitehead deep. And they're off to the races, looking for that break, and that's a tough matchup with Andrew Wilson deep there. Definitely had some height on the offensive player and able to get the D back for Hoiho. But Iguanas stay in this zone, which got them a turn before, so we'll see if they can do it again and try and get their first break of the game.
Definitely some bunching in the deep space right now for Hoiho as they start to spread out a little bit more.
Whitehead being able to take away 2 players in the deep space there is certainly to the advantage of the Iguanas.
Oh, and a great cross-field shot there to Norazman, moving the disc up. There is
Missing with the disc, but the wall catches up and slows things down after that breakthrough by the Hoiho offense.
disc centered, swung over to Missin.
The cutters for Hoiho are quite deep right now. It would be interesting to see them be a little shallower, try and force through that front wall with some transitions. That's usually the way these offenses can break through this defense. So looking to have cutting between layers, between the handlers and cutters there. And Whitehead with his second D of the point. Hoiho still trying to carry on their shoot offense, looking for those hucks. But it isn't working quite as well against this zone with Whitehead sitting deep.
No, it isn't. His lead just drops it. It's Missin and the other handler for Hoiho there were actually doing a really great job of just slowly working up the field, but Missin just seemed to get a little impatient and look for that deep shot there as the reset goes up to Wilson in the center. Wilson now shoots, looking for the back of the end zone, and that's going to be overthrown about 10 meters out the back. A little too far. Definitely looking for that deep space, but Whitehead is there and doesn't really seem to be letting anything by him. So it seems for now that this UC zone junk zone look has seems to be working to eliminate that deep space for Hoiho.
Absolutely. I haven't seen the Hoiho offense adapt very much to this zone look. They still had 2 handlers back, and their cutter's fairly deep in a horizontal stack downfield. Would like to see some more handlers come back to have more movement around the disc. That's certainly one difference between zone offense and match offense, whereas the spaces to attack change very much in the zone, and you want to have more handlers back to get some small crash looks through the cup.
Absolutely. And there's another D for the Iguanas as they have another chance to move the disc up the field. Goes up the sideline. Good catch there. Good body positioning to box out the taller Wilson. Reset goes up, swung over to Whitehead. Whitehead looking for Lee on the sideline. He has her.
Strike open into power position and shooting for the end zone. Brought in by the Iguanas for their first break of the game.
That is a big one for the Iguanas. It's really awesome to see your timeout pay off.
Absolutely.
And to call a timeout and then have a pretty straightforward hold where you do turn the disc, but then you play good, you get another turn, and you play good fast break offense, and then just a grindy break there. That's gotta feel good for the Iguanas after the tough first part of this half.
Be curious to see if they stick with that zone look or if they come out in a match defense here, going back to what both teams have been running through most of this game. We'll be curious for both teams to see how they adapt and learn from this point, because we saw the Hoiho offense struggle much more than they have throughout the game against that zone look. So if the Iguanas stick with it, we'll see if that can get them the same success, or if Hoiho will be able to adapt and shift some things around in order to break through that zone and get those holds back.
Absolutely. I got to figure that with Curtis Marsh out here, they must be looking to come down in a zony look again, because he's absolutely had his way, just throwing wherever he wants into the deep space, and they've shown that they have cutters that can get open for him downfield. And so I kind of would suspect that they might do that in order to limit his ability to kind of attack that space, because he's been good at that so far. Pull goes up. It's going to be rolling to the sideline, just past the brick mark. Decent field position. Here's Marsh. Marsh has a cutter up the sideline. Oh, and a little bit inside. Judith Chua couldn't bring it in. And here's Castleton picking up. Oh, nope. Castleton is waved off by Hakeem Daniel. And Daniel now with the disc, waiting. Stall count getting high. looks for the
There's a
reset, gets
good
the reset.
around look to get it off the sideline there. See if they can continue that momentum to the other side of the field, or if they'll just force it up this open sideline. It's always to the advantage of the offense to try and switch the side of the field, but that is initiated by some difficult around or inside breaks of the mark. So we'll see if these offenses can break the mark and open up those opportunities on the other side of the field, or if they'll just continue shooting on the open side that the defense is giving them.
Marsh shoots, and it looks like they've scored again. That's going to be Marsh's 4th assist of the half. Yeah, that was a good D there by Luca Morley-Hall, taking away that underneath space. The Iguanas really kind of got pinched in on that sideline and had a tough time getting off of it. It kind of seemed like Hakeem Daniel was kind of looking to be that main handler there, but didn't really have any cutters downfield, and then the turn gets thrown on a tightly defended cutter downfield, and then of course putting the disc in the hands of Curtis Marsh. Marsh shoots to the end zone and ends up in a hold for Hoi Ho.
It appears that it is half, with Hoi Ho up 7-3 on the Iguanas.
Yeah, a good half for Hoi Ho. Definitely gonna be happy with that. Great to be up 4 points at the half, and I believe they will get the disc to start the second half. They will get the disc to start the second half. So, got to be in high spirits. If you're the Iguanas, I think right now you're kind of looking to use this half like you used that timeout. It looks like they're moving some cones around right now, maybe talking a little bit of strategy, maybe trying to, talk through how they can maybe limit that deep space for Hoi Ho that they've been really attacking. But definitely a more encouraging end to the half for the Iguanas. Tough start, going down 6-1, but getting a hold and a break there to bring it back a little bit closer. Down 4 is a little bit more of a manageable deficit.
Absolutely. I think the Iguanas should definitely think about some offensive changes they can make. I would say they've started to figure things out defensively with that zone look. And at the same time, even in that match defense, when Hoi Ho's hitting those deep looks, in all things considered, a lot of those the Iguanas should be happy with. They're contested deep shots that Hoi Ho has had good luck and good skill making them fall, but it's hard to sustain that throughout an entire game. So forcing those deep looks isn't a bad strategy for the Iguanas. I will be curious to see if they continue to use that zone that the Hoi Ho offense struggled to break through and get multiple Ds with. And Hoi Ho should probably be prepared for that, expecting the Iguanas to come out in that zone and make some changes so that they can break through and get those holds.
Absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. We're definitely seeing on the Hoi Ho side some strong throwers, I think. Especially Marsh, very confident with the disc, but the cutters downfield have been very open, very consistently, which is quite impressive. I have to say, especially from Hoi Ho, for this, not to be Otago's first team, I think it speaks to the strength of their program that they have, kind of players up and down the roster who can play. Otago, obviously, their first team, Toroa, is the runner-up Tertiary Ultimate Champions. That was their first win ever. They are, I believe, the #1 seed in this tournament, with Auckland being second, and then University of Canterbury being third, and then AUT being the 4th seed. Auckland has won this tournament 5 times in the past, or four times in the past. So it'll be interesting to see later if that, experience in past championships play a role. But right now we're here. It seems like the teams are taking maybe a slightly different approach to halftime. It seems like Hoi Ho is a little bit more relaxed. They're chatting, whereas the Iguanas are talking through some strategy for sure. So Hoi Ho probably just looking to keep the energy up in this half, whereas the Iguanas looking to to kind of maybe try to make a push back into this game. Later on today, we have games streamed on this field all day, I believe. So the next game we will also be commentating is the Otago Toroa, who is the top seed in this tournament, versus the University of Auckland Flow, which is Auckland's second team. And then later on, brought to you by different commentators, at 12:30 we'll have University of Auckland Flood, which is their first team, versus AUT. And then at 2:30 to 3:45, we'll have Otago Toroa and versus the University of Canterbury Honey Badgers, which are the two top teams from those two schools. That promises to be a really good game, I think.
Yeah, those two teams vying for the top seed in Pool A. That game will, in all likelihood, decide who gets that top seed and a easier path to the finals and the championship.
Absolutely. I think also it seems like the top three teams in this tournament are pretty much the strongest. It seems like Toroa, Flood, and Canterbury are kind of the three strongest teams. So that game really pivotal, as the team that comes second in Pool A, I believe, will have to play the winner of Pool B tomorrow, which will likely be a stronger team. So that game really big if you want an easier semifinal, to get you into the championship game, or to, you can. It's always more advantageous to have an easier semifinal. It's easier to win, but also, if you have to grind out a hard game and then play the championship, that's definitely a tougher day that you're looking at.
We've seen the conditions hold fairly steady throughout this first half, with just the slightest amount of rain and little to no wind. So mainly we're dealing with some wet conditions. The wind isn't much of an issue, but the wet disc certainly has played a role. We've seen some errant throws and some drops that we might not normally expect to see from these teams, brought about by the wet conditions, and expecting that to hold fairly steady throughout the day.
Yeah, it seems that it's going to be kind of like this, it's almost misty. It's not really raining, but it's the kind of thing where as soon as the disc hits the ground, like you've mentioned before, it's just, you pick it up and it's just dripping wet. And so, makes it harder, especially I think these teams have been throwing a flick force a lot. And I think, we see that forehands especially are a very hard throw to throw when it's wet with precision. So definitely a factor to take into account going, this whole game, that's something the teams are having to deal with. We've got Hoi Ho taking the line with their line that they've... Actually, it seems like they've got Wilson on this line with Wilson, Morley Hall, Curtis Marsh is out there. Can't see the numbers of any other players right now. But they'll be going out on offense to start the half. It'd be huge for the Iguanas to get a break here to start the half after that. It seemed like they had kind of a strategic discussion there. It'd be great for them to get a break. They are coming out with Whitehead pulling the disc. They've got Lee on this line as well, so kind of two of their stronger players going out there on defense right now. Really probably hoping to get this break.
Last time both of those players were out on defense, we saw the zone look from the Iguanas, so curious to see if they'll come out of the half with that same look, that 3-3-1 zone. As well, we'll have to see if Hoi Ho made some halftime adjustments to get prepared for that zone, and if they can break through it with more success than last time.
Absolutely, the Hoi Ho coach leaving the field, as well as the Iguanas coach. It looked like we're going to get Whitehead pulling here to start the second half. Wondering if we'll see maybe an attempt to attack the deep space almost straight away, with Marsh throwing to one of his tall downfield receivers. He seems to like those looks quite a lot. But he has shown as the game's gone on that he's also not afraid to work the unders. You know, he's kind of done a good job working both of those. Whitehead with the pull going up. It's a good pull. Moving down near the end zone line. It's going to fall into the corner just in the end zone with Marsh picking up. Looks like it's going to be a zony look indeed. Marsh with a high release backhand. That's just too high. It is turned
excellent
over.
field position for the Iguanas, trying to get a break right out of half.
Daniel picking
Got
up.
a lot of cutters right on that front cone there, looking to attack. We'll see if they can stretch the field to the other side. Oh, and a run through D there.
Morley Hall with the defense there, and that'll put the disc back in the hands of Hoiho. Marsh looking. Marsh is going to send that one deep. Morley Hall versus Whitehead. And it looks like Whitehead is going to get the D. No foul call. Good, clean defense downfield. Whitehead moving to Lee.
They have some cutters quite deep in the near the end zone there, even when they're starting in the Hoiho end zone.
Another turn.
That can oftentimes take away the deep looks and make things challenging for an offense.
Absolutely. We've got Sam Mercer with the disc here, moving back to Marsh. Back to Mercer. Marsh cutting up line is covered.
This looks to be a fairly similar 3-3-1 zone to what we saw before, although the front three do appear to be holding tight to some of the handlers there to try and really contest those resets. That can oftentimes allow some of those inside shots to break through that front wall. But Lee especially doing a good job of being that middle wall and holding things in place for the Iguanas defense.
Big hammer goes up. Oh, and it's dropped in the end zone. That is too bad. Unlucky drop there. It seemed that was from Hakeem Daniel. Just unfortunate thing to happen after some good defense. Oh, and another drop down.
There's that shot through the middle from Marsh. Unlucky that the receiver wasn't able to corral it, but that's the type of look that Hoiho needs in order to break through this zone when that front wall is staying wider and taking away those reset looks.
Absolutely. We're definitely seeing some turns here as Frost looking for Whitehead turns it for UC. Disc back in the hands of Marsh to Wilson up the sideline. Back to Marsh working in small spaces. Marsh swings it over to the middle. Another swing goes off, this time over to Lily Collier. Collier throws the turn, unfortunately, putting the disc back in the hands of the Iguanas.
Lee unmarked in front of the disc there.
Oh, a huge defensive effort. And
Sam Mercer there with the D, able to barely tip the disc, but that was enough to force a turn. That's a hard thing to react to as a receiver, just the slight adjustment of the flight path of the disc. And Hoiho able to get the disc back and convert convert the hold.
That was
after
Morley
a few turns there, and get a first hold out of half to make it 8-3 Hoiho.
Morley Hall from Marsh. Is that Marsh's 5th or 6th assist of the game? 4th?
I believe his 4th.
His 4th assist of the game.
4 assists and 1 goal for Marsh. So over half of Hoiho's goals have been scored involving Marsh. He's certainly a key player in their offense.
Got 7 on the line for UC, or 5 on the line for UC. Looking for 2 more. Looks like Lee's going to be going back out there without Whitehead. That last point, we definitely saw the effects of the wet disc there. There were, teams kind of trying to work in small spaces. Just some kind of unforced drops that really looked like they just slipped out of the player's hands. So, we talked about that at half, but we'll say it again. It's hard to play with a wet frisbee. And, definitely some unfortunate turns there from players that we've seen be pretty confident with the disc so far.
We'll see if the Iguanas can start things off with a hold of their own and then try and make up some of those breaks that we saw in the first half. Back here in the second half to make it a close finish. But that's got to start with a clean hold here and get the Iguanas on the board in the second half.
Castleton moving up to Lee. Lee now with it. Resets to Castleton. Castleton swings across. Oh, just too low.
Looking like Hoi Ho is playing a zone of their own there. It looked to be a similar zone to what the Iguanas were running. And although they were slightly off the resets, poaching more in those inside lanes. So small differences between those zones. And the Iguanas weren't able to capitalize on those open resets. And Hoi Ho takes advantage and breaks in the second point out of this half.
Theo missing there, throwing the assist into the end zone. I'm not sure who caught it. That was...
I don't think
we don't have that number. I'm sorry. Number 28 on Hoi Ho. That was a really great cut, though, to the open side to get to that open space. Always kind of hard to get to that open side near the front cone in the end zone. It's typically a pretty well-defended space, so to be that open there is a testament to good cutting, I believe.
It's interesting to follow the defenses that both teams are running here. We've seen the D-lines now on the last 2 points, both from the Iguanas and Hoi Ho. Come out in this wall zone looks, the 3-3-1, with the slight variations that we've mentioned. But both times on the turn, that O-line defense has been matching. I would be curious to see if they start to run zone throughout both of these points, as it appears to be working the best for both these teams to generate turns. Or if that O-line defense will continue to be fairly standard match force flick.
Absolutely. It does seem, it's always difficult to kind of set a zone up off of a turn, but it could definitely be worth trying for both of these teams. As you're absolutely spot on with that. It seems like the zones for both teams, especially for the Iguanas, is generating, turns with much shorter fields to work with. So let's see. We've got, looks like we're going to have Theo Misson pulling. Nope, not Theo Misson pulling. Number 23 on Hoi Ho pulling.
Kristen Roxburgh, I believe. And we'll see if Hoi Ho comes out in the zone look that got them a break last time. And it looks like they will. So that we've got the mark and then 2 more on either side in that front wall. It's the similar 3-3-1 zone to what the Iguanas were running. But we see that the front wall for Hoi Ho is poaching more into the lanes, taking away those inside looks that can allow for big chunks of yardage upfield. And we see the Iguanas O-line defense in match, but able to generate a turn on a tough reset look there. That around look just too far out of the reach of Theo Misson. And White has had receivers deep. He's looking for him.
And a chasing player going to go down. Oh, just can't
Good effort on
get
that
to the
disc, but too far out of reach.
That was Ahmad Izudin with the effort there. A great effort on that Whitehead throw that, kind of just seemed like it was put out there. And 3 receivers chasing, but getting the closest was Ahmad Izudin, which great effort on that one. As we've got Roxburgh picking up the disc. Again, very deep stack set up for Hoi Ho.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough look to get off the line. But able to get it around to Theo Misson. And looking for that good continuation look on unfortunate turf. But that is a good offensive system to be running. Try and get it off the line on that around and continue to the break side. As we see a call on the play.
Our first call of the game, it looks to be a pick. Not quite sure what's going on here as the players are standing around.
Always fun to watch these discussions take place.
It is.
In this self-officiated sport. See the players discuss and figure things out and try to determine where they were at the spot of the foul with remarkable accuracy so that we can set things back up and continue to play.
It seems that there might have been something wrong with maybe the matching of the players. Sorry. Yeah, it was indeed a gender mismatch. So they're actually going to replay the point from the start of it. So, interesting little turn there was. Wait.
Yeah, some miscommunication at the start of the point there, but we've got things sorted out.
Yep.
We'll be starting up with Hoi Ho up 9-3. And redo that point with the correct gender setup, and and see if the Iguanas can punch in a hold this time.
It's going to be Roxburgh pulling for the second time this point. And let's see, maybe an opportunity to improve on your field position. They had just turned the disc over to UC with a fairly short field, so maybe they're actually happy that this point gets to be replayed and another better shot to get a break maybe.
I'd expected them to come out in that same zone look. It appears that both teams are transitioning to more of zone looks, as it appears to be working well so far. Neither offense has seemed super confident working through those zones, whether that's over the top or through the middle. So we'll see if they do it. It looks like they will with that mark bombing down. Luca Morley Hall.
Getting down there quick off the pole. Love to see that.
We've got Missin and...
Oh, and great defense over there on the sideline. That was Audrey Alkatami. And then it's going to be Roxburgh picking up here. Great defense out of that zone look. Really heads-up play for that wing to come over and be there. Roxburgh looking down the sideline. Doesn't have Morley Hall, but does have Missin. Missin in the middle, moving it up. Oh, unfortunate drop there from
the Iguanas there
Collier.
starting with a straight-up mark on the sideline, which is allowing that reset look off to Missin. Which is very good for Hoiho, but unable to convert those break side looks, despite being given that free throw off the line.
Absolutely. It does seem to be limiting maybe the deep looks that Hoiho has, as we've got Whitehead here swinging the disc over to the far sideline.
We've got Missin and Chua completing that front wall, that front three for Hoiho, allowing that inside to go through and allow the Iguanas to get some yardage upfield. Whitehead appears to be taking control of this zone offense for the Iguanas.
Whitehead and Frost working the disc up the sideline to Ahmad Azadun. I'm sorry. Whitehead, big swing all the way cross field, looking for Murtada. Back in the middle to Whitehead. Whitehead over to Frost.
Their sideline handlers are being given a fair amount of room by that wall that I mentioned, that the wall for Hoiho is poaching in the lanes fairly inside there, which allows the handlers a fair amount of room. So it would be interesting to see if they can get some yardage from that on those resets that they're being given. But instead, they shot upfield, and it was defended by the Hoiho zone. And now Kristen Roxburgh picking up on this D-line offense for Hoiho, trying to convert the break.
Oh, great catch there on a tough throw from Missin. Missin now looking back to center, looking for Roxburgh. Swing goes off. Roxburgh upfield, good catch.
Able to complete that break side motion there, made possible by the swings.
Looks like Castleton
defended
with the D.
by Castleton.
And we do have a call here. Looks like we've got a travel call. Which I'm not sure what the call was there.
But Missin picking up the disc, starting D-line offense again. I think it was probably a travel call before the disc was thrown, before the turn was thrown.
Yep, probably.
So Hoiho able to continue their D-line offense and try and convert this break.
Missin and Morley Hall working it over to the far
looking
sideline.
for Alkatami.
That is a point for Alkatami.
She reels it in for the goal. That is a break for Hoiho to make it 10-3. I believe they now have 6 breaks on the Iguanas to UC's 1 break, and that's been the difference maker in the game.
Absolutely. It was the Whitehead and Frost seem to be doing a good job of working the disc there against that zone for a good while, but then Frost just looking for Izudin in the end zone, kind of a jump ball, gets double teamed, leads to the turn, and then Hoiho able to work it all the way down the field pretty cleanly. A great catch made by Missin on that one play, but some real good ability shown to throw those around throws from the handlers, especially Roxburgh, doing a great job of getting the disc back into the middle to Missin. One thing I did notice about the Hoiho stack is that it does seem like, especially when they're near the end zone, their stack is appearing to be very, very deep. it doesn't seem like they're being able to generate much movement off of that. So be interested to see if they maybe move that a little bit closer in so that they can generate more downfield offense right away. Of course, once they get the disc swinging to the middle, it seems like they're having no problem making continuation. So maybe, you know, the stack is a little bit deeper on purpose just to make space for those continuation cuts to get off once the disc is swung.
Yeah, those deep looks are also being made tough by a switch made by the Iguanas defense to more of a flat mark, taking away those deep huck looks. Although it has, I'm not sure if that change has been reflected downfield and having those cutter defenders take away the unders, as we've seen Hoiho being able to get the disc off the line, center to the field, and continue to the break side, which is very effective offense. So we'd like to see a little more coordination between the layers of the handler defenders and cutter defenders for the Iguanas defense, as it is a look that can generate a fair amount of pressure, but we have yet to see them generate that completely.
Disc in the hands of Marsh, moving it up the sideline to Mercer. Mercer looking back for Marsh, and Marsh is going to walk that into the end zone for his second goal of the day, and does a little dance, as he should, with 4 goals and 2 assists. A really dominant day. And, you know, it's not like he's playing every point either. It seems like, especially at this point in the game, Hoiho has a pretty even rotation of players that they're switching through. So good day for Marsh, for sure.
Let's see what the Iguanas can do on offense there. We've got Whitehead and Lee as some main players for the Iguanas trying to convert this hold. As we reach the end of the game, these holds become ever so important to make sure they happen, and then trying to get those breaks on defense and make things happen and try and get a little bit of comeback towards the end of the game here. Or just practice some of the sets that they're going to use towards in the rest of these games, as this is only the first game of a long tournament. So, you know, starting off with a loss isn't ideal, but certainly can make things happen after that, and make some waves in this tournament for sure.
Absolutely. It is currently 11-3, so, you know, definitely a better start to the better end to the second half for the Iguanas, but then four points in a row, one hold and 3 breaks for Hoiho to start the second half, and now I think our games are to 13, so they're only 2 away from winning, as Marsh is out here again with the pull. That's going to be fading towards the sideline out of bounds, so it's going to be the Iguanas. Whitehead will take the disc at the brick mark. It looks like Hoiho is going to be setting up in kind of a junk set again. They've got it looks like a 3-3-1 zone. Interested to see where their wall sets up. It looks like they're going to be a little tighter into that center handler Whitehead, maybe allowing that swing to get off a little more. Different from what we've seen the Iguanas doing, where they're a little bit more even on all 3 handlers.
Yeah, you'll notice the handlers. We've got Ananga there, able to get the free reset and also a few yards. That's being allowed by those that wall from Hoiho poaching far inside. And it can be really effective to just walk the disc up the field with those few yard resets each time. But we see Whitehead try and get an over-the-top scoober through the zone, which falls incomplete, and Marsh marshalling the D-line offense here for Hoiho as they get near the end zone.
Good catch there made. Back to Marsh, reset.
I'm sure he's looking for the end zone.
And he has the end zone. He has Lily Collier opening the end zone for a score. Another assist thrown for Marsh. I don't know if Lily Collier already has a point, but Collier's been really great today. We've seen her open a lot downfield, and you know, kind of one of those cutters that Hoiho has seemed to rely on to kind of, you know, build their offense around when the disc isn't in the hands of Marsh. As for Marsh, that is his, I believe, 5th assist of the day. And now Hoiho has the chance to break to win this game. They are up 12-3.
We've got some of the main O-line players out for the Iguanas in Whitehead and Castleton. See if they can get a hold and stay alive in this game and try and make up some ground on Hoiho. Be curious to see it. Hoiho has run that zone look for the past few points here. I would totally expect them to stick with it, as it has been generating turns and allowing them to get these breaks. So it would make complete sense to stick with it and continue to pressure this O-line for the Iguanas, which has yet to show that it can confidently break through that zone.
Absolutely. We're going to have the pull coming from the right side of your screen. It's going to be number 34 on Hoiho, whose name we do not have. Definitely has been a great defensive player, though, today. One of the names that I wish I had on my sheet here. Hand is up. It seems that we've got Whitehead and Castleton are probably going to be the two handlers on this line. Looks like it's going to be Wilson running down. We might get a zone look here, and indeed we are getting a zoney look, it seems. Whitehead trying to get through the middle to Frost. Oh, and Frost can't quite handle it. A little bit high and outside.
That was great motion, though. Whitehead faking that handler reset, which drew that wall in and able to hit that inside look, which was opened up. Unfortunately, unable to corral it downfield. But that is the type of offense we want to see from the Iguanas against this zone.
And a shot to the end zone. Oh, just too low for Roxburgh. That's a tough one. That would have been great to finish off the game there. But as it is, the disc will go back into the hands of Whitehead. But they're on the corner, and this zone has a chance to set up. So Whitehead with a sneaky little backhand down the line, working it back to Whitehead. Whitehead again on the sideline.
Yeah, these confident throw fakes from Whitehead are moving the zone.
Oh, and a huge grab there from Wilson.
That's
or Danicic, sorry,
yeah.
not Wilson, Danicic.
Giving the Hoiho D-line offense excellent field position to try and get to 13. And there it is, 34, like you said. Player to watch, throwing the assist to break, I believe.
To Asher Danicic, yeah. We believe that's game?
Looks like it is.
It
Teams
is.
are lining up.
Yeah. A tough first game if you're the Iguanas, but definitely some moments to be proud of. And if you're Hoiho, definitely a great start to have to this tournament. You know, Hoiho, maybe looking to move up in their pool. They're seated as the 4th seed in their pool. But maybe looking to work up past Victoria, University of Wellington, or AUT. A great game showing that they have players up and down the roster who can play. I think if we're going to go with player of the match, it's probably got to be Curtis Marsh. A great game from him. 5 assists, 2 goals. Kind of just a good performance showing that he can really command the disc.
Kristen Roxburgh also with big impact there. Driving the offense, being that center handler a lot of the time.
Roxburgh and Misson had some really great points together where they worked the disc really well. Roxburgh probably the most proficient on Hoiho at getting the disc off the sideline, which is definitely something that teams can struggle with, and it really is just easier to play offense from the middle of the field. That being able to get the disc off the sideline there, helps Hoiho out a lot. All right, we will be signing off for a few minutes. We have another game at 10:30 in 25 minutes between the University of Otago Toroa, that is their first team, versus the University of Auckland Flow, which is Auckland's second team. So we will see you all tuning in 25 minutes. Thank you for having us. Until later.
Belief, The emotion that stirs your body into motion. One small drop contains the power of the oceans. And yes, with all this chaos and commotion, you'd be forgiven for thinking, what's my personal motivation? The new normal's so abnormal that now normal's an abstraction. What happened to civilization? This world is a distraction. But still, belief will never fail to cause a chemical reaction, fizzing up your synapses with purpose and possibilities to put into practice. Yet those ones. And so you pause, breathe, and say, what do I want to do for me? The future me. The one who needs me to believe that I can make a difference unequivocally, in whichever way I deem. Even if that's flipping me into we. You see, that really is living the dream. So yeah, it's a pretty simple plan. Believe you can.
We're here to build experiences, to create and explore in the heart of the capital. At Te Herenga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington, living and learning are one, and the city is your campus.
Do you want to study with world leaders in future thinking? New Zealand has been ranked the #1 English-speaking country for preparing students for the future, and all of our universities are in the top 3% in the world. Start your journey to a high-quality New Zealand education by choosing a recognised study option available in your country. Take the first step towards your New Zealand education now, because the world needs new.
We believe where you live shouldn't decide your destiny, and that any place can be a place of learning. So much of modern life has a handy home delivery option. Why not your education? Maybe you'll start your degree in the same space you share with your whānau, or from that corner of the spare room that catches the most sun. Start your new what at the place where where can be anywhere, online or on campus. Massey, New Zealand's leading online university. Apply now at massey.ac.nz.
This is the University of Waikato, where every day people are making a positive change. Where research helps tackle global challenges and elite athletes can compete at the top of their game. A place where people are given the tools to protect their whenua for future generations. Where talent is nurtured and excellence is celebrated. It's a place where industry, innovation and education converge, and where moments are shared with loved ones. It's a place where teaching and learning has no borders, and people of all races and cultures work together as one. Our people, our future. Positive change starts here.
This is a big moment for the University of Otago.
The next chapter in our story.
Firsts have always been a part of us.
Our pioneering, forward-thinking spirit has brought us here.
I te ao kohatu, ki te ao hurihuri. It founded the first university in New Zealand.
The first medical school.
The first to teach law.
With world-class spaces.
And world-leading initiatives.
I te tai timu, ki te tai pari.
This is a place of many peoples.
Of many voices.
Of many aspirations.
Of many firsts.
University of Otago.
Otako whakaihuaka.
A place of many firsts.
We're here to find our futures in the city of influence and opportunity, to make discoveries and create change. At Te Heranga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington, your next steps are on your doorstep.
FISU, World of University Sport.
Only one New Zealand university is ranked among the top 1% of universities in the world and in the top 40 universities under 50 years of age. Auckland University of Technology, New Zealand's leading modern university. Home to world-class academics, called on for their research expertise here and all over the world, making AUT the New Zealand leader in global research impact. Connected to an extraordinary range of organisations worldwide. Focused on a rapidly changing future where creativity, curiosity and collaboration will only become more vital. We inspire, nurture and find the greatness in every single one of our students. We are AUT, New Zealand's leading modern university.
At Lincoln, we seek to ensure that future generations can grow and thrive. That means providing a world-class learning environment to grow fresh solutions to real-world problems, including using the world's resources wisely and sustainably. Come to Lincoln University, a place to grow.
My world is my storytelling.
My world is diverse. Our world.
My world is astrophysics. It's always been a dream of mine.
I don't know what my career pathway will be.
I approach architecture from the point of view of my culture.
I want to contribute to my people.
It's a way I can give back.
I want to change the perception of engineers.
I want to take my tohu home when I graduate.
Right now, it's about me.
And this is my chapter.
Imagine getting your foot in the door to your dream career in the sport industry. As you represent your uni, building lasting friendships, connecting at national and global events, connecting with peers and mentors who help connect you to your future. Make this happen with UTS NZ.
I've definitely made some really personal relationships and friendships through volunteering. It makes you always feel like you're part of the team.
In the sporting industry, it's so hard to gain connections, but volunteering through University and Tertiary Sport New Zealand, you're sitting at a table of people with over 20 years experience. I learned through hands-on experience in my marketing internship, skills that I could apply into the internship that I got at Foodstuffs.
If you're ready to connect your skills, goals, and experiences,
join our team!
Join our team!
Join our team.
Because you can build your confidence.
It can take you from an application form to the other side of the world.
Click the link in the description to connect with UTS NZ.
We just beat Canterbury. Yeah. The third one. We beat Canterbury.
Belief. The emotion that stirs your body into motion. One small drop contains the power of the oceans. And yes, with all this chaos and commotion, you'd be forgiven for thinking, what's my personal motivation? The new normal's so abnormal that now normal's an abstraction. What happened to civilization? This world is a distraction. But still, belief will never fail to cause a chemical reaction, fizzing up your synapses with purpose and possibilities to put into practice. Yet those ones. And so you pause, breathe, and say, what do I want to do for me? The future me. The one who needs me to believe that I can make a difference unequivocally, in whichever way I deem. Even if that's flipping me into we. You see, that really is living the dream. So yeah, it's a pretty simple plan. Believe you can.
We're here to build experiences, to create and explore in the heart of the capital. At Te Herenga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington, living and learning are one, and the city is your campus.
Do you want to study with world leaders in future thinking? New Zealand has been ranked the #1 English-speaking country for preparing students for the future, and all of our universities are in the top 3% in the world. Start your journey to a high-quality New Zealand education by choosing a recognised study option available in your country. Take the first step towards your New Zealand education now, because the world needs new.
We believe where you live shouldn't decide your destiny, and that any place can be a place of learning. So much of modern life has a handy home delivery option. Why not your education? Maybe you'll start your degree in the same space you share with your whānau, or from that corner of the spare room that catches the most sun. Start your new what at the place where where can be anywhere, online or on campus. Massey, New Zealand's leading online university. Apply now at massey.ac.nz.
This is the University of Waikato, where every day people are making a positive change. Where research helps tackle global challenges and elite athletes can compete at the top of their game. A place where people are given the tools to protect their whenua for future generations. Where talent is nurtured and excellence is celebrated. It's a place where industry, innovation and education converge, and where moments are shared with loved ones. It's a place where teaching and learning has no borders, and people of all races and cultures work together as one. Our people, our future. Positive change starts here.
Hello and welcome back to the 2024 New Zealand Tertiary Ultimate Championships, where we are getting ready for our second streamed match of the day between the University of Otago Toroa and the University of Auckland Flow. I'm Liam, and I'm joined here by recent UFA champion Peter Mans.
Hello, everybody.
We've got here Toroa, I believe, the top seed in the tournament, playing against Auckland Flow, who is the third seed in the pool. Toroa is the reigning champions of this tournament, so I think we're expecting to see a pretty strong showing from them in their first game of this tournament. As these two teams warm up.
Yeah, we've got a Pool A matchup here between Toroa and Flow. Toroa being the 1 seed in the pool, obviously, and Flow being the 3 seed in the pool. So Toroa is the favorite going in, but we'll see if Flow can make some waves here, maybe an upset and shake things up in the pool. We'll have to see.
Absolutely. You know, getting ready for our second game of the day, it does seem like the rain has died down a little bit. So, you know, we were dealing with that, looking at dealing with that a lot in the first game. And we'll have to see if it plays a difference in this game, the fact that there's not quite as much rain. Obviously, if the disc hits the ground, it's still going to get wet, but maybe from the start.
Yeah, no wind still, so calm conditions. As long as the throwers are able to get a good grip on the wet disc, it should be some good throwing conditions for hucks as well as short throws. So I'd expect a fairly clean game out of both teams here, but we'll have to wait and see.
You know, we talked a lot about defense in the first game, and we saw the differences between those two teams when they threw zone defenses versus person defenses. And what do you think you would expect today coming out of this at the start of this matchup between the two teams?
You know, last game when we had, you know, the B team and a C team from the two universities, so likely some weaker throwers than we might expect from Toroa at least here. And that allowed the zones to be really successful even in these fairly calm conditions last game. I would expect the teams here to run a lot of match, unlike what we saw previously, especially in the second half, because there's going to be some strong throwers on both of these teams that can beat zones fairly easily over the top. So I would expect a lot of match, maybe the zone or two thrown in to throw off the offenses if they're rolling. But I'd expect primarily match defense here, trying to let the athleticism of these defenses dominate and get those Ds.
Yeah, it does seem like Flow has a much smaller sideline than Toroa, as these two teams huddle up and get ready for play, which should be coming momentarily. Poll is set to go off in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, we'll see if that plays a role in the energy that Flow is able to produce, both from the sideline as well as on the field. That smaller roster obviously means players are playing more points, which can make them more tired. But also, that sideline presence is a huge factor. Of having a big vocal sideline is very important for teams in order to communicate with players on the field, as well as just bring energy and enable them to make big plays on the field. So Toroa definitely seeming to have the advantage from the numbers there, but we'll see. Small teams can certainly bring a lot of energy, and we'll see if Flow can make that happen. Alrighty, both teams getting ready to go here, likely to see some cheers, some final huddles before they head out with their first 7 on the line. Not sure who's on O or D yet, but we will see momentarily.
We have Toroa coming to you in the light jerseys, which are white with a touch of yellow. And then we have Flow coming in the dark blue and black jerseys. It does seem like the wind could be picking up a little bit. We see a flag over there that's fluttering a little bit, but it's still not blustering.
I'd expect these teams to be able to handle that level of wind. It's gone from perfectly still to just a bit of wind, which can be a factor, of course, but not expecting it to play a huge role with these two fairly high-level teams here.
The horn goes off, and the teams are doing their cheers as we are set to get underway here.
Yeah, no matter who's on O or D, I would expect fairly standard match defense here. In all likelihood, a force flick, although these teams might mix it up a little bit. Especially in these wet conditions, that force flick can be really powerful, as it's hard to get that flick grip compared to a backhand grip. So I would expect a fairly standard match defense, and then simple vert stack or horo stack from the offense.
I think that it's going to be Toroa maybe coming out on defense, as they just came up and asked us if we have a game disc here. Unfortunately, we don't. It does seem, we mentioned in the last game, Curtis White having great hair. It seems that he's matched by about half the players on the Toroa team here.
Definitely a theme with the blue hearts.
We've got some great blue hearts.
Yeah. Love to see that from the Toroa side.
It will indeed be Toroa pulling. I believe we have a male matching point to start. So Toroa is going to be pulling from the left of your screen.
Looks like we got Hugo Swinson set to pull. Oh, Trin handed the disc off, so another player likely. But yeah, I would expect
Cooper has the disc, I think.
Yeah, I would expect this Toroa D-line to come out in fairly standard match defense to start. I would be surprised if they came out in a zone. But you never know. This is a top-level team. They likely have a few looks in their pocket. I would expect to see a variety of looks throughout the game. And, yeah, we'll see as things get underway.
All right. And here's Cooper with the pull. It's a big pull. Straight down the middle. It's going to hang up and allow the defense to set. That's huge, as Flo has the disc in the backfield, working it up and another. Oh my goodness, and a huge layout block from Josh Cooper off of his own pull. And a short field for Toroa as they punch in the break. That was, well.
Max Benter-Lynch with the goal.
Yep.
That is a statement point for Toroa.
That absolutely
Strong
is.
pull, layout D on the first throw. And what was it, one throw or two throws to go and score the break?
It was, I believe, just one throw, maybe two throws to score the break. But what a start for Toroa. What a start for Josh Cooper. Nothing better than throwing a good pull and then going down and getting a massive chest high layout D on the first throw of the point.
Yeah, like we predicted, coming down in match defense and letting that athleticism shine. Doesn't get much simpler than that on defense. There was a fairly standard force flick match defense, but certainly worked out for Toroa.
And now I think we have our first female matching point here. So Toroa is going to be pulling again. I'm assuming they're going to come out in that same person set again.
I would expect so. Nothing to complain about from that previous point. I would expect them to run exactly what they had planned and try and do the exact same thing again.
It's hard to get much better than that. I think the only way you can score faster is if you get a Callahan off the first throw. So there goes the pull. It is going to settle down, hang and settle down just past the brick mark and towards the far sideline, as Flo is going to pick it up, looking downfield, now looking resetting over towards the sideline. Inside backhand thrown. Oh, and an unfortunate drop. That's going to give Toroa the disc at the brick mark.
Hugo Swinson picking up to get things moving. They're trying to get things started quickly and catch this Flo O-line defense unawares on the fast break.
Swinson throws over, and there's Cooper with a rolling catch. Back in the middle to Swinson. Swinson looking sideline. Swinson has Sawyer over there. Sawyer moving up to Swinson. And Swinson connecting with Swinson. I would assume that is a sibling connection, as Tessa Swinson hits Hugo Swinson in the end zone for the second break.
Wow. Yeah, Toroa there running a fairly standard end zone set with the vert stack in the end zone and having cuts initiate from the front. They did an excellent job of clearing out the space there, making room for that strike cut to follow through from the handlers, and able to connect on it for the goal.
It's always nice when you have, a full line of cutters who are very confident, in that isolation space. And I think that shines through. Also awesome to see what's seemingly a sibling-to-sibling connection into the end zone. That's got to feel good for the Swinsons.
Yeah, Toroa starting out with 2 breaks, so we'll have to see how Flo responds to that. If they can come out and get a hold here and respond, or if the hole will continue to get bigger and forcing them to make up some ground later in the game.
All right, we've got Toroa pulling again. This is now the second female matching point. I am loving the theme of blue things in hair. A lot of the guys have the bleached heads with blue highlights, and then a lot of blue bows in the hairs of the female matching players. Really good look for Toroa as Flo gets the disc started. Oh, and a layout, an unfortunate first throw drop. It looks like there's a call, but it's not going to impact the turn. And we've got Helena Svintinovic picking up the disc, moving to the middle. That's Benter Lynch. Back to Svintinovic.
Doing well to get the disc off the sideline there to the break side into power position. Shooting for
that is a
Rose
point.
Ursum for the goal for the third break for Toroa to go up 3-0.
That's got to be a great grab in the end zone. I can't totally see it here. Our view's a little bit obstructed, but I could tell that there was double coverage down there and still able to come up with that grab. So, great deep cut for Toroa there.
Yeah, strong start for Toroa with the 3 breaks. They've seemed really confident so far, whether it's getting the disc off the sideline with confident break throws or shooting downfield on deep looks. They've been able to do it all so far.
Definitely very strong match defense from this Toroa team. You can tell that they're a very athletic team, not afraid to push those one-on-one matchups, and it's worked out so far. Turns have really been created from that tight person defense.
Yeah, that pressure on those throws is not to be understated. Even when it isn't a layout D like we saw from Cooper on the first point, the previous points have had some just errant throws or dropped throws on the flow side. And the pressure defense is certainly playing a role in that. If there's a defender right behind you looking to make a play, that mentality is hard to get, to run through that disc and make a play to catch it. It's a stressful offense, and we'll see how Flo can respond and grow from that throughout the game.
Well, a beautiful pull there, huge outside in pull, and it's going to be taken in at the front cone for Flo, not the field position that you want to start with.
Difficult starting spot
Looking
for sure.
For a reset, the throw, and that is a Callahan. Josh Cooper with the Callahan for Toroa. You could kind of see that one coming, and that is Cooper's now second point where he's gotten a D right down near the end zone, and it's turned into a break. A first throw Callahan there from Flo puts Toroa up 4-0.
Yeah, Toroa really putting pressure on those resets especially. They've had good downfield defense for sure, but I'd definitely emphasize their ability to shut down those resets. And when you start on the end zone line, intercepting that negative pass will get you a Callahan.
They did a good job there of poaching off the stack. When you get the disc front cone, there's not much downfield space to throw to, and they really just cut everything off really well, leaving the reset as the only option there. And then Cooper with the tight reset defense. It doesn't get much easier than that as a reset defender when the only thing you have to worry about is a backfield throw.
Absolutely. Yeah, Flo here coming out for their 5th point on offense. So far, they've just been running a fairly standard vert stack. Would like to see if they have some other looks that they can try and throw out and get things moving for their offense. We haven't seen much at all from them. They haven't been able to move it upfield very successfully. This athletic D-line for Toroa is just shutting down every option.
The swing goes off.
We have a cutter free deep, but good handler defense is preventing that look from going up.
High in the stall count for Flo. Reset is thrown. Oh, and it's going to be dropped just on the end zone line. Cooper picking up and throwing in for the score to Rose Ursum. That's going to be 5-0 for Toroa. unfortunate drop there for Flo as they got a couple resets off, but again with that tight match defense downfield, we're unable to really make anything work. Definitely a great start for Toroa. You know, as the top seed in a tournament, you're expecting to win your first game, but no matter who you're playing, it's always a confidence booster to come out there and play really well.
Yeah, those expectations can sometimes hurt you too. If you come in too confident, come out flat-footed, not ready to make the plays, a lower-seeded team can make a statement against you, but Toroa has certainly come out firing, starting out with layout D and shutting things down from there. This is really a statement first chunk of the game from Toroa.
It looks like a timeout has been called. I'm assuming by Flo. I don't think Toroa would have much of a reason to call one right now, seeing as how they're rolling. But hopefully, you know, Flo can kind of use this timeout, as we saw in our first game, to recollect, get kind of pointed in the right direction. Something that timeouts can be really useful for. We saw it, last game with the Iguanas going down big early. They used that timeout and then came out and scored a hold and a break after that. Maybe Flo can generate something similar off of that.
One thing I've noticed about the Flo offense is that their layers between the handlers and cutters are fairly stagnant. They haven't been able to have players clear in transition between those layers, which has led to some tricky resets as you have multiple players looking for the disc right next to it. So some more confident clear outs from those players, something that could likely improve the looks for Flo and allow them to get something moving against this tough Toroa defense.
Toroa again pulling.
Looks like, I would expect Toroa to keep things moving as they have. There's no reason for them to mix up the defensive look right now, unless they want to get some game reps with the zone or something they might use in later games. But their athletic matchup defense is certainly getting the job done and shutting almost all the looks down for Flo.
Flo able to get a first throw off, but then the second one hits the ground, resulting in a turn. And Toroa is going to get the disc again. It's going to be Callum Shimon picking up the disc. Oh, and a slip. Able to get to the reset space.
A nice floaty reset from Shimon allows for that ground two made up. That's exactly what you want from a reset there. Floating out into space, allowing your cutter to run onto it.
Pass is completed. Svintinovic shoots for the end zone, and that's a point for Benter Lynch.
Benter Lynch bringing in his second goal of the day as Toroa goes up 6-0.
Svintinovic there is looking really confident in that reset space as a handler. Definitely seems to be one of the primary handlers post turn for this team. Really good point there. Slipping when you're going for a reset is always something that's kind of difficult to recover from. A great recovery there, able to get to it, and then gets rewarded, gets to throw the assist. Svintinovic is one of the handlers. Started playing in year 9 of high school in PE class, and for the past 4 years has mainly been a handler. And she'd like to think that her on-field strength is patience and forehand inside. So haven't really needed to see any forehand insides yet, as the open side has been quite open for Toroa, but maybe something to look for later on if defense tightens up a little bit, as Flo works the disc down, gets a first throw off. And the second throw is a little bit too far up the sideline. Toroa gets another break chance. And I believe with this one, can they close out for half?
Interesting to see the D-line that Toroa put out, seeing that they are not running some of their main players that we've mentioned earlier in points. So it looks like they're utilizing their depth on this point. And if they're able to convert a break with a D-line that might be lower down in their roster, that would be quite the statement that they're able to use their entire roster, all their numbers, to complete a statement half against Flow.
Shooting across the sideline.
And good body position from Max Benter-Lynch allows him to bring in his third goal of the half, sealing out a perfect 7-0 half for Toroa.
Benter-Lynch is really, really tall, and we saw it here on the sideline, getting up to make that tough catch in the high under, and then boxing out there pretty well in the end zone to bring in the score. It's tough as a team when you got to play against a team where their depth D-line has a guy like that on it, just someone who's really hard to cover in all spaces.
Looks like Flow still has a line out. Are we off on the score?
We
perhaps?
may be off on the score.
It might be 6-0 and looking to score the 7th for half. As we see number 38, Hugo Swinson with the pull for Toroa. We'll see if Flo can get things moving against this D-line for Toroa that has been spectacular thus far in the game.
Oh, and that's a great pull, rolling out the back of the end zone.
Flo caught flat-footed on the pull there, unable to move backwards and field it. Allows it to roll out the back of the end zone. Luckily this time, it'll be more in the middle of the field. We've seen them get pinned on that front cone, which led to a Callahan and is really unfortunate starting position. Luckily, they're more in the middle of the field this time, which can allow an offense to get moving easier, but still tricky and stressful to start on your end zone line when the threat of that Callahan is there.
Williams with the disc, first throw. Oh, unfortunate drop there for Herman, and Toroa now with the disc, short field. Here's Cooper.
Swinson and Cooper looks like the primary handlers for this D-line. And yeah, that's fairly standard end zone set, running the 3-man dominator set initiated from the front of the stack. But that third player isn't really needed as Swinson and Cooper play the 2-man game to work it into the end zone to make it 7-0 and take half against Flo.
I think it is 8-0 right now. I think our halves are at 8, so I'd expect them to take it here. You know, when you got two really good players like that and they start to go downfield, work it downhill in the reset space, it's pretty tough to stop, and you see that there. Swinson and Cooper, two very confident players with the disc, obviously very fast and athletic, just start rolling and pretty easily work it into the end zone for a break. I don't know if Toroa turned the disc that half. I believe that every single break they had was a clean break. So 8-0 on 8 breaks. They will get the disc to start half on offense, and not a single turn for that D-line. So if you're one of the other top teams in the tournament, and if you're watching this game, this is a very, very strong Toroa team. Usually, you know, they definitely could have, you know, be running the lines a little bit more, so you're getting a mix of O-lines and D-lines out there and depth players, but for all their players to be playing and not turn the disc over a single time in a half is very, very impressive.
Yeah, we've mentioned before that the top 3 teams in this tournament, being Toroa, Auckland Flood, and the Canterbury Honey Badgers, are likely a tier above the rest of the teams at this tournament, and we're certainly seeing that as they've had a strong start against the second team from Auckland, Flow. But we'll see if things will change in the second half and if Flow can get things moving against this tough Toroa team.
We're going to take a quick break for half here. We'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you for joining us.
welcome back to Otago Toroa versus the University of Auckland Flow. We have Toroa with a strong first half, starting 8-0 against Flow. It's been a very one-sided game so far. The Flow offense has struggled to get really anything moving, completing 1 or 2 throws before the Toroa pressure has gotten to them, leading to a turn. And Toroa has yet to turn the disc as well. They've had 8 breaks and 0 turns, which is a strong stat line, to say the least. So we'll love to see if that will continue, or if Flow has made some halftime adjustments that will allow them to get things moving against this athletic D-line that will likely continue to come down in match in these calm conditions and allow their players to make plays downfield.
Tough half for Flow. As far as Toroa, I don't know if, like, on a stat sheet, I don't think you can have a more perfect half than that. I think Flow probably didn't complete more than 25 passes the entire first half. So if you're Toroa, just everything to be happy about in this first game. Getting a great start off to the tournament for a team that hopes to win back-to-back championships. As the pull comes up here,
we get our first look at the O-line for Toroa.
And it's a solid pull here with Svintanovic looking upfield. That's Callum Shimin.
Both teams have struggled to field the pull as they've let it go over their heads and scrambled to get the disc moving. Would like to see both teams improve on that and allow their offenses to get some movement before the defense is able to put its players in place.
It looks like Flow is coming out here with a zone. This is probably their preferred defensive look. They just haven't really gotten to set it up yet, I'm sure, because Toroa has been so fast on those fast breaks, but Toroa seeming to have no problem moving the disc up the field here with some good handler movement side to side.
Looks like we've got a fairly standard 3-3-1 wall zone here. So 3 players up front trying to take away those upfield inside looks from the handlers of Toroa. But they're doing a good job of moving the disc side to side, which allows them to get around that wall and move upfield. Downfield, we've got 3 more defenders and then a deep player taking away those deep looks. But we've got really good movement between the layers for the Toroa offense, which is how you beat this type of zone, by getting those players moving, shift that wall around, and able to throw through it as they reach just about the end zone line and have an open strike cut, toe the line, and in for the goal.
Svintanovic with the goal there. Assist thrown by number 4, whose name we don't have, but I'm assuming it's Matthew Whitaker there with the assist. Great zone offense shown from Toroa there, showing that they have tons of patience. We've really only gotten to see them in fast breaks so far, but you know that point shows that they're a team that can succeed on offense as well as defense. Great zone point from Flow there. Good to see them apply some pressure defensively, make Toroa throw some more throws, but even so, Toroa is still going to get that hold to go up 9-0 in this game.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see if Toroa decides to throw some different looks at this Flow offense. While their match defense has been dominant so far, they likely are going to have to use some different looks throughout this tournament, whether that's in this half or in future games. So it would be a solid idea to try out some of those looks against another team in a real game situation, as opposed to just in their practices leading up to this tournament. So while the match defense has certainly been working well for them, I wouldn't be surprised if they throw some different looks, whether that's more of a junk look or a zone look, or just switching up the force. It would be good practice for them to switch things up and see if their other looks can have success against this Flow offense.
Looks like a deep shot going up, and it is brought in for the score for Flow. That was a great deep shot, shooting over the big man, Max Benter-Lynch. The goal is scored by, we don't have your name, number 34. That was a great reception in the end zone.
All right, statement from Flow there that they're looking to shoot it, and it works out for them, and they get their first point and first hold out of half.
Sometimes that's what you need in a game where you're losing, is just to send someone downfield and take a shot and throw her there. I didn't exactly see who threw that deep shot, but a great throw, a size mismatch downfield. Benter-Lynch definitely the bigger body down there, but nevertheless, 34 for Flo, able to reel that one in. Great read on that disc.
That's got to be a big confidence boost for Flo after a first half in which their offense struggled to get really anything moving at all. Being able to hit on that deep look has to feel pretty good. Get on the board, know that this Toroa defense isn't impenetrable, that they are able to put some points up on the board against it.
And we've got a pull here, just the second time that we've gotten a look at this Flo defense. I would assume that they're going to come down in that zone defense again. And one thing that's interesting to see is even though they're down big in this game, they do seem to be running more of the top half of their roster consistently. So maybe putting some more trust in those top players as the pull goes up, landing at about midfield towards the close sideline.
Hansen with the pull, and now we see, looks like it is that similar zone look, although they have two handler defenders up front. So it is a different look that doesn't appear to be purely matched, more of a junk look, but not the same 3-3-1 zone that we've seen before.
Svitanovic, Scott, and Shimon working in the backfield. Now they work in Whitaker on the sideline. Back to Shimon, resetting to Svint.
It looks like we've got a wall of two up front that is trying to contain those handlers. And we've got two more players in the middle of the field taking up those inside upfield looks. Two wings on defense, and then a standard deep.
Scott flipping the field there. Oh, and a turn. That's the first mistake as Scott looks to throw a continuation and just looks like it slips out of his hand as he's throwing, and he turfs it.
The Toroa offense there had really good movement, relying on throw-and-go motion from their handlers. But that throw-and-go was just a little bit too quick. Not able to get a solid throw, but it works out for Toroa as they get the disc back and convert their hold.
And a cheeky flex and dance there from Toroa. That was the first time that their offense or any one of their lines has thrown a turn this entire game, but they bounce back without an issue. Some really great handler defense there that leads to the turn. I believe that was Scott on the handler defense, number 7. So the person who threw the turn, getting it right back, good mark, good reset defense, seeming to be not a problem for this O-line.
All right, we'll get our second look at the Flo offense out of half. Their previous O point, they converted their deep look. So we'll see if they try and shoot it deep again, or if they stick with more of the under small ball offense that they were running in the first half. In either case, they're looking for their second hold out of half and avoid falling deeper behind against this strong Toroa team.
Got a male matching point, so we're going to have Josh Cooper on the pull. He's proven to have some pretty good pulls so far.
We'll see if Flo can field his, they know his deep pulls are coming, so those handlers should know to get fairly far back in that end zone to receive and center the pull, which they haven't been able to do so far, but we'll see if they are adjusting to his pulls and can center the disc before the defense can get set.
That is a high, deep pull, and they are indeed able to center the disc. That's big for this team. And the first throw, a layout attempt from Veronijan, but unfortunately dropped, and that's going to give Toroa another short field to work with as Swinson has the disc.
Fairly standard reset motion there, looking for that negative and then swing into the center of the field. Gets them off the sideline, and they're able to work it up, ending with a Josh Cooper goal.
Yeah, Cooper again throwing a good pull and then being involved with the score for, I think, the third time this game.
Yeah, he's been doing it all for Toroa.
As this game is now 11-1, folks. A dominant performance for Toroa as they will send out another D-line to try to collect another break.
Yeah, the Flo offense unable to get things moving there. They did a good job of fielding and centering the pull, but were unable to complete their first downfield look. That pressure from Toroa is just insurmountable for them right now.
Virata Raja on there with a good bid attempt on that under, but unfortunately just a little bit out of reach. It's always tough to kind of have an under thrown to you that's a little bit off to the side. So a good attempt to reel that in, but unfortunately, resulted in the turn and the break for Toroa. I will say, though, the pull coverage for Flow was better on that throw. Quite a few times they've had the pull go over their head, and they haven't been able to get a first centering pass off, which has been a little bit tough because it's allowed the Toroa defense to get set. Another big pull coming up here, outside in. It's going to land in the end zone. It's going to be stopped and centered to number 11, David Kears. Kears throws it upfield, and that's going to be brought in by, we don't have the name, still in match defense downfield from Toroa. Good low grab by 53 on the far sideline, working it back to the middle. Looking for an option.
We've got good movement from the Flow offense here out of a fairly traditional vert stack. They do appear to be initiating some continuations from the front of the stack, which means it's smaller throws that they probably think are easier to complete, and I would agree with them, as they have gotten more throws strung together, some good movement. Their offense is clicking much better than it has previously against this Toroa defense.
Oh, and a huge D
and
from Toroa.
As soon as I say that, I jinx them, and there's a turnover for Toroa, and we'll see what they can do with their D-line offense. Good clears from the handler space, filled in by cutters downfield. That's a good clean reset system, allowing them open spaces to throw to and relatively unpressured throws.
And there goes a deep shot to an open receiver downfield, and that is going to be brought in by Tessa Swinson for the goal. Throwing the goal there, it seems, was Hugo Swinson, number 38. So it seems that we might have yet another sibling-to-sibling connection there. But great deep cut and a great throw to hit that receiver. Swinson was really wide open in the end zone. A better offense from Flow that point, I would say.
Absolutely, yes.
It almost seemed like they were running a little bit of a dominator set most of the way down the field. So having those two handlers and then the front of the stack really take control and be able to complete a lot of those short passes, but then high release backhand near the end zone, just floating a little bit, maybe wind gusting up a little bit, and leading to that turn that results in another Toroa break. But if you're Flow, you've got to be a little bit more happy with that point. You've struggled to complete passes all game long, and to kind of get a couple of them strung together, it's got to feel good.
Yeah, the Flow offense there really taking what the defense was giving them, and I think that's the critical piece there. The resets, they were able to hit their open looks, and that was able to get the offense moving. But as soon as they looked downfield for that more contested shot is when there was a turnover. So I think for this Flow offense, it's key to recognize what the defense is giving them, whether that's the free resets or some of the under looks, and hit those, get the offense moving, and don't throw too pressured of shots that the defense can make plays on.
Unfortunately there, Toroa not giving them anything, forcing a turn, and we've got Scott on the sideline swinging it in the middle to Josh Cooper. Cooper looks for the end zone and is going to get the turn and another cheeky little dance. Toroa now up 13-1. Yeah, Flow on the last point doing a good job taking what the defense gave them, but defense on that one really gave them nothing. It was great reset defense. Kind of had to throw a high stall backhand around that ended up popping up a little bit, and Toroa able to take care of business on that one, and then a couple throws to punch in the break.
Yeah, that around look around the flat mark to the upfield strike space is a tough look to hit. So unsurprising that look resulted in a turn. Would like to see Flow be confident to hit those more traditional reset looks, whether that's the around to the break side, or just get a little more movement cycling between the layers. If that first handler is covered, recognize that and clear out and allow one of your players to fill in that space. A lot of times that fill cut is a lot more open than the initial reset, and that can allow an offense to get moving to the break side and open up a lot of looks.
It seems that one thing that Flow is kind of struggling with is maybe getting secondary reset looks. A lot of times that first reset look has been covered, and there hasn't necessarily been a second reset look coming in to help out. As we'll see, their offense here getting another chance. Ooh, that was close. Almost a D
cutter
off the first.
free deep.
And a huge block from Cooper at the front of the stack. It looks like the deep shot went up to the deep cutter, but Cooper was in the space and was able to get 2 hands on the disc right off the front of the stack, and it's going to be another short field from Toroa as they drop the disc. One of their few turns today, so Flo with another offensive chance to make something happen.
Yeah, Varadarajan has been able to get some open, deep looks, that time through a pick, though. But on the previous possession, he was wide open deep, but the deep puck was unable to get past the stack and reach him. That time he got free by running his defender through a few defenders, which isn't allowed. But we'll continue to watch him and see if he can make some moves and get free, get this offense moving for Flo.
Reset goes off. Good scoop there. Cooper on defense, moving back to the middle. Upline pass is completed in power position and no one going deep, unfortunately. That was Pilikan, who had power position, and unfortunately a turn thrown. Toroa now with the disc again. Svintanovic looking, and a deep huck goes up, moving towards the sideline. It's going to be out of bounds, as that was Cooper who couldn't quite get a hand on it, although it did look like his foot was on the line, so the greatest attempt, unfortunately, would not have been valid anyways. But kind of some mistakes from Toroa on this point. You know, it's late in the game, so I don't think at this point they matter too much, and they're playing good defense, but it does give Flo a chance to kind of work their offense a little bit more.
Not surprising to see Toroa loosen up a little bit, take some of these riskier shots. They're up 13-1 after all. They are. They know that. They're willing to open up a little bit, and while that's leading to some more turns.
A huge shot goes up. Svintanovic in coverage. It's going to come down, and she has the D. Svintanovic, confident downfield defense there, reading the disc well, and kind of not even really being contested on that D there. Under, and it is caught. Good catch, working down this field.
Cooper is free deep, and they look for him, as well as Rose Ursum. Both of them were free deep. Ursum hauls in the goal.
From Svitanovic on the assist.
Yeah, Toroa has certainly looked for more of these deep shots in the second half, and while a few of them have been turned over, they're also getting goals from it. So they've shown the ability to score, whether it's through more traditional small ball unders or through the deep pucks. They've been able to do it all.
I think that's really big in a game like this. Obviously, Flo not really providing that much resistance to this Toroa D-line offense, but being able to practice, you know, working your D-line through unders and shorter passes, as well as letting those deep pucks get loose, it prepares you for a game against a more competitive team where you really will have to utilize both parts of those games. So a good warm-up for Toroa for later games they may play this day. They've got a big game at 2:30 p.m., which will be streamed on this field against the University of Canterbury Honey Badgers. That is one that you are not going to want to miss. Obviously, two of the top 3 teams in the country. Otago winning last year. Otago has been in the finals only twice, but the past 2 years, runner-ups in 2022 and in 2023 were Toroa. University of Canterbury has been to the finals 4 times, but not since 2019. So interesting to see how that game plays out. Both teams hoping to get a spot in the finals.
Yeah, that game is likely to decide the winner of Pool A, which, as we discussed previously, is a big moment for them, as the University of Auckland Flood is the likely favorite in Pool B, and after those 3 teams, there's likely to be a bit of a drop-off. So the winner of Pool A is likely to have an easier path to the final in the championship than second place in Pool A. So that game at 2:30 is certainly important for Otago and Canterbury.
Hugo Swinson there with a huge rejection and then an instant deep shot that is going to be walked into the end zone. And I believe that is going to be the ball game. That was Swinson on the D, and then a quick score. And
oh, it looks like it is 15. So that is likely it. A strong showing from the University of Otago Toroa, ending 15-1. yeah, that was a very one-sided game, but there's still plenty to be encouraged by for Flow. They struggled mightily in the first half, but certainly impressed by their ability to bounce back from that. Their offense looked a lot better in the second half. Even if the stats and the goals and the score aren't showing that, they improved a lot, and against other teams in this pool, they certainly will be able to move easier and put up some points. So a discouraging result for Flow, but certainly something that there are elements that they can be encouraged by and move forward into these other games. Unlucky that they ran into the 1 seed Toroa in their first game.
Absolutely.
But there's certainly things to be encouraged about for both teams.
Agreed. We will see how the rest of the day plays out for both teams. As for now, that is a 15-1 win for Toroa. It's been great being with you today. There are different commentators for the rest of the games today, but we will see you tomorrow. We have a semifinal and then the third place game to commentate then. So until then, it's been lovely being here with you. You've been watching the 2024 New Zealand Tertiary Ultimate Championships. The next streamed game will be at 12:30 p.m. between the University of Auckland Flood and AUT. Thanks for now.
This is a big moment for the University of Otago.
The next chapter in our story.
Firsts have always been a part of us.
Our pioneering, forward-thinking spirit has brought us here.
I te ao kohatu, ki te ao hurihuri. It founded the first university in New Zealand.
The first medical school.
The first to teach law.
With world-class spaces.
And world-leading initiatives.
I te tai timu, ki te tai pari.
This is a place of many peoples.
Of many voices.
Of many aspirations.
Of many firsts.
University of Otago. Otako Whakaihuaka.
A place of many firsts.
We're here to find our futures in the city of influence and opportunity, to make discoveries and create change. At Te Heranga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington, your next steps are on your doorstep.
FISU, World of University Sport.
Only one New Zealand university is ranked among the top 1% of universities in the world and in the top 40 universities under 50 years of age. Auckland University of Technology, New Zealand's leading modern university. Home to world-class academics, called on for their research expertise here and all over the world, making AUT the New Zealand leader in global research impact. Connected to an extraordinary range of organisations worldwide. Focused on a rapidly changing future where creativity, curiosity and collaboration will only become more vital. We inspire, nurture, and find the greatness in every single one of our students. We are AUT, New Zealand's leading modern university.
At Lincoln, we seek to ensure that future generations can grow and thrive. That means providing a world-class learning environment to grow fresh solutions to real-world problems, including using the world's resources wisely and sustainably. Come to Lincoln University, a place to grow.
My world is my storytelling.
My world is diverse.
Our world.
My world is astrophysics. It's always been a dream of mine.
I don't know what my career pathway will be.
I approach architecture from the point of view of my culture.
I want to contribute to my people.
It's a way I can give back.
I want to change the perception of engineers.
I want to take my tohu home when I graduate.
Right now, it's about me.
And this is my chapter.
Imagine getting your foot in the door to your dream career in the sport industry. As you represent your uni, building lasting friendships, connecting at national and global events, connecting with peers and mentors who help connect you to your future. Make this happen with UTS NZ.
I've definitely made some really personal relationships and friendships through volunteering. It makes you always feel like you're part of the team.
In the sporting industry, it's so hard to gain connections, but volunteering through University and Tertiary Sport New Zealand, you're sitting at a table with people with over 20 years experience. I learned through hands-on experience in my marketing internship, skills that I could apply into the internship that I got at Foodstuffs.
If you're ready to connect your skills, goals, and experiences,
join our team!
Join our team.
Join our team.
Because you can build your confidence.
It can take you from an application form to the other side of the world.
Click the link in the description to connect with UTS NZ.
Belief, the emotion that stirs your body into motion. One small drop contains the power of the oceans. And yes, with all this chaos and commotion, you'd be forgiven for thinking, what's my personal motivation? The new normal's so abnormal that now normal's an abstraction. What happened to civilization? This world is a distraction. But still, belief will never fail to cause a chemical reaction, fizzing up your synapses with purpose and possibilities to put into practice. Yet those ones. And so you pause, breathe, and say, what do I want to do for me? The future me. The one who needs me to believe that I can make a difference unequivocally, in whichever way I deem. Even if that's flipping me into we. You see, that really is living the dream. So yeah, it's a pretty simple plan. Believe you can.
We're here to build experiences, to create and explore in the heart of the capital. At Te Herenga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington, living and learning are one, and the city is your campus.
Do you want to study with world leaders in future thinking? New Zealand has been ranked the #1 English-speaking country for preparing students for the future, and all of our universities are in the top 3% in the world. Start your journey to a high-quality New Zealand education by choosing a recognised study option available in your country. Take the first step towards your New Zealand education now, because the world needs new.
We believe where you live shouldn't decide your destiny, and that any place can be a place of learning. So much of modern life has a handy home delivery option. Why not your education? Maybe you'll start your degree in the same space you share with your whānau, or from that corner of the spare room that catches the most sun. Start your new what at the place where where can be anywhere, online or on campus. Massey, New Zealand's leading online university. Apply now at massey.ac.nz.
This is the University of Waikato, where every day people are making a positive change. Where research helps tackle global challenges and elite athletes can compete at the top of their game. A place where people are given the tools to protect their whenua for future generations. Where talent is nurtured and excellence is celebrated. It's a place where industry, innovation and education converge, and where moments are shared with loved ones. It's a place where teaching and learning has no borders, and people of all races and cultures work together as one. Our people, our future. Positive change starts here.
This is a big moment for the University of Otago.
The next chapter in our story.
Firsts have always been a part of us.
Our pioneering, forward-thinking spirit has brought us here.
I te ao kohatu, ki te ao hurihuri. It founded the first university in New Zealand.
The first medical school.
The first to teach law.
With world-class spaces.
And world-leading initiatives.
I te tai timu, ki te tai pari.
This is a place of many peoples.
Of many voices.
Of many aspirations.
Of many firsts.
University of Otago. Otako Whakaihuwaka.
A place of many firsts.
We're here to find our futures in the city of influence and opportunity, to make discoveries and create change. At Te Heranga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington, your next steps are on your doorstep.
FISU, World of University Sport.
Only one New Zealand university is ranked among the top 1% of universities in the world and in the top 40 universities under 50 years of age. Auckland University of Technology, New Zealand's leading modern university. Home to world-class academics, called on for their research expertise here and all over the world, making AUT the New Zealand leader in global research impact. Connected to an extraordinary range of organisations worldwide. Focused on a rapidly changing future where creativity, curiosity and collaboration will only become more vital. We inspire, nurture and find the greatness in every single one of our students. We are AUT, New Zealand's leading modern university.
At Lincoln, we seek to ensure that future generations can grow and thrive. That means providing a world-class learning environment to grow fresh solutions to real-world problems, including using the world's resources wisely and sustainably. Come to Lincoln University, a place to grow.
My world is my storytelling.
My world is diverse. Our world.
My world is astrophysics. It's always been a dream of mine.
I don't know what my career pathway will be.
I approach architecture from the point of view of my culture.
I want to contribute to my people.
It's a way I can give back.
I want to change the perception of engineers.
I want to take my tohu home when I graduate.
Right now, it's about me.
And this is my chapter.
Imagine getting your foot in the door to your dream career in the sport industry. As you represent your uni, building lasting friendships, connecting at national and global events, connecting with peers and mentors who help connect you to your future. Make this happen with UTS NZ.
I've definitely made some really personal relationships and friendships through volunteering. It makes you always feel like you're part of the team.
In the sporting industry, it's so hard to gain connections, but volunteering through University and Tertiary Sport New Zealand, you're sitting at a table with people with over 20 years experience. I learned through hands-on experience in my marketing internship, skills that I could apply into the internship that I got at Foodstuffs.
If you're ready to connect your skills, goals and experiences,
join our team!
Join our team.
Join our team.
Because you can build your confidence.
It can take you from an application form to the other side of the world.
Click the link in the description. to connect with UTS NZ.
Belief. The emotion that stirs your body into motion. One small drop contains the power of the oceans. And yes, with all this chaos and commotion, you'd be forgiven for thinking, what's my personal motivation? The new normal so abnormal that now normal's an abstraction. What happened to civilization? This world is a distraction. But still, belief will never fail to cause a chemical reaction, fizzing up your synapses with purpose and possibilities to put into practice. Yet those ones. And so you pause, breathe, and say, what do I want to do for me? The future me. The one who needs me to believe that I can make a difference unequivocally, in whichever way I deem. Even if that's flipping me into we. You see, that really is living the dream. So yeah, it's a pretty simple plan. Believe you can.
We're here to build experiences, to create and explore in the heart of the capital. At Te Herenga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington, living and learning are one, and the city is your campus.
Do you want to study with world leaders in future thinking? New Zealand has been ranked the #1 English-speaking country for preparing students for the future, and all of our universities are in the top 3% in the world. Start your journey to a high-quality New Zealand education by choosing a recognised study option available in your country. Take the first step towards your New Zealand education now, because the world needs new.
We believe where you live shouldn't decide your destiny, and that any place can be a place of learning. So much of modern life has a handy home delivery option. Why not your education? Maybe you'll start your degree in the same space you share with your whānau, or from that corner of the spare room that catches the most sun. Start your new what at the place where can be anywhere, online or on campus. Massey, New Zealand's leading online university. Apply now at massey.ac.nz.
This is the University of Waikato, where every day people are making a positive change. Where research helps tackle global challenges and elite athletes can compete at the top of their game. A place where people are given the tools to protect their whenua for future generations. Where talent is nurtured and excellence is celebrated. It's a place where industry, innovation and education converge, and where moments are shared with loved ones. It's a place where teaching and learning has no borders, and people of all races and cultures work together as one. Our people, our future. Positive change starts here.
This is a big moment for the University of Otago.
The next chapter in our story.
Firsts have always been a part of us.
Our pioneering, forward-thinking spirit has brought us here.
I te ao kōhatu, ki te ao hurihuri. It founded the first university in New Zealand.
The first medical school.
The first to teach law.
With world-class spaces.
And world-leading initiatives.
I te tai timu, ki te tai pari.
This is a place of many peoples.
Of many voices.
Of many aspirations.
Of many firsts.
University of Otago.
Otako Whakaihuaka.
A place of many firsts. We're here to find our futures in the city of influence and opportunity, to make discoveries and create change. At Te Heranga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington, your next steps are on your doorstep.
FISU, World of University Sport.
Only one New Zealand university is ranked among the top 1% of universities in the world and in the top 40 universities under 50 years of age. Auckland University of Technology, New Zealand's leading modern university. Home to world-class academics, called on for their research expertise here and all over the world, making AUT the New Zealand leader in global research impact. Connected to an extraordinary range of organisations worldwide. Focused on a rapidly changing future where creativity, curiosity and collaboration will only become more vital. We inspire, nurture and find the greatness in every single one of our students. We are AUT, New Zealand's leading modern university.
At Lincoln, we seek to ensure that future generations can grow and thrive. That means providing a world-class learning environment to grow fresh solutions to real-world problems, including using the world's resources wisely and sustainably. Come to Lincoln University, a place to grow.
My world is my storytelling.
My world is diverse. Our world.
My world is astrophysics. It's always been a dream of mine.
I don't know what my career pathway will be.
I approach architecture from the point of view of my culture.
I want to contribute to my people.
It's a way I can give back. I want to change the perception of engineers.
I want to take my tohu home when I graduate.
Right now, it's about me.
And this is my chapter.
Imagine getting your foot in the door to your dream career in the sport industry. As you represent your uni, building lasting friendships, connecting at national and global events, connecting with peers and mentors who help connect you to your future. Make this happen with UTS NZ.
I've definitely made some really personal relationships and friendships through volunteering. It makes you always feel like you're part of the team.
In the sporting industry, it's so hard to gain connections, but volunteering through University and Tertiary Sport New Zealand, you're sitting at a table with people with over 20 years experience. I learned through hands-on experience in my marketing internship, skills that I could apply into the internship that I got at Foodstuffs.
If you're ready to connect your skills, goals and experiences,
join our team!
Join our team.
Join our team.
Because you can build your confidence.
It can take you from an application form to the other side of the world.
Click the link in the description to connect with UTS NZ.
Belief, the emotion that stirs your body into motion. One small drop contains the power of the oceans. And yes, with all this chaos and commotion, you'd be forgiven for thinking, what's my personal motivation? The new normal's so abnormal that now normal's an abstraction. What happened to civilization? This world is a distraction. But still, belief will never fail to cause a chemical reaction, fizzing up your synapses with purpose and possibilities to put into practice. Yet those ones. And so you pause, breathe, and say, what do I want to do for me? The future me. The one who needs me to believe that I can make a difference unequivocally, in whichever way I deem. Even if that's flipping me into we. You see, that really is living the dream. So yeah, it's a pretty simple plan. Believe you can.
We're here to build experiences, to create and explore in the heart of the capital. At Te Herenga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington, living and learning are one, and the city is your campus.
Do you want to study with world leaders in future thinking? New Zealand has been ranked the #1 English-speaking country for preparing students for the future, and all of our universities are in the top 3% in the world. Start your journey to a high-quality New Zealand education by choosing a recognised study option available in your country. Take the first step towards your New Zealand education now, because the world needs new.
We believe where you live shouldn't decide your destiny, and that any place can be a place of learning. So much of modern life has a handy home delivery option. Why not your education? Maybe you'll start your degree in the same space you share with your whānau, or from that corner of the spare room that catches the most sun. Start your new what at the place where can be anywhere, online or on campus. Massey, New Zealand's leading online university. Apply now at massey.ac.nz.
This is the University of Waikato, where every day people are making a positive change. Where research helps tackle global challenges and elite athletes can compete at the top of their game. A place where people are given the tools to protect their whenua for future generations. Where talent is nurtured and excellence is celebrated. It's a place where industry, innovation and education converge, and where moments are shared with loved ones. It's a place where teaching and learning has no borders, and people of all races and cultures work together as one. Our people, our future. Positive change starts here.
This is a big moment for the University of Otago.
The next chapter in our story.
Firsts have always been a part of us.
Our pioneering, forward-thinking spirit has brought us here.
I te ao kohatu, ki te ao hurihuri. It founded the first university in New Zealand.
The first medical school.
The first to teach law.
With world-class spaces.
And world-leading initiatives.
I te tai timu, ki te tai pari.
This is a place of many peoples.
Of many voices.
Of many aspirations.
Of many firsts.
University of Otago.
Otako whakaihuaka.
A place of many firsts. We're here to find our futures in the city of influence and opportunity, to make discoveries and create change. At Te Heranga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington, your next steps are on your doorstep.
FISU, World of University Sport.
Only one New Zealand university is ranked among the top 1% of universities in the world and in the top 40 universities under 50 years of age. Auckland University of Technology, New Zealand's leading modern university. Home to world-class academics, called on for their research expertise here and all over the world, making AUT the New Zealand leader in global research impact. Connected to an extraordinary range of organisations worldwide. Focused on a rapidly changing future where creativity, curiosity and collaboration will only become more vital. We inspire, nurture and find the greatness in every single one of our students. We are AUT, New Zealand's leading modern university.
At Lincoln, we seek to ensure that future generations can grow and thrive. That means providing a world-class learning environment to grow fresh solutions to real-world problems, including using the world's resources wisely and sustainably. Come to Lincoln University, a place to grow.
My world is my storytelling.
My world is diverse. Our world.
My world is astrophysics. It's always been a dream of mine.
I don't know what my career pathway will be.
I approach architecture from the point of view of my culture.
I want to contribute to my people.
It's a way I can give back.
I want to change the perception of engineers.
I want to take my tohu home when I graduate.
Right now, it's about me.
And this is my chapter.
Imagine getting your foot in the door to your dream career in the sport industry. As you represent your uni, building lasting friendships, connecting at national and global events, connecting with peers and mentors who help connect you to your future. Make this happen with UTS NZ.
I've definitely made some really personal relationships and friendships through volunteering. It makes you always feel like you're part of the team.
In the sporting industry, it's so hard to gain connections, but volunteering through University and Tertiary Sport New Zealand, you're sitting at a table with people with over 20 years experience. I learned through hands-on experience in my marketing internship, skills that I could apply into the internship that I got at Foodstuffs.
If you're ready to connect your skills, goals, and experiences,
join our team!
Join our team.
Join our team.
Because you can build your confidence.
It can take you from an application form to the other side of the world.
Click the link in the description to connect with UTS NZ.
Belief, the emotion that stirs your body into motion. One small drop contains the power of the oceans. And yes, with all this chaos and commotion, you'd be forgiven for thinking, what's my personal motivation? The new normal's so abnormal that now normal's an abstraction. What happened to civilization? This world is a distraction. But still, belief will never fail to cause a chemical reaction, fizzing up your synapses with purpose and possibilities to put into practice. Yet those ones. And so you pause, breathe, and say, what do I want to do for me? The future me. The one who needs me to believe that I can make a difference unequivocally in whichever way I deem. Even if that's flipping me into we. You see, that really is living the dream. So yeah, it's a pretty simple plan. Believe you can.
We're here to build experiences, to create and explore in the heart of the capital. At Te Herenga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington, living and learning are one, and the city is your campus.
You want to study with world leaders in future thinking? New Zealand has been ranked the #1 English-speaking country for preparing students for the future, and all of our universities are in the top 3% in the world. Start your journey to a high-quality New Zealand education by choosing a recognised study option available in your country. Take the first step towards your New Zealand education now, because the world needs new.
We believe where you live shouldn't decide your destiny, and that any place can be a place of learning. So much of modern life has a handy home delivery option. Why not your education? Maybe you'll start your degree in the same space you share with your whānau, or from that corner of the spare room that catches the most sun. Start your new what at the place where can be anywhere, online or on campus. Massey, New Zealand's leading online university. Apply now at massey.ac.nz.
This is the University of Waikato, where every day people are making a positive change. Where research helps tackle global challenges and elite athletes can compete at the top of their game. A place where people are given the tools to protect their whenua for future generations. Where talent is nurtured and excellence is celebrated. It's a place where industry, innovation and education converge, and where moments are shared with loved ones. It's a place where teaching and learning has no borders, and people of all races and cultures work together as one. Our people, our future. Positive change starts here.
This is a big moment for the University of Otago.
The next chapter in our story.
Firsts have always been a part of us.
Our pioneering, forward-thinking spirit has brought us here.
I te ao kōhatu, ki te ao hurihuri. It founded the first university in New Zealand.
The first medical school.
The first to teach law.
With world-class spaces.
And world-leading initiatives.
I te tai timu, ki te tai pari.
This is a place of many peoples.
Of many voices.
Of many aspirations.
Of many firsts.
University of Otago.
Otako whakaihuaka.
A place of many firsts.
We're here to find our futures in the city of influence and opportunity, to make discoveries and create change. At Te Heranga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington, your next steps are on your doorstep.
FISU, World of University Sport.
Only one New Zealand university is ranked among the top 1% of universities in the world and in the top 40 universities under 50 years of age. Auckland University of Technology. New Zealand's leading modern university. Home to world-class academics, called on for their research expertise here and all over the world, making AUT the New Zealand leader in global research impact. Connected to an extraordinary range of organisations worldwide. Focused on a rapidly changing future where creativity, curiosity and collaboration will only become more vital. We inspire, nurture and find the greatness in every single one of our students. We are AUT, New Zealand's leading modern university.
At Lincoln, we seek to ensure that future generations can grow and thrive. That means providing a world-class learning environment to grow fresh solutions to real-world problems, including using the world's resources wisely and sustainably. Come to Lincoln University, a place to grow.
My world is my storytelling.
My world is diverse.
Our world.
My world is astrophysics. It's always been a dream of mine.
I don't know what my career pathway will be.
I approach architecture from the point of view of my culture.
I want to contribute to my people.
It's a way I can give back.
I want to change the perception of engineers.
I want to take my tohu home when I graduate.
Right now, it's about me.
And this is my chapter.
Imagine getting your foot in the door to your dream career in the sport industry. As you represent your uni, building lasting friendships, connecting at national and global events, connecting with peers and mentors who help connect you to your future. Make this happen with UTS NZ.
I've definitely made some really personal relationships and friendships through volunteering. It makes you always feel like you're part of the team.
In the sporting industry, it's so hard to gain connections, but volunteering through University and Tertiary Sport New Zealand, you're sitting at a table with people with over 20 years experience. I learned through hands-on experience in my marketing internship, skills that I could apply into the internship that I got at Foodstuffs.
If you're ready to connect your skills, goals and experiences,
join our team!
Join our team.
Join our team.
Because you can build your confidence.
It can take you from an application form to the other side of the world.
Click the link in the description to connect with UTS NZ.
Belief, the emotion that stirs your body into motion. One small drop contains the power of the oceans. And yes, with all this chaos and commotion, you'd be forgiven for thinking, What's my personal motivation? The new normal's so abnormal that now normal's an abstraction. What happened to civilization? This world is a distraction. But still, belief will never fail to cause a chemical reaction, fizzing up your synapses with purpose and possibilities to put into practice. Yet those ones. And so you pause, breathe, and say, what do I want to do for me? The future me. The one who needs me to believe that I can make a difference unequivocally, in whichever way I deem. Even if that's flipping me into we. You see, that really is living the dream. So yeah, it's a pretty simple plan. Believe you can.
We're here to build experiences, to create and explore in the heart of the capital. At Te Herenga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington, living and learning are one, and the city is your campus.
Do you want to study with world leaders in future thinking? New Zealand has been ranked the #1 English-speaking country for preparing students for the future, and all of our universities are in the top 3% in the world. Start your journey to a high-quality New Zealand education by choosing a recognised study option available in your country. Take the first step towards your New Zealand education now, because the world needs new.
We believe where you live shouldn't decide your destiny, and that any place can be a place of learning. So much of modern life has a handy home delivery option. Why not your education? Maybe you'll start your degree in the same space you share with your whānau, or from that corner of the spare room that catches the most sun. Start your new what at the place where can be anywhere, online or on campus. Massey, New Zealand's leading online university. Apply now at massey.ac.nz.
This is the University of Waikato, where every day people are making a positive change. Where research helps tackle global challenges and elite athletes can compete at the top of their game. A place where people are given the tools to protect their whenua for future generations. Where talent is nurtured and excellence is celebrated. It's a place where industry, innovation and education converge, and where moments are shared with loved ones. It's a place where teaching and learning has no borders, and people of all races and cultures work together as one. Our people, our future. Positive change starts here.
This is a big moment for the University of Otago.
The next chapter in our story.
Firsts have always been a part of us.
Our pioneering, forward-thinking spirit has brought us here.
I te ao kōhatu, ki te ao hurihuri. It founded the first university in New Zealand.
The first medical school.
The first to teach law.
With world-class spaces.
And world-leading initiatives.
I te tai timu, ki te tai pari.
This is a place of many peoples.
Of many voices.
Of many aspirations.
Of many firsts.
University of Otago.
Otako Whakaihuaka.
A place of many firsts. We're here to find our futures in the city of influence and opportunity, to make discoveries and create change. At Te Heranga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington, your next steps are on your doorstep.
FISU, World of University Sport.
Only one New Zealand university is ranked among the top 1% of universities in the world and in the top 40 universities under 50 years of age. Auckland University of Technology, New Zealand's leading modern university. Home to world-class academics, called on for their research expertise here and all over the world, making AUT the New Zealand leader in global research impact. Connected to an extraordinary range of organisations worldwide. Focused on a rapidly changing future where creativity, curiosity and collaboration will only become more vital. We inspire, nurture and find the greatness in every single one of our students. We are AUT, New Zealand's leading modern university.
At Lincoln, we seek to ensure that future generations can grow and thrive. That means providing a world-class learning environment to grow fresh solutions to real-world problems, including using the world's resources wisely and sustainably. Come to Lincoln University, a place to grow.
My world is my storytelling.
My world is diverse. Our world.
My world is astrophysics. It's always been a dream of mine.
I don't know what my career pathway will be.
I approach architecture from the point of view of my culture.
I want to contribute to my people.
It's a way I can give back.
I want to change the perception of engineers.
I want to take my tohu home when I graduate.
Right now, it's about me.
And this is my chapter.
Imagine getting your foot in the door to your dream career in the sport industry. As you represent your uni, building lasting friendships, connecting at national and global events, connecting with peers and mentors who help connect you to your future. Make this happen with UTS NZ.
I've definitely made some really personal relationships and friendships through volunteering. It makes you always feel like you're part of the team.
In the sporting industry, it's so hard to gain connections, but volunteering through University and Tertiary Sport New Zealand, you're sitting at a table with people with over 20 years experience. I learned through hands-on experience in my marketing internship, skills that I could apply into the internship that I got at Foodstuffs.
If you're ready to connect your skills, goals and experiences,
join our team!
Join our team!
Join our team.
Because you can build your confidence
It can take you from an application form to the other side of the world.
Click the link in the description to connect with UTS NZ.
Belief, the emotion that stirs your body into motion. One small drop contains the power of the oceans. And yes, with all this chaos and commotion, you'd be forgiven for thinking, what's my personal motivation? The new normal's so abnormal that now normal's an abstraction. What happened to civilization? This world is a distraction. But still, belief will never fail to cause a chemical reaction, fizzing up your synapses with purpose and possibilities to put into practice. Yet those ones. And so you pause, breathe, and say, what do I want to do for me? The future me. The one who needs me to believe that I can make a difference unequivocally, in whichever way I deem. Even if that's flipping me into we. You see, that really is living the dream. So yeah, it's a pretty simple plan. Believe you can.
We're here to build experiences, to create and explore in the heart of the capital. At Te Herenga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington, living and learning are one, and the city is your campus.
Do you want to study with world leaders in future thinking? New Zealand has been ranked the #1 English-speaking country for preparing students for the future, and all of our universities are in the top 3% in the world. Start your journey to a high-quality New Zealand education by choosing a recognised study option available in your country. Take the first step towards your New Zealand education now, because the world needs new.
We believe where you live shouldn't decide your destiny, and that any place can be a place of learning. So much of modern life has a handy home delivery option. Why not your education? Maybe you'll start your degree in the same space you share with your whānau, or from that corner of the spare room that catches the most sun. Start your new what at the place where can be anywhere, online or on campus. Massey, New Zealand's leading online university. Apply now at massey.ac.nz.
This is the University of Waikato, where every day people are making a positive change. Where research helps tackle global challenges and elite athletes can compete at the top of their game. A place where people are given the tools to protect their whenua for future generations. Where talent is nurtured and excellence is celebrated. It's a place where industry, innovation and education converge, and where moments are shared with loved ones. It's a place where teaching and learning has no borders, and people of all races and cultures work together as one. Our people, our future. Positive change starts here.
This is a big moment for the University of Otago.
The next chapter in our story.
Firsts have always been a part of us.
Our pioneering forward-thinking spirit has brought us here.
I te ao kohatu, ki te ao hurihuri. It founded the first university in New Zealand.
The first medical school.
The first to teach law.
With world-class spaces.
And world-leading initiatives.
I te tai timu, ki te tai pari.
This is a place of many peoples.
Of many voices.
Of many aspirations.
Of many firsts.
University of Otago.
Otako whakaihuaka.
A place of many firsts.
Welcome into our second stream game of the 2024 New Zealand Tertiary Ultimate Championships. We have a great game for you now between AUT and AUCC Flood. My name is Goose here, and I'm here with Tavish. What's the weather like today, Tavish?
It's looking pretty miserable so far. Earlier this week, Wednesday, Thursday, we were up in the high teens with lots of blue skies, but obviously we're not quite in summer yet, so yeah, it's a little bit breezy, not too gusty though, so shouldn't see that affecting the play too much, but sitting around 11, 12 degrees, I think, off the top of my head.
It's not warm.
Yeah, for sure not warm. But as long as the wind doesn't pick up too much, I think the players will be very comfortable out there. Won't be getting too hot, which is nice.
Breeze for this field is crosswind, high side and low side here. Probably light winds, sometimes getting to moderate.
I think you could definitely call it a throws win this game. Shouldn't be affecting throws out here too much. Of course, when crosswind coming from this near side to the far side, so any shots going up and hanging, probably, hopefully not over the hedge and into the back gardens, but
both these teams have already played this morning. Flood getting a big win over University of Wellington. I think it was a bagel there, unfortunately, for Wellington. They handled the conditions really well. AUT have just played Otago. Pretty sure that they got a win there as well. Dealt with these conditions rather well. So expecting a very good game out here today.
Yeah, I think Flood following up that first victory against Victoria with another strong victory against University of Canterbury Iguanas, 15-1, I believe that one. So probably going to see a strong showing from them again. But I think on paper, AUT looking like a bit stronger than the first two teams that Flood came up against. So hopefully should be a tighter affair. Obviously, both teams based in Auckland, probably not used to the cold as much as Canterbury and Otago. Obviously, it's not freezing, but I'm sure weather up there is starting to warm up quite a bit. So probably a little bit out of the ordinary for the Northerners.
Flood in those previous games doing a lot of zone defense, which is good to see. Hopefully they bring some out for this game here as well.
Definitely a way to preserve energy. Flood will be looking to go deep into the bracket. Tomorrow, probably coming up against one of Toroa or Honey Badgers, potentially both. So energy levels high for tomorrow will be on the cards for Flood's strategy going into this game. Probably aiming to wrap it up as quick as possible. But AUT will obviously be doing their best to go as far as they can.
Yeah, with just pool play being today and then tomorrow into semi-finals, Flood will be looking to win this game, become top of pool, sort of set themselves up for that easier semi-final, and then obviously hopefully progress to the finals from there. But that's a long road. We've got to see the outcome of this game first. Both teams taking the field now.
We've just hit 12:31, so first pulse should be up, but it'll probably come up very shortly and we'll get underway. Looks to be Flood coming out on defense on your left. So the crosswind going right to left for them, obviously the opposite for AUT. Looks to be, I can't see what gender we have on the field, but looking like 4 male matching players on the field. There you go.
Yeah. Flood with a significantly larger roster than what AUT has out here today. Being that it's the only second game, it's the second game for AUT, I don't think that there'll be any fatigue. And with the large score lines that Flood have achieved, there shouldn't be any fatigue there either.
And I think that that larger roster for Flood will definitely come into this game. They'll be looking to use all of their players, share the heavy lifting, keep energy levels high. First pull landing right on the end zone line. Swung to the center, and you're right, Goose. It's looking like a zone from Flood.
It sure is. From our vantage point, it's looking somewhat like an arrowhead. Turn over there.
Nearly a Callahan on the first point. Swung, centered to the Flood handler, and a short pass into the end zone, and a worm out of
number 13.
Murgatroyd. And that's a brilliant start for Flood. Very short point, short field turn meant offense after the turn was very easy for them. And I'm sure that they will be looking to keep this momentum going forward. Keep the energy levels high and keep that break train rolling.
Always going to be the problem today with that the swing pass over to that high sideline. It's going to pop up. It's going to take a lot of discipline from throwers to keep that accurate, keep that pass. Aim for the breed basket.
One 0 Flood. First female matching point coming up here.
Looks like Flood are keeping a fairly similar roster on to the previous point. Possibly looking to do that same defensive play.
And that's a strong pull. Looks like it's going to land near the end zone again. Howe with the disc. And, yep, that same zone coming up. Swings. Back to Howe.
Flood doing a good job here just to clamp down the play in and around the disc. Some significant.
And there's a call made there. Howe with the disc. It just looked like there was a little bit of contact as the disc was released. Obviously joking around. And we're back in.
AU2 flowing nicely over to the high side, getting in a strong position. A little clamped up at the moment, AUT. Probably could expand the field a little bit stronger, a little bit more. Provide a few options. Flood doing a very good job, and there we go.
Not a bad option there from Howe. Obviously the handlers looked like they were getting a little bit isolated in the backfield there. Didn't really have an open swing option, so opts for the long shot. The wind just picking that disc up and just going over the top. Unfortunate there.
Yeah, not ideal, but I think it shows what can be done. I think that they could happily make some changes there and come away with a little bit of success. I see Flood putting on a sort of a high side trap when it gets all the way to that sideline there, which does give that option. They might want to reconsider that. Farby with a very long throw there.
Holloway toes it in on the near sideline, and a brilliant backhand to the teammate for Flood, 2-0. And they'll be stoked with that. They want to keep this break train rolling as long as they can, keep energy levels high. And I believe that was number 59, Brittany Cock, for the point for Flood there.
Strong from Flood so far, no turns.
That's another key for sure. Not only on the offensive points, aiming to hold on to the disc, but once they get the turn on defense, they don't want to turn it back over. Keeping these points as short as possible, conserving energy, playing safe ultimate. Nothing crazy going on in these first 2 points. A couple of hucks, but mostly clean for Flood. And Holloway will be absolutely stoked with the assist there. Looks to be a change of personnel from Flood here. Owen Sun, Locke, Kwok, Zaria Ireland all playing their first point. Can't see the rest of them, but Emma Whitlock and Josh Holloway out there as well. So that's very, very strong line. A lot of world's experience. And a big pull coming up. Landing in the hands of the AUT player just near the end zone on the far side.
Owen Sun pressuring up the mark really well. Looking to be more like a low side trap at this stage.
And again, the AUT handler is getting a little bit isolated out there. Oh, and that's a brilliant flick shot with the left hand up the near sideline.
That is a brilliant pass. A very good vision for that.
And again, the Flood defenders collapsing on the near sideline, forcing that low side trap. And a nice over-the-top shot to the number 5 from AUT.
AUT looking much stronger at this stage.
Yeah, definitely doing a better job at holding onto the disc here. Happy just to work it up slowly. O'Leary with the disc and a call made. Uncontested. No stress there. And we tapped in. Swung to Howe on the near sideline. Back to O'Leary. And across the field to number 16, Peter Carlson Belanga there. Apologies if I've pronounced that incorrectly. And a drop, just a miscue from the handler. Reset, Lock with the disc, straight to Owen Sun for the 3rd point for Flood.
Very strong zone play there from Flood, but AUT already making sort of adjustments to the way that they go about that. Especially in the downfield, starting to drag a little bit more, putting their players down there on the low side, making that deep defender from Flood respect that a little bit more, and allowing AUT to kind of move that disc down that high side. Still some room for improvement there, but good signs at this stage.
Wouldn't be surprised to see a timeout called after this point if we see another break from Flood. AUT just looking to regroup, talking through that offense on the line. But definitely improvement, that point. A bit more comfortable just to play the safe option, take a reset when needed. Not rushing anything. Just an unlucky turn there. Miscommunication with the reset. And Kwok very happy to play that quickly. Straight to Owen Sun for the break. 3-0 Flood. Pull coming up from Josh Holloway on the near sideline. And a flick roll straight out on the far sideline.
See if Flood are planning a sideline trap here. Certainly looking that way. It could be very tricky for AUT here.
Number 11, Daniel Shin with the disc right now, looking to swing. Howe on the far sideline, again with the disc. And a cross-field flick straight to number 15. That's Ben Simpkin there. Gets it back. Dishes to O'Leary. Reset back to Daniel Shen, who's looking like he's not got many options. Great grab there from Josh Howe on the far sideline.
UT starting just to look a little bit isolated in that handler space. I think a little bit of movement to get them out of trouble here. The Flood defense doing a very good job in the middle of the field.
Yeah, playing very patient defense here. Not overcommitting on any passes. Just happy to contain, and they're doing a great job at that so far. So Josh Howe with the disc just by his own brick mark. Back to Ben Simpkin. Swings to Shen. Up the far sideline to number 19, Simon Xiong. Shen with the disc. Getting a little bit isolated. We'll look to reset here to O'Leary. Sun nearly with the block. Back to Howe. And a low release flick straight through to Xiong. Disc on the end zone line. Howe signaling.
AUT looking very strong. This is probably, from what I've seen at the tournament so far, this is certainly one of the best.
Oh, wow! It's a huge block there out of Owen Sun. Would check that disc if I were Josh Holloway. Nice flick up to Whitlock. Progresses to Holloway. Swings. Oh, apologies. That was not Holloway. Holloway with the disc now. And a great inside to Ireland. Back to Holloway. Nice break to Ireland, and that's 4. That's some great offense after the turn from Flood there.
Very good. Flood yet to make any errors there so far in this game. And as predicted, the timeout called. Great work, Tavish.
Big brain prediction there. Yeah, AUT probably just looking to regroup here, talk through the main points on offense. Struggling a little bit with that zone, but definitely improvement again with that point, working it all the way to the end zone line. Just a fantastic block out of Owen Sun, preventing that AUT score there. He will be very happy with that.
Yeah, and AUT should be pretty happy with the way that they've gotten better since the start, especially that last possession there. Flood really looking to apply pressure down there on that low side, and they did a very good job. Just being patient, moving it around to the high side. I think probably got a little bit stuck down that low corner, potentially leading to that foot block. But I hope in that timeout that they're taking right now, they're just talking about how well that last point went and how they could just improve that slightly to get that goal. We haven't seen AUT's defensive line come out there and apply pressure to Flood, so that would be really good to see.
Yeah, I mean, that option from Howe, he's obviously trying to throw a flick, get the disc back to the high side. Just the size of Sun getting in the way, not an easy person to throw around. Very large wingspan, even though that block came from his foot. So obviously something that the AUT players will be looking to improve on, keeping that disc away from the AUC Flood handler marks.
I think Owen's legs are very similar to his arms anyway. They're all like wings.
For sure. Usually a D-line player. Sun apparently has switched over to the O-line, despite the fact that we've only seen D points from Flood so far. I think later in the tournament, when they come up against some stronger teams like Badgers and Toroa, I think we'll see him come out on that O-line a bit more. But obviously Flood looking to share the D-line responsibilities throughout their roster, keeping everyone high on energy.
I believe we actually have that match next as well, coming up. That University of Canterbury Honey Badgers.
It's going to be a good one.
This is the University of Otago. Hopefully by then we can get a stopwatch so we can manage the time of the timeouts and the time between points. It's leading to a lot of dead air.
Yeah, where's the observer? Where's the budget?
There's 2 observers right here. On the mic.
Yep, obviously both hailing from the South Island. A bit of a grudge match between Toroa and Honey Badgers. A bit of crossover. A couple of the Toroa players having played with Honey Badgers before. So there'll be a lot of familiar faces between the two teams in that game. Definitely going to be a good one. So stay tuned after this one. Blake Holloway with the pull. Does well to keep it in bounds. I know he struggles with that sometimes. And that's it.
Flood back into their arrowhead set like they were at the start of the game. I think probably actually the better zone or the better defensive set that they have between the two. Obviously achieving a short field turnover here.
Nice flick from, I believe that is number 9, Jacob Woodward. And yet another breakout of Flood. 5-0, I believe. And they'll be very pleased with this, looking to keep it going. Just an unlucky turn there. Bit of a fumble from the AUT handler. But again, that pressure from the Flood handler marks. Doing what they're aiming to do.
Very strong. AUT. Smiles. High fives on back to the line. They certainly don't have their heads down. Wind's starting to pick up a little bit now as well. Starting to be still crosswind, but starting to create a slight upwind, downwind scenario. Upwind being where a Flood are now. Wind pushing down from that corner to where the tent is. Going to make it just that much harder for AUT.
Going to make a bold prediction here and say that Flood probably going to come down with the same zone. It's working very well for them. Really putting a lot of pressure on those AUT handlers, making them reset the disc. Getting a lot of short field turns, so they'll be very pleased with that and looking to keep it rolling. Wouldn't be surprised to see some match come out in this game, but yet to see that from Flood. Signaling readiness for the pull. And it goes up, blading over and getting a nice roll. Stopped just between the end zone mark and the brick mark. And a nice left-handed flick over to the low side. Back to number 16, Carlson Belanga. Again, apologies if I'm pronouncing that wrong. O'Leary with the disc.
Flood in that arrowhead setup.
Doing well to work it up from the end zone line. O'Leary with the disc on the near side again. Resets to Carlson Belanga. And a very, very dicey shot over the top to Simpkin. 19, Simon Xiong with the disc on the far side. Swings across to number 16. Up to O'Leary. Probably will look to bounce this back. And a nice shot through to number 5, China Forbes. O'Leary with the disc again. Swings across to Ben Simpkin.
Not sure if I'm the biggest fan of Farby here pushing the sideline when the disc gets up this high side. I think it allows for a bit of a get out of jail pass and sort of makes it easy to throw downfield.
And that is just a huge D out of Leo Palico. Not a bad idea from O'Leary, but just not enough space to get that disc out in front of the AUT player there. Disc coming in on the near sideline, right in the corner.
Yeah, shame really. AUT's done such a great job to stay up this high side here, making the pass to the low side much easier. You know, it'd be great to see someone down on that front cone down that low side.
Holloway with the disc on the end zone line. Swings to 53. And through to Murgatroyd with a nice inside backhand there. Holloway with the disc. Fakes the huck. Probably the right idea. Strauch through to Palico. Over to Holloway. And a beautiful huck to number 0, Letitia Chang. And that's 6.
Game to 13 today, so Flood score this next one. That'll be halftime.
Yeah, and they'll be really pleased if they manage to get to halftime without any points conceded. Conserving energy, like I said earlier, is the key for them this tournament. Probably looking like a pretty cruisy pool play for them with their more difficult games coming up tomorrow once we get into the bracket play. And yet again, we see some new faces on that Flood line with the likes of Ireland, Matthews, Sun, Kwok.
We'll see if they do the same as what this line did last time. Put that pull down on that low side and look to trap from that. Using Owen's son and his size down there on the mark to apply pressure.
Ireland signals readiness. Pull goes up. Floating down near the sideline on the far side, and a brick is signaled.
Should have been a roller.
Should have been a roller.
Should have been a roller. Now they're getting it from the brick mark. See how AUT go in shifting their disc up the high side. Seems they've got their players organised for that.
Shen immediately swings to O'Leary on the near sideline. Back to Shen. Swings to Simpkin. Back to Shen. To O'Leary. A lot of faking going on, directing those downfield receivers. Simpkin with the disc. Only gone backwards this point. Oh, and a nice grab out of O'Leary.
AUT doing a really good job of creating space in the middle of the field. Also doing a really good job. Unfortunate drop there.
Clark with the disc. And a foul called. Just clipped his hand on the way around, it looks like, but having a quick discussion. Simpkin on the mark. We'll wait for the outcome of this chat.
Uncontested.
Kwok looking, surveying, swings to Readings. Floats a little bit more than Kwok would have liked on that one, but back to Kwok with the flick through to Owen Sun, and that's 7, halftime. Flood. Apologies there. I think the stream went down briefly, but half-time, 7-0 Flood. Second half will be starting soon. I believe AUT coming out on defense for the first time this game. So excited to see what they have to offer. You know, a break right here could be exactly what they need to get their spirits up, get right back in this game. It's a tall order. 7-0 is not the start they will have wanted, but they can still get a lot out of this game. Flood's obviously a very strong team, so any number of points up against them will be something to be happy with.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't look like the weather's really going to change much today, so it would be really ideal for AUT to have some success against those two defensive formations that Flood are putting down. If they can score consistently against those in the second half, they'll be looking pretty positive for some of their other games today. Looks like they will have the University of Canterbury Iguanas after this game. And then the probably a big game there as well, AUT against Victoria University of Wellington, last game today.
And that's, of course, back on stream. So any AUT fans out there, be sure to tune in. I believe at 4:15, that will be first pull going up. Back into the action, massive pull from Howe, lands just past the end zone line. Whitlock centres to Quark, and a zone out of the AUT defence. Swung back to Whitlock, to Reddings. Nice lefty inside to Quark. Making steady progress. Just happy to pass the disc between the handlers at the moment. No connections between them and the downfield, but that's a nice shot through to Whitlock. And a turn out of the AUT zone.
First turn.
Number 17. That is not Kate Charlesworth.
No, it isn't.
I've been given incorrect information. Holloway with the quick pick up to Whitlock, back to Holloway. Surveying AUT back into their zone. So progress limited. Reading swings to Holloway. Directing his downfield with his freakishly long index finger. Swung back to the middle to Quark. Nice dishy to Holloway, who sends it up. And it is blocked by Joshua Howe.
AUT doing a very good job controlling defensively that middle of the field.
Really being suffocated here on that far sideline. Opts for the big shot to no one. The AUT player not too far away, but obviously that is the last resort from Howe. Just didn't really have any options in the backfield.
Yeah, still can't getting a little high there, I feel.
Kwok bringing it in. On the low side, immediately swings to Readings. Back to Kwok, back to Readings. Back to Kwok. Flood doing well to move the disc back towards the high side.
Keeping it up there. Unfortunate turnover.
Yeah, just a shake of the head from Holloway there. Bit of a miscommunication.
Short field here for AUT. Looking much stronger on defense. Looking to isolate O'Leary at the front of the stack there.
She does well to catch that through traffic. Howe with the backhand to number 17. And that is the first point on the board for AUT. And it's a break. So I'm sure they'll be very, very happy with that result.
Flood just not looking a little uneasy on offense there. Certainly we're able to move it from the high side to low side with relative ease, but there seemed to be a connection issue between that and the downfield, then creating some sort of desperation throws.
Obviously, that's their first point on offense, so I'm sure there'll be some cold hands out on that line, but back out on offense, get a second try. Obviously wanting to get their D-line back out there and wrap this game up.
Strong argument here from Flood to take as long as they want. On these offensive points, if AUT are going to zone them, AUT obviously with a short roster, the more running they do in the second half, the more they're probably going to struggle.
Obviously, we'll be wanting to give a good showing to against Vic in that last stream game. So, yeah, it's about conserving energy for both of these teams. They won't be happy with how they played so far, but a loss to Flood is not something to be disappointed about. Obviously, a very strong team. Pull coming up from Simpkin. Bit low, but it makes its way down to that far corner, landing just inside the end zone. Ireland to Kwok. Over to Sun, who throws it, and it catches wind. Bobbles out of Holloway's hands, and it's another turn. Simpkin to Shen, back to Simpkin. To Xiong, to Simpkin. And that's great work from the handlers to make ground right away after the turn. Simpkin getting that reset under pressure from Holloway.
AUT offensively looking far happier, more competent in this match defense setup.
And a D out of Owen Sun, just cleaning up that loose throw there. Bit of a miscue from the AUT handler there, just missing O'Leary. And they're back into their zone. O'Leary on the mark. Kwok to Sun. Back to Kwok, who launches an absolute bomb straight to number 21, Braden Jones there.
Unfortunate misread from the AUT defender there.
And Jones gets the 1-2 from Owen Sun for Flood's 8th point. Just happy to weather that storm from AUT's defense. getting broken is something that they won't be happy about, but doing well to get right back at them. And happy to get their D-line back out there.
Certainly been a strong line. This particular one from Flood. And that arrowhead style that they've been running. Hopefully AUT have had a chance at half-time to discuss that zone offense.
Yeah, I mean, you could see how confident the handlers were playing against that match put out by the Flood O-line. Lots of nice work in the backfield from Simpkin and Xiong. Quick resets, getting yards early. But now that their D-line's back out there, Flood probably looking to put that zone up again. See how AUT deals with it this time.
I'm seeing some cold players. I'm sure this D-line's very keen to get moving. Hands in pockets. Trying to jump around, stay warm. Not the best of conditions here right now.
No, we're lucky in the shelter, but out there much colder. Obviously with the breeze picking up slightly from this morning, that cold air will have a little bit more of a bite to it. Certainly something that these lucky northerners won't have to deal with as much. Looks like there's a bit of confusion around the gender for this point. Flood male matching players fighting to see who gets to stay on. Looks like Fabi is the unlucky one, getting kicked off there. Pull going up from number 77. Oh, that's definitely not Blake Holloway. 71, apologies, Arisha Chang. Howe with the disc marked by Holloway. Swings to Shen, back to Howe. Back to Shen. Again, looking a little bit isolated in the backfield. AUT handlers struggling to connect with their downfield, working it farther and farther towards the low side, which is something they will not be wanting to do. Takes a dicey reset, disc floating, collected by Shen, under pressure there. Holloway still on the mark. That's a nice fake by number 16 there.
Yeah, really good deep drag going on here from AUT as well. So definitely an opportunity up this high side. That deep defender is pushing in a lot.
Yeah, I mean, there's about 30-odd yards there between the Flood defender and the deep receiver for AUT. Lots of head checks there from Woodward. Potentially a little bit of confusion around downfield positioning from AUT there. Really struggling to get the second pass once the swing goes off. And a block there in the end zone. Pressure from the handlers just too much. Apologies from the handler marks. Just too much for the AUT offense. I believe that was number 22 with the block. Woodward walks the disc to the end zone line and throws a very relaxed backhand and immediately walks off the field.
Again, another strong defensive point there from Flood. Number of positives there for AUT. They do look quite calm, but I think you're right. There is a connection issue hitting that middle of the field once they've managed to swing into a strong position. Score now 9-1.
Possibly one of the most relaxed passes there for that flood score from Woodward to Holloway. Potentially a little bit confusion around what the mark was doing from AUT, but it's about 2-yard pass, as easy as it comes for Flood.
AUT, they're just getting a little bit of instruction, still looking positive.
Potentially a more favourable wind. Still a crosswind, but looking like wind direction might be shifting towards a more right to left, which will be a lot easier for the AUT offense to deal with. Just we got to be careful with those backwards resets, the disc doesn't pop up. Simpkins to O'Leary to Howe with a huge hammer over the top, connects to number 17.
Really good option there from AUT. Like we said before, there's some connection issue to the middle of the field. Working through the strong defensive formation from Flood. Now's a part and time in the game where they should probably up their risk a little bit.
Just struggling to get those extra couple of yards into the end zone, but there it is. Howe collects. Just all over the field there. Howe, massive hammer over the top. Honestly surprised that that's one of the first over-the-top shots we've seen so far. But
maybe that small 2-metre end zone pass, walk off the field's riled them up. Maybe AUT's here to play now.
Yeah, really great option out of Howe. Just spotted the empty space on the field. AUT downfielder obviously does well to recognize that, get into that space, and does well to collect in the end zone. Howe, he'll be very happy with that.
Is the AUT coming out on defense now? They've looked strong when they've been able to come down on defense. Let's see how this point goes. Let's see if Flood have managed to chat about their offense and improve it.
Likely to see another zone point just to conserve energy for this AUT roster. Again, much shorter roster than Flood. So zone is a great way to conserve energy rather than chasing around those quick Flood downfielders. Disc going up, signal readiness for the pull. And a spin pull coming out there from Carlson Balanga. Just blades over and rolls into the hands of Kwok. Centers to Readings, to Whitlock.
Rebecca O'Leary down there on the mark. Doing a lot of work for this AUT team today.
Yeah. Not many points that she hasn't been out there. Obviously flip-flopping between offense and defense. That's a great shot there from Whitlock through to the Flood downfielder. Readings in the end zone. A little bit of taunting there going on. Friendly banter between the two players there. But definitely looking a lot cleaner than that first offensive point that they had out there. Very patient, waiting for that option to come through, and really well done by the handler to recognize that gap through to the downfielder.
Score now 10-2. Much better offense from there, from Flood. Looks like Flood have a bye after this game too.
Yeah, last game at 4:15 they'll be coming up against University of Otago Toroa. I believe that's their B team. So ending the day on a high, hopefully for them.
Other games going on at the moment. Victoria University of Wellington playing the University of Canterbury Iguanas. The University Canterbury Honey Badgers playing the University of Auckland Flow. And the University of Otago Toroa versus the University of Canterbury Pythons.
Pull comes up, and it's a great pull. And my apologies, that just lands right out of bounds. Break signaled by Howe.
That was potentially a great pull. Just coming in back on the brick mark. So had plenty of time to set up their defence.
The Flood deep defender, Woodward, definitely will be a bit more wary of his positioning after that hammer came out the point prior. For the moment, just taking negative resets. Right back on the end zone line and a turn. They'll be disappointed with that. That's very unlucky. And a quick score out of Flood. Very similar to one of those first points we saw. Short field turn and a quick break to score out of Flood. That is number 88, Duncan Bryn, with the assist.
AUT definitely looking like they were trying to set up for a similar play. That big hammer, one of those previous points. Pretty good option, really. Still needs to come from that high side. I think Flood are doing just a little bit of a better job now of pushing down toward that low side.
Flood's O-line not really having much to do so far this tournament. Only conceding 3 points out of 3 games so far. Obviously this game still has a little bit to go, so the potential to concede a few more there, but a lot of their O-line will be sharing D-line responsibilities so far. So 2-11.
Flood, I'm sure, pretty keen to get this game over and done with. People out there looking a little cold.
Yeah, we'll be keen to head into shelter, get warm, have a bit of a relax before that final game. Temperature will only drop from here on in, so big pull coming out from Flood. Just a bit of miscommunication regarding fielding that pull. Simpkin with the disc. Looks to O'Leary, struggling a bit to get that reset. O'Leary now with the disc, looking to Simpkin again, struggling to get free. Shen does really well there to get clear. And I believe this is the first match point that we've seen from Flood so far.
It is.
And a turn there, just unlucky with that break throw. And a massive flick to Holloway, just can't get there. About a yard or two in front of the receiver there. But a good option. Probably will be looking for that option straight off the turn, Woodward there. But Shen, picking up the disc, will be bringing it in right at the front of that end zone on the far side, low side. They've been struggling to get the resets here a little bit, so it'll be interesting to see what O'Leary does in that reset space.
Not a bad choice there, really. There was a lot of pocket out at that back corner. I think the offensive runner there not quite going to the best spot possible. Obviously a turnover, but as we can see, Flood won't be too worried about getting that disc back. They've been doing a good job defensively so far in this match.
AUT doing well to work the disc up that far sideline, just past halfway now with the disc in O'Leary's hands, swings to Charlesworth, I believe, back to O'Leary.
A very strong play between these two, Rebecca O'Leary and Kate Charlesworth at the moment.
Just a bit of miscommunication yet again out of AUT's offense. Not a bad option, but just looked like the downfielder's movement not connecting with what the handler was hoping for. Murgatroyd with the great upline.
Strong movement. Great read by Rebecca O'Leary to cut that off, though.
Is that disc to Holloway? Wasn't exactly clear who that was aiming for, but O'Leary with the poach block, regardless. Picks up around halfway, looks to Charlesworth. It was great to get upline there. Looking to reset back to O'Leary now. It's not there. And a block out of the Flood defender there. Murgatroyd swinging to Woodward, who again swings to Farby, number 53. Back to Woodward in the middle. Really using that break side really well. Quite a few backhand rounds going up there.
Yeah, no one really attacking the deep space for Flood at the moment. I'm sure it might come shortly, but they seem to be pretty content on playing a nice tight short ball.
Just the disc bobbling out of Murgatroyd's hand there on the far sideline. Great movement out of the Flood offense, though. We saw a little bit of slipping out of Woodward there. I think the more this tournament progresses, we might see these fields getting a little bit muddier. But a timeout called there by O'Leary. Probably the right idea. Quite a few turns going on that point. So
certainly, AUT with that short roster, putting in the hard yards at this point, those number of turns.
Definitely looking a lot more comfortable against that match put up by the Flood defense. Bit puzzling why they've decided to switch, given how much success they were getting with that zone. But for sure, AUT is looking a lot more comfortable. Struggling to get that reset off a little bit, but connecting with the downfield a lot more. We saw 3 or 4 really nice gainers on that far sideline between Charlesworth and O'Leary. Did well to progress the disc up the field, but again, struggling to get it off that low side. So I think that'll be the key coming out here on offense.
Definitely wouldn't surprise me either if Flood switched back to that zone as well, considering how well it's worked for them in the past. Again, no doubt Flood looking to get that turn, score, get this game going, get some warm clothing on.
For sure. Wouldn't be surprised to even see a sideline trap coming out here. Obviously the disc's on the far sideline, which is our low side. And we saw a little bit of success earlier in the game with the sideline trap coming out of that Flood zone. So potentially we'll be looking to trap O'Leary on the sideline. We'll see how they deal with that. Obviously missing Howe this point. He's taken a sub. So lacking in the hander space potentially a little bit. Which is maybe why they were struggling with those resets so much.
Flood looking excited there. They're ready to go. AUT are just taking a little bit longer to talk about what their plan is.
We're just hitting about the hour mark on this game. 1:30. Score, I believe, is 11-2 to Flood. Soft cap will be going at 1:45. Obviously, these pool games only to 75 minutes as opposed to the full 90, is my understanding. More games played in these pool rounds, just due to an odd number of teams at the tournament. So, and again, game to 13. So Flood will be looking to get this break and get one more to wrap up. We'll see if we reach soft cap. Potentially won't even go before the game is over, but yeah, looking like Flood's bringing that match back, which is very interesting. O'Leary with the disc, Shen in the reset space currently. I believe this is coming in stall 0. Disc counted down by Murgatroyd there. Shen gets free from his reset, but disc bobbles. And a great collection there by Shen. Swings to Simkin. Looking for the inside. Back to Shen. To O'Leary. This is great movement out of the AUT handlers here. Oh, and just unlucky there. Xiong, fingertip away from the disc there. Woodward picking up just behind halfway. With the gainer to Holloway, who is wide open, but there's a pick. So disc will be sent back. Woodward puts a nice floaty around there to Holloway, breaks the mark with ease. Holloway surveying, throws an inside there to number 22. I believe that's Jasmine Goulanes. Apologies if there's a mispronunciation there. Gainer to number 71, Arisha Chang on the far sideline. Resets to Woodward. Again with the floaty backhand. And a simultaneous grab out of O'Leary and Murgatroyd there. We'll see who ends up with the disc. Looks like Murgatroyd discounted in. Little bit messy stack from Flo, but a nice break from Holloway and just in front of Murgatroyd there. It's another turn. AUT picking the disc up on the end zone.
Good to see AUT come out with a little bit of risk here. Maybe look to throw deep. They haven't done a great deal of those. Only 2 previously in this game. Oh, look at that.
And as you say it, disc goes up. And Woodward collects.
Big call of high side coming from the sideline here.
But a huge block.
Defender aware of that. Very big block.
Picking the disc up just outside the brick mark. And Charlesworth unlucky, just the disc bubbling there out of her hands. And a huge flick out of Woodward finds Murgatroyd in the end zone for an easy catch. And that's 12.
12-2.
I think the zone play from both teams is stopping a lot of these big shots going up, but that's 3 hucks in the past 2 points, I believe, opening the field up a lot more for those deep receivers. And Murgatroyd with a really calm catch there. Not a lot of pressure applied from the deep defender there.
Yeah, Flood doing a very good job though. Throwing deep at an 80% completion rate at the moment. So that's a strong part of their game. Hopefully they continue that the rest of the tournament. improve on it. Potentially go to that option a little bit more.
Yeah, and the wind's not too strong at the moment. So I think in these games to come, particularly the next game coming up, Toroa versus Badgers, I think we'll probably see the field being opened up a lot more big options going up.
Yeah, that one will be really interesting. See Canterbury very much liking their junk defense. Looking to trap the disc in and around that hand area, but also the Otago line being very, very skilled in that area.
Yep, that game coming up at 2:30, just right after this one, so stay tuned for that for sure. Will be a good one. Zaria Ireland with the disc signals readiness for the pull, and the pull goes up. Just floating, landing right between the brick mark and the end zone line. Braden Jones on the mark.
AUT instantly looking to throw up to the high side. Flood and match defense.
Braden Jones putting a lot of pressure on that reset to Carlson Balanga. Back to Howe, who fakes a massive huck and opts for the backhand. Not particularly clear who he was hoping that was going to be received by, but regardless, Kwok picks the disc up, no mark on him. Happy to just throw a gainer to 78 there. To Whitlock, back to Kwok. Nice under out of Braden Jones there, who streaks deep. Ireland just happy to reset it back to Kwok there. Looks like a tip by the AUT defender Joshua Howe there, but Holloway puts up a massive backhand to Whitlock for the game. 13-2 Flood.
Great game from Flood. Great execution. Mixed it up there. Tried a few different things toward the end of the game. Certainly looking strong in this game and looking strong for the rest of the tournament as well.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what they were hoping for out of that game. Wrapping it up quickly, just over an hour past here. Conserving energy, preparing themselves for a much more difficult day tomorrow. Smiles out here from the Flood players and from a few of the AUT players, so good to see their spirits high regardless of the result. A lot of friends out there on the field, so.
Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to join us for our next game. Should be a real banger. We're certainly hoping so. University of Otago versus the University of Canterbury.
We're here to find our futures in the city of influence and opportunity, to make discoveries and create change. At Te Herenga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington, your next steps are on your doorstep.
FISU, World of University Sport.
only one New Zealand university is ranked among the top 1% of universities in the world and in the top 40 universities under 50 years of age. Auckland University of Technology, New Zealand's leading modern university. Home to world-class academics, called on for their research expertise here and all over the world, making AUT the New Zealand leader in global research impact. Connected to an extraordinary range of organisations worldwide. Focused on a rapidly changing future where creativity, curiosity and collaboration will only become more vital. We inspire, nurture and find the greatness in every single one of our students. We are AUT, New Zealand's leading modern university.
At Lincoln, we seek to ensure that future generations can grow and thrive. That means providing a world-class learning environment to grow fresh solutions to real-world problems, including using the world's resources wisely and sustainably. Come to Lincoln University, a place to grow.
My world is my storytelling.
My world is diverse. Our world.
My world is astrophysics. It's always been a dream of mine.
I don't know what my career pathway will be.
I approach architecture from the point of view of my culture.
I want to contribute to my people.
It's a way I can give back.
I want to change the perception of engineers.
I want to take my tohu home when I graduate.
Right now, it's about me.
And this is my chapter.
Imagine getting your foot in the door to your dream career in the sport industry. As you represent your uni, building lasting friendships, connecting at national and global events, connecting with peers and mentors who help connect you to your future. Make this happen with UTS NZ.
I've definitely made some really personal relationships and friendships through volunteering. It makes you always feel like you're part of the team.
In the sporting industry, it's so hard to gain connections, but volunteering through University and Tertiary Sport New Zealand, you're sitting at a table with people with over 20 years experience. I learned through hands-on experience in my marketing internship, skills that I could apply into the internship that I got at Foodstuffs.
If you're ready to connect your skills, goals and experiences,
join our team!
Join our team.
Join our team.
Because you can build your confidence.
It can take you from an application form to the other side of the world.
Click the link in the description to connect with UTS NZ.
Belief. The emotion that stirs your body into motion. One small drop contains the power of the oceans. And yes, with all this chaos and commotion, you'd be forgiven for thinking, what's my personal motivation? The new normal's so abnormal that now normal's an abstraction. What happened to civilization? This world is a distraction. But still, belief will never fail to cause a chemical reaction, fizzing up your synapses with purpose and possibilities to put into practice. Yet those ones. And so you pause, breathe, and say, what do I want to do for me? The future me. The one who needs me to believe that I can make a difference unequivocally, in whichever way I deem. Even if that's flipping me into we. You see, that really is living the dream. So yeah, it's a pretty simple plan. Believe you can.
We're here to build experiences, to create and explore in the heart of the capital. At Te Herenga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington, living and learning are one, and the city is your campus.
Do you want to study with world leaders in future thinking? New Zealand has been ranked the #1 English-speaking country for preparing students for the future, and all of our universities are in the top 3% in the world. Start your journey to a high-quality New Zealand education by choosing a recognised study option available in your country. Take the first step towards your New Zealand education now, because the world needs new.
We believe where you live shouldn't decide your destiny, and that any place can be a place of learning. So much of modern life has a handy home delivery option. Why not your education? Maybe you'll start your degree in the same space you share with your whānau, or from that corner of the spare room that catches the most sun. Start your new what at the place where where can be anywhere, online or on campus. Massey, New Zealand's leading online university. Apply now at massey.ac.nz.
This is the University of Waikato, where every day people are making a positive change. Where research helps tackle global challenges and elite athletes can compete at the top of their game. A place where people are given the tools to protect their whenua for future generations. Where talent is nurtured and excellence is celebrated. It's a place where industry, innovation and education converge, and where moments are shared with loved ones. It's a place where teaching and learning has no borders, and people of all races and cultures work together as one. Our people, our future. Positive change starts here.
This is a big moment for the University of Otago.
The next chapter in our story.
Firsts have always been a part of us.
Our pioneering, forward-thinking spirit has brought us here.
I te ao kohatu, ki te ao hurihuri. It founded the first university in New Zealand.
The first medical school.
The first to teach law.
With world-class spaces.
And world-leading initiatives.
I te tai timu, ki te tai pari.
This is a place of many peoples.
Of many voices.
Of many aspirations.
Of many firsts.
University of Otago.
Ōtākau whakaihu waka.
A place of many firsts.
We're here to find our futures in the city of influence and opportunity, to make discoveries and create change. At Te Heranga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington, your next steps are on your doorstep.
FISU, World of University Sport.
Only one New Zealand university is ranked among the top 1% of universities in the world and in the top 40 universities under 50 years of age. Auckland University of Technology, New Zealand's leading modern university. Home to world-class academics, called on for their research expertise here and all over the world, making AUT the New Zealand leader in global research impact. Connected to an extraordinary range of organisations worldwide. Focused on a rapidly changing future where creativity, curiosity and collaboration will only become more vital. We inspire, nurture and find the greatness in every single one of our students. We are AUT, New Zealand's leading modern university.
At Lincoln, we seek to ensure that future generations can grow and thrive. That means providing a world-class learning environment to grow fresh solutions to real-world problems, including using the world's resources wisely and sustainably. Come to Lincoln University, a place to grow.
My world is my storytelling. My world is diverse. Our world.
My world is astrophysics. It's always been a dream of mine.
I don't know what my career pathway will be.
I approach architecture from the point of view of my culture.
I want to contribute to my people.
It's a way I can give back. I want to change the perception of engineers.
I want to take my tohu home when I graduate.
Right now, it's about me.
And this is my chapter.
Imagine getting your foot in the door to your dream career in the sport industry. As you represent your uni, building lasting friendships, connecting at national and global events, connecting with peers and mentors who help connect you to your future. Make this happen with UTS NZ.
I've definitely made some really personal relationships and friendships through volunteering. It makes you always feel like you're part of the team.
In the sporting industry, it's so hard to gain connections, but volunteering through University and Tertiary Sport New Zealand, you're sitting at a table with people with over 20 years experience. I learned through hands-on experience in my marketing internship, skills that I could apply into the internship that I got at Foodstuffs.
If you're ready to connect your skills, goals and experiences,
join our team!
Join our team!
Join our team.
Because you can build your confidence.
It can take you from an application form to the other side of the world.
Click the link in the description to connect with UTS NZ.
Belief. The emotion that stirs your body into motion. One small drop contains the power of the oceans. And yes, with all this chaos and commotion, you'd be forgiven for thinking, what's my personal motivation? The new normal's so abnormal that now normal's an abstraction. What happened to civilization? This world is a distraction. But still, belief will never fail to cause a chemical reaction, fizzing up your synapses with purpose and possibilities to put into practice. Yet those ones. And so you pause, breathe, and say, what do I want to do for me? The future me. The one who needs me to believe that I can make a difference unequivocally, in whichever way I deem. Even if that's flipping me into we. You see, that really is living the dream. So yeah, it's a pretty simple plan. Believe you can.
We're here to build experiences, to create and explore in the heart of the capital. At Te Herenga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington, living and learning are one, and the city is your campus.
Do you want to study with world leaders in future thinking? New Zealand has been ranked the #1 English-speaking country for preparing students for the future, and all of our universities are in the top 3% in the world. Start your journey to a high-quality New Zealand education by choosing a recognised study option available in your country. Take the first step towards your New Zealand education now, because the world needs new.
We believe where you live shouldn't decide your destiny, and that any place can be a place of learning. So much of modern life has a handy home delivery option. Why not your education? Maybe you'll start your degree in the same space you share with your whānau, or from that corner of the spare room that catches the most sun. Start your new what at the place where can be anywhere, online or on campus. Massey, New Zealand's leading online university. Apply now at massey.ac.nz.
This is the University of Waikato, where every day people are making a positive change. Where research helps tackle global challenges and elite athletes can compete at the top of their game. A place where people are given the tools to protect their whenua for future generations. Where talent is nurtured and excellence is celebrated. It's a place where industry, innovation and education converge, and where moments are shared with loved ones. It's a place where teaching and learning has no borders, and people of all races and cultures work together as one. Our people, our future. Positive change starts here.
This is a big moment for the University of Otago.
The next chapter in our story.
Firsts have always been a part of us.
Our pioneering forward-thinking spirit has brought us here.
I te ao kōhatu, ki te ao hurihuri. It founded the first university in New Zealand.
The first medical school.
The first to teach law.
With world-class spaces.
And world-leading initiatives.
I te tai timu, ki te tai pari.
This is a place of many peoples.
Of many voices.
Of many aspirations.
Of many firsts.
University of Otago.
Otako whakaihuaka.
A place of many firsts. We're here to find our futures in the city of influence and opportunity, to make discoveries and create change. At Te Heranga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington, your next steps are on your doorstep.
FISU, World of University Sport.
Only one New Zealand university is ranked among the top 1% of universities in the world and in the top 40 universities under 50 years of age. Auckland University of Technology, New Zealand's leading modern university. Home to world-class academics, called on for their research expertise here and all over the world, making AUT the New Zealand leader in global research impact. Connected to an extraordinary range of organisations worldwide. Focused on a rapidly changing future where creativity, curiosity and collaboration will only become more vital. We inspire, nurture and find the greatness in every single one of our students. We are AUT, New Zealand's leading modern university.
At Lincoln, we seek to ensure that future generations can grow and thrive. That means providing a world-class learning environment to grow fresh solutions to real-world problems, including using the world's resources wisely and sustainably. Come to Lincoln University, a place to grow.
My world is my storytelling. My world is diverse. Our world.
My world is astrophysics. It's always been a dream of mine.
Just a
I don't know what my career pathway will be.
I approach architecture from the point of view of my culture.
I want to contribute to my people.
It's a way I can give back. I want to change the perception of engineers.
I want to take my tohu home when I graduate.
Right now, it's about me.
And this is my chapter.
Imagine getting your foot in the door to your dream career in the sport industry. As you represent your uni, building lasting friendships, connecting at national and global events, connecting with peers and mentors who help connect you to your future. Make this happen with UTS NZ.
I've definitely made some really personal relationships and friendships through volunteering. It makes you always feel like you're part of the team.
In the sporting industry, it's so hard to gain connections, but volunteering through University and Tertiary Sport New Zealand, you're sitting at a table with people with over 20 years experience. I learned through hands-on experience in my marketing internship, skills that I could apply into the internship that I got at Foodstuffs.
If you're ready to connect your skills, goals, and experiences,
join our team!
Join our team.
Join our team.
Because you can build your confidence.
It can take you from an application form to the other side of the world.
Click the link in the description to connect with UTS NZ.
Belief, the emotion that stirs your body into motion. One small drop contains the power of the oceans. And yes, with all this chaos and commotion, you'd be forgiven for thinking, what's my personal motivation? The new normal's so abnormal that now normal's an abstraction. What happened to civilization? This world is a distraction. But still, belief will never fail to cause a chemical reaction, fizzing up your synapses with purpose and possibilities to put into practice. Yet those ones. And so you pause, breathe, and say, what do I want to do for me? The future me. The one who needs me to believe that I can make a difference unequivocally, in whichever way I deem. Even if that's flipping me into we. You see, that really is living the dream. So yeah, it's a pretty simple plan. Believe you can.
We're here to build experiences, to create and explore in the heart of the capital. At Te Herenga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington, living and learning are one, and the city is your campus.
Do you want to study with world leaders in future thinking? New Zealand has been ranked the #1 English-speaking country for preparing students for the future, and all of our universities are in the top 3% in the world. Start your journey to a high-quality New Zealand education by choosing a recognised study option available in your country. Take the first step towards your New Zealand education now, because the world needs new.
We believe where you live shouldn't decide your destiny, and that any place can be a place of learning. So much of modern life has a handy home delivery option. Why not your education? Maybe you'll start your degree in the same space you share with your whānau, or from that corner of the spare room that catches the most sun. Start your new what at the place where can be anywhere, online or on campus. Massey, New Zealand's leading online university. Apply now at massey.ac.nz.
This is the University of Waikato, where every day people are making a positive change. Where research helps tackle global challenges and elite athletes can compete at the top of their game. A place where people are given the tools to protect their whenua for future generations. Where talent is nurtured and excellence is celebrated. It's a place where industry, innovation and education converge, and where moments are shared with loved ones. It's a place where teaching and learning has no borders, and people of all races and cultures work together as one. Our people, our future. Positive change starts here.
This is a big moment for the University of Otago.
The next chapter in our story.
Firsts have always been a part of us.
Our pioneering, forward-thinking spirit has brought us here.
I te ao kohatu, ki te ao hurihuri. It founded the first university in New Zealand.
The first medical school.
The first to teach law.
With world-class spaces.
And world-leading initiatives.
I te tai timu, ki te tai pari.
This is a place of many peoples.
Of many voices.
Of many aspirations.
Of many firsts.
University of Otago. Otako whakaihuaka.
A place of many firsts. We're here to find our futures in the city of influence and opportunity, to make discoveries and create change. At Te Heranga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington, your next steps are on your doorstep.
FISU, World of University Sport.
Only one New Zealand university is ranked among the top 1% of universities in the world and in the top 40 universities under 50 years of age. Auckland University of Technology, New Zealand's leading modern university. Home to world-class academics, called on for their research expertise here and all over the world, making AUT the New Zealand leader in global research impact. Connected to an extraordinary range of organisations worldwide. Focused on a rapidly changing future where creativity, curiosity and collaboration will only become more vital. We inspire, nurture and find the greatness in every single one of our students. We are AUT, New Zealand's leading modern university.
At Lincoln, we seek to ensure that future generations can grow and thrive. That means providing a world-class learning environment to grow fresh solutions to real-world problems, including using the world's resources wisely and sustainably. Come to Lincoln University, a place to grow.
My world is my storytelling. My world is diverse. Our world.
My world is astrophysics. It's always been a dream of mine.
I don't know what my career pathway will be.
I approach architecture from the point of view of my culture.
I want to contribute to my people.
It's a way I can give back. I want to change the perception of engineers.
I want to take my tohu home when I graduate.
Right now, it's about me.
And this is my chapter.
Imagine getting your foot in the door to your dream career in the sport industry. As you represent your uni, building lasting friendships, connecting at national and global events, connecting with peers and mentors who help connect you to your future. Make this happen with UTS NZ.
I've definitely made some really personal relationships and friendships through volunteering. It makes you always feel like you're part of the team.
In the sporting industry, it's so hard to gain connections, but volunteering through University and Tertiary Sport New Zealand, you're sitting at a table with people with over 20 years experience. I learned through hands-on experience in my marketing internship, skills that I could apply into the internship that I got at Foodstuffs.
If you're ready to connect your skills, goals, and experiences,
join our team!
Join our team.
Join our team.
Because you can build your confidence.
It can take you from an application form to the other side of the world.
Click the link in the description to connect with UTS NZ.
Belief, the emotion that stirs your body into motion. One small drop contains the power of the oceans. And yes, with all this chaos and commotion, you'd be forgiven for thinking, what's my personal motivation? The new normal's so abnormal that now normal's an abstraction. What happened to civilization? This world is a distraction. But still, belief will never fail to cause a chemical reaction, fizzing up your synapses with purpose and possibilities to put into practice. Yet those ones. And so you pause, breathe, and say, what do I want to do for me? The future me. The one who needs me to believe that I can make a difference unequivocally, in whichever way I deem. Even if that's flipping me into we. You see, that really is living the dream. So yeah, it's a pretty simple plan. Believe you can.
We're here to build experiences, to create and explore in the heart of the capital. At Te Herenga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington, living and learning are one, and the city is your campus.
Do you want to study with world leaders in future thinking? New Zealand has been ranked the #1 English-speaking country for preparing students for the future, and all of our universities are in the top 3% in the world. Start your journey to a high-quality New Zealand education by choosing a recognised study option available in your country. Take the first step towards your New Zealand education now, because the world needs new.
We believe where you live shouldn't decide your destiny, and that any place can be a place of learning. So much of modern life has a handy home delivery option. Why not your education? Maybe you'll start your degree in the same space you share with your whānau, or from that corner of the spare room that catches the most sun. Start your new what at the place where can be anywhere, online or on campus. Massey, New Zealand's leading online university. Apply now at massey.ac.nz.
left some tips for you in that last game. Yeah, great.
Welcome back to the New Zealand Tertiary Ultimate Championship 2024. Got a very important game coming up right now against University of Canterbury versus the University of Otago. This will decide essentially who will top Pool A, and then that will decide the semi-final matchups for tomorrow.
Yeah, massive shout out to UTS-NZ, New Zealand Ultimate, and the University of Canterbury Ultimate Club for hosting this massive event for us and putting together this awesome live stream. So, yeah, like Goose mentioned, this is a big game. We're still in pool play, but this is pretty much the decider of who's going to top Pool A. Obviously, higher position finish in the pool means you get an easier bracket play, and I'm sure neither of these teams will be wanting to play against Flood in the semis if they can avoid it. Flood, obviously, very strong team, just came off of a 13-2 win against AUT, host on this live stream, after two very convincing wins against Victoria of University of Wellington. I believe that was 13-1. And University of Canterbury Iguanas, which was 13-0. So only conceding 3 points in their first 3 games. I'm sure neither of these teams here will be wanting to play against them if they can avoid it. Both of these teams have had very convincing starts to the tournament so far. 2 games each, 2 wins each, and only one team is going to come away from this with a perfect record going into the bracket play. First pool should be going up at 2:30, so that's 2 minutes away.
University of Canterbury Badgers coming into this one with a big win over UC Pythons, and also taking the win in the game previous against a UUC Flow. Didn't get a chance to watch that one, unfortunately, being here in the commentary box, but I did hear that they did struggle from time to time, the Badgers did. Just going through their warm-ups at the moment. Honey Badgers working on a deep drill. University of Otago playing some half field. Would appear Tavish. University of Otago found the bleach bottle last night.
Indeed. Clearly impartial to a shocking haircut. Potentially a throwback to their 2022 hairstyles. All of the boys bleaching their hair and dyeing a arrow into their hair to be like Avatar. Questionable, if you ask me, but
it's certainly a look.
For sure it is. Bit of camaraderie. Clearly a tightly knit squad coming out here from Otago Toroa. Before we get into the game, I guess the big difference looking at these two squads is the size. Otago obviously opting for a much shorter roster. I believe only 8 of each gender, whereas Honey Badgers coming out with, I think, 10 guys, 11 girls. Correct me if I'm wrong. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays into the game. Otago will definitely be wanting to conserve energy, so I wouldn't be surprised to see some zone coming out from them. And probably also a lot of crossing over between the lines. Unsure what their setup is with O&D lines, but yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of crossover. Badgers, I know, do have their lines, but they've got some strong players on each line, so probably won't be too impartial to a bit of crossing over in big points either.
Number of their squads having people who have previously represented New Zealand in both the U20 and U24, and including on Otago and Canterbury for that matter, players who have just recently returned from the Gold Coast from the World Ultimate Championships.
Yeah. Hugo Swinson, currently with the disc, will be looking to pull. He's just finished his campaign with New Zealand Taniwha, the open men's squad. They just went to the Gold Coast, joined by Ollie Taylor over there with the University of Canterbury, both of them playing on that men's team. And of course, Graydon playing on that New Zealand mixed team as well. So a lot of really strong players out on this field. Looks to be Otago coming out on defense. Like I said, Hugo looking to put that pull up. Obviously, Canterbury on offense. Looking to put a really strong line out here for the first point. Harrison Leach, Ellen Sanders, Finn McKenzie, Zara Bowen, Ollie Taylor, Jack Lewis, and Ocean Samad. And over for Otago, we have Hugo Swinson, Max Benter-Lynch, Josh Cooper. Can't quite see the number on that woman, Becky Farr, and Lily Bell, and Miles Hutchinson. Huge pull to start the game. Goes right into the back of the end zone. Jack Lewis to field to Zara Bowen, just on this near side. Looking like a side stack play from Canterbury, flooding the field. Ollie Taylor to Finn McKenzie, but a pick is called. Josh Cooper just getting caught up, blocked by that other Otago defender, but it looks like the disc is going to stay in Finn McKenzie's hands on that far sideline.
Really aggressive start from the Honey Badgers here, coming out on that side stack.
Really nice floaty swing from Finn McKenzie to Zara Bowen. Does well to field that. Disc is with Ollie Taylor, swings to Zara Bowen.
Super strong matchup here between Zara Bowen and Tessa Swinson as well.
Oh, the disc just goes over the hands of Harrison Leach from Ellen Sanders. Hugo with the disc on the near sideline. Throws a huge flick huck. Fielded by Josh Cooper to start the game with a break for Otago. Disc fading just towards that far sideline, in the wind direction, causing that to be a low side. So the disc just floating over the head of Finn McKenzie. Unlucky with the read there. Disc just going right over his head, which is a really difficult angle for him to follow that disc on.
Otago certainly looking strong here to start with. Champions from the previous year, I believe, Tavish.
Yeah, that's right. And also in the final previous year before that. So they've definitely had a lot of continuation throughout the squad. Really strong team. Not really any weak links on this team. So definitely looking to share the load around.
Otago coming down here on defense shortly. Went with match to start with. Maybe they've made an adjustment. We'll see if the Honey Badgers are going to stick with that side stack play.
On the line for Otago, we've got Tessa Swinson, Hugo Swinson, brother and sister there, Miles Hutchinson, Josh Cooper. A bit of a shorter pull this time, but Zara Fields just around the brick mark to Ollie Taylor, who puts up a huge huck. Disc is floating. Mackenzie's under it. And a huge grab out of Finn Mackenzie. Reaches over the head of Josh Cooper. And that is exactly the way that Canterbury will want to reply to that first point out of Otago. 1-1.
Yes, Badgers really well there. Good aggressive play. Certainly they looked very much hyped up from that.
Ollie Taylor known for his completely dominant cutting downfield, but just goes to show he's not too scared to put up the big shots. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's a pattern that we see emerging. Looking for players like Finn, Mackenzie in the deep space. Mackenzie staying on the field, joined by Zara, Bowen, Ellen Sanders, Sarah Valentine. We got Kieran Hawthorne, Morgan O'Hara. Usually an offensive stalwart for most of the teams that he plays for, but he's been moved over to the D-line this time. Potentially just for some safe hands after the turn. We've got some hands up, signaling readiness. Big pull out of Ellen Sanders. Just catches a win and looks like it's just going to land out of bounds.
A little unfortunate there. We'll see if Canterbury play in their favoured junk defence, although it's looking like it's going to be a match defence here. Sarah Valentine with her work cut out. Marking Tessa here, his first cut.
Tessa goes under and immediately switches to a deep cut. Brent Douglas puts up a massive flick bomb. And a really, really similar grab there out of Tessa Swinson. Just reaches right over the top of the Canterbury defender there. First 3 points, a lot of big shots going up out of both teams. Potentially a pattern that we're going to see going further into this game. Game before, we saw a lot of zone defense out of Otago University of Technology and AUUC Flood, which kind of, stifles deep shots a little bit, but these first couple points really show that these teams are not scared of putting up the big shots, trusting their receivers for sure.
Yeah, looking like a really good game. Thank you all for joining us on this one. If you've got any questions for us, feel free to put them in the chat. Let's keep them appropriate, and we'll do our best to answer those questions. But super strong game, as expected from both of these teams. Not afraid to use all of their skill. Be really interesting if a team switches to zone or maybe a junk defense to have us just to slow down some of that big ball that we've been seeing so far. It is slightly tricky. There is a big high side, low side wind at the moment.
Yeah, I think the wind has definitely picked up a little bit since the past game that we just had. Also, temperatures seem to be dropping a little bit as well, so we'll see a lot of cold players on the sideline. Swinson just opting for a flick roller pull out in that far sideline, potentially looking to trap on the sideline.
I'd say that's definitely the plan, and a good plan at that.
Lewis on the sideline, moving that mark around. Takes a conservative reset, back to Harrison Leach, moves it to Ethan Craddock. Back to Harrison Leach, up to Lewis, who throws a nice flick. To Ollie Taylor, who throws an enormous backhand cross field to Ocean Samad, who's on the end zone line. Looking to get a reset to Zara Bowen. To Ollie Taylor, who drops it on the right on the end zone line.
Unfortunate there for the Badgers. Certainly look to be applying a fair bit of pressure here at the moment. I think it's only a matter of time until Hugo looks for a deep hit out of here. They look like they're pressured quite a lot.
Cooper streaking deep, but the Otago handlers opting for a
There it
conservative reset. Swinson picks it up. Craddock under the disc. And a clean D. But it looks like an injury called. Craddock just limping. That's no good. He's walking off. Hope he's all right. O'Hara subbing in, which is a massive boost for this offense. Looks like Otago opting to keep everyone on the field. Players tapped in with Lewis picking the disc up on the UC end zone line.
Otago changing now to match defense. They've gone away from their zone.
A bit of confusion. I think there's a call been made. But
yeah, question's probably going to be, when did that call get made?
the throw goes up regardless, so it'll be interesting to see whether the players decide if the call affected the play there. Disc was out a solid 10, 20 yards in front of the UC receiver and Ollie Taylor, but still discussion going on around whether the call affected play.
Sorry if it sounds like we're not quite sure what's going on. We've got about 13 or 14 people directly in front of us, blocking our view from the sideline, making our lives a little difficult. Try to bring the call to you as best as we can.
Discussions have been going on for a wee while now, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a contest go up and just come back.
Badgers keen to probably hold on to possession here, but I feel that pick call was probably, assuming that's what they're talking about, again, vision's a little bit blocked here, and
it looks
not
like
a great deal of hand signals either.
Disc will be coming back. I think UC probably a little bit lucky with the result of that call.
Yeah, I would say so.
Disc coming in on one, it looks like. O'Hara on the far sideline. Looks like a backhand force put on by Miles Hutchinson.
Good matchup between the former teammates, Ollie Taylor and Hugo Swinson.
Lewis gets the reset from O'Hara to Leach, to Taylor, to Lewis. The guy's really running this offense for UC at the moment. Leach puts up a massive flick to Samad, who bubbles the disc, but okay, no call. Disc turns, Swinson to bring it in.
Honey Badger's looking pretty confident under that match scenario there. Certainly moving the disc around the reset space with ease. A question of whether or not they can get a little bit more separation coming from their players in the downfield.
Looks like a zipper play coming out of Otago off the turn. Nothing comes of it. Swinson finds Cooper on the near sideline, who bounces it right back to Swinson. Benta Lynch receives in the middle of the field. Looks back to Swinson, who puts up another massive flick bomb, and Lewis does well to get the block.
Badger's doing a great job of pressuring up that player in the deep. Be gaining a lot of confidence from that, no doubt.
Yeah, and it's a really, really comfortable reset. O'Hara getting the disc on the close sideline, finds Bowen. who gets Ollie Taylor on a gainer on the near sideline, who puts up a huge arcing backhand and finds Samad in the back corner of the end zone. It's visionary from Ollie Taylor. Again,
Great look there. Perfect execution of using that high sideline, using that wind to the advantage. Badgers hype about that. They're taking a timeout.
and again, Taylor showing that he's not afraid to put up these big shots. Disc floated really, really nicely there for the Canterbury receiver, Ocean Samad. Does well to read the disc. Again, wind's picking up, so wouldn't be surprised to see a lot more bobbling of the disc. Potentially some cold drops coming in. So she does really well there.
This game certainly proving to be very competitive. These points could be a little bit shorter, admittedly, but both teams playing well. Maybe an argument to say that as these points continue, these sort of slightly longer points, that maybe the larger roster of the Honey Badgers might come into play. It might benefit them. Certainly the University of Otago looking like a very athletic bunch, regardless.
Otago's still up one break, so Canterbury will definitely be looking to put a lot of pressure on them this point. On serve, 2-all. I think it's a matter of time until we see some zone come out from one of these teams. Again, wind picking up, so the over-the-top shots getting less reliable.
Yeah, I was just thinking that myself. You know, the Badgers are sort of will be playing downwind here. In the earlier games, they certainly went with a lot of junk zone and could well be setting up for that right now. Otago certainly looking like they're putting a strong line out there.
Leishman with the disc, known for his incredible pulls, will be looking to get it deep within that Otago end zone. Disc flips over, starts to catch the wind, and that's gone directly out. I think both teams will be looking to make these pulls land in, I would hope.
I would hope so too. So probably better going with a roller there, getting that distance. They're certainly giving up a lot of territory with these at the moment.
Otago switching it up, looking like they're going with a horizontal stack at this point, with Shimon, Graydon, and Helena in the backfield. Pressured reset by Finn McKenzie on Graydon. And Graydon puts up a massive backhand huck, but it looks like it was tipped by the mark. But it's fielded regardless by number 70, Rose Ursum.
Risky play there by Otago. Obviously backing themselves. I'd like to think that they could probably achieve that slightly cleaner.
And again, with that win, making these catches pretty challenging. We saw that disc bobble as number 70, Ursum, caught it. She does really well to stay calm under pressure and field that huck. But it's really a matter of time until we see a drop, uncontested. Matter of fact, Taylor with a drop on the end zone line, a couple points prior. So Canterbury with Lewis, Sanders, Lewis. So there's another sibling pairing there. Samad, Bowen, Taylor, and Mackenzie on the line. This pull landing inbounds, so maybe Canterbury can take some pointers there. Allen opting to just stop the roll rather than field the disc in favour of Lewis to get that. Throws a really nice low release flick through to Samad around the brick mark, who looks to reset to Bowen, who just throws it just in front of Sanders for the turn. Swinson picking up, looking to swing immediately, followed by yet another swing towards the near sideline. Number 13.
Otago looking pretty comfortable in and around that reset space at the moment. University of Canterbury need to put probably a lot more pressure on those players there. Just moving it really nicely. Otago in the red zone now.
Very, very calm offense in the backfield from Otago here. Benta Lynch with the disc in the near corner. Resets to Swinson. Gives the nod to find Swinson in the near corner. That's the sibling connection right there. 4-2 Otago. That's 2 breaks for them now.
Yeah, tale of two teams really on that point. We saw the Honey Badgers going into the win there. Let's get a little bit rattled, a little bit congested in and around that handler space. And unfortunately, they lost a little bit of timing there, leading to a turnover. Conversely, Otago looking extremely confident. Just swinging the disc, resetting. Not under much pressure at all. That's probably something that's going to need to change in this match. The University of Canterbury Honey Badgers want to keep it close.
Some new faces on this Honey Badgers line. Most likely a couple of D-line players moved over just to see if they can stop this Otago break train. O'Hara, DeServille, Lewis, Samad, Mackenzie, Krieger, and Valentine on the line there for UC. Pull coming up. Fielded by Lewis, centered to O'Hara. And there we go, there's the first zone of the game. It's just a matter of time. But of all the players you want playing against the zone, Lewis and O'Hara would be my picks.
Badgers doing a good job to keep that disc up and around the high side. Otago did do a zone earlier. Not of this formation, however.
The over-the-top option from O'Hara finds DeServille with the disc. And really unlucky there, just a miscommunication between DeServille. Timeout called by Swinson.
Otago understanding it. How important this one will be. If they can get the break this point.
Yeah, another break here puts Canterbury in a really awkward spot. They definitely do not want to be in. Already up 2 breaks. Don't want to go down another one.
This a game to 13 with half at 7. If Otago put this in, the score would be 5-2. Very strong position. Otago looking pretty strong now. A lot of hype, a lot of good vibes.
See what Swinson can call up for his team here. Picking up the disc just on the near sideline, around halfway. Wouldn't be surprised to see a deep option come up here, given how confident they've been so far with those. So we'll see how Canterbury can counter that with their defensive choices. This is a really, really deep stack out of Otago here. Players pushed all the way into the end zone despite the fact that the disc is only around halfway. What it does do is it leaves a lot of space for Cooper to have a lot of freedom with his cutting here. Marked by McKenzie.
Definitely looking to say potentially run a dominator out of here, but no, it does look like the whole team is getting in on the action.
Pierre Lilly resets to Swinson. Throws a brilliant inside to Cooper, who then throws another inside, finds Swinson in the end zone, and that's 6 for Otago.
Get the feeling we might be saying Swinson a lot this match.
Yep. Both of them such dominant players in their own regards. Swinson often found in the backfield, particularly in his recent campaign with Taniwha over in the Gold Coast. The younger sister, Tessa, however, generally a deep receiver. I think that's 3 on the board for Tessa already. So definitely one to keep an eye on for the rest of this game.
Yeah. As mentioned previously, Otago in a really strong position here. Hopefully the Badgers can come up with a little bit of an answer to the pressure that they're under. Could be some time to strengthen some lines. Like we said at the start of this game, this has a big bearing on the semi-final matchups.
Apologies, it's 5-2, not 6-2 as I previously mentioned. But indeed, this is really a must-win for both of these teams. So far, it looks like Otago just wants a little bit more. Really towering pull from Otago, fielded by Harrison Leach. Finds Bowen, and we've got more zone.
3-3-1 by the looks of it.
Again, looking to trap on that far sideline. Really make Canterbury look for those difficult resets. Leach throws huge flick around to Bowen, who just grabs it laying out and dropped by Leach. And it's 6. Otago really fired up here. This is exactly how they wanted to start the game. Really looking convincing out there.
Yeah, great execution of that zone by them. Really sort of inviting a short, fast pass, and then alternatively that big swing that we saw from Leach up to Bowen. Honey Badgers here need to do some work on their zone offense. Probably drag maybe an additional player back to help out, help swing the disc. Much like our last game too, with both teams, Flood and AUT, not being able to sort of quite get that next pass from their handlers into the middle of the field.
Yeah, just a bit of a disconnection between the downfield and the backfield.
It's certainly becoming a theme
Bowen did really well to field that swing from Leach, but just a bit of a lack of focus potentially to get that disc back from her. But that's a really strong line coming out from Canterbury to see if they can hold off this flurry of scores from Otago. Pull goes up from Swinson. Really nice pull, landing around the end zone. Bowen fields in the far corner. Apologies, cannot see anything at the moment. O'Hara doing really well, squirreling around in that backfield with Leach.
Otago dropping into that 3-3-1 zone. Morgan Harrison doing a great job. Moving that disc in that space.
Lewis and Leach trading passes, doing really well to get through that cup formed by the Otago defenders. Bounces the disc back to O'Hara. It looks for Bowen, but wants something downfield. Opts for the gainer for Lewis. Stuck on the sideline, who launches an enormous hammer to Taylor. And that's 3 for Canterbury.
Great work there from that Honey Badgers offense. Can't help but think, Tavish, maybe that should have been the line maybe on the previous point.
Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised to see some stacked lines out here from Canterbury. But that's a good way to reply. Let's just see if they can get these breaks coming.
Canterbury desperately needing a break here prior to halftime. Be interesting to see if they finally go to their favoured sort of junk defence. Certainly stop those deep throws that Otago have been putting up previously.
Sidelines are looking a lot more packed for this game. Obviously, Canterbury, the home side for this tournament, hosted at the university grounds. So a lot of familiar faces on the sideline. And a lot of flood players as well, potentially scoping out the opposition, likely to play one or both of these teams tomorrow. So any additional intel will be advantageous. 6-3, Canterbury on defense. Hand goes up. Sanders launches the pull. Floats really nicely, fielded by the Otago handler, Callum Shimon.
Back into it now. It looks like the Badgers have gone with a junkie style defense up and around those handlers. See if it pays dividends for them.
Appears to be a bit of a miscommunication, but Stephen Leishman with the run through D poaches off his player. Morgan O'Hara launching it for McKenzie. Just bounces off his fingertips as he reaches over the frame of Shimon there. Unlucky there from Canterbury. See how Otago reply. Shimon with the disc on the end zone. Finds Douglas on the near sideline, who launches up, massive backhand. And the wind just catching that.
Too big.
Sailing it over the head of...
Very interesting. Both teams almost looking like they're playing out there a little bit of huck and D potentially.
Could be nerves. A lot of energy out on the field. Both teams really want this. Potentially some rushed options going up. Regardless, O'Hara with the disc on his end zone. Finds McKenzie on the far sideline, marked by Callum Shimon. Disc just drops beneath the hands of the receiver. Douglas centers to Shimon, who finds Svetanovic, I believe. Apologies if that's completely butchered there, but she finds Swinson on the far sideline. Looks for Shimon, can't find him. Back to Svitanovic, who bobbles the disc, but collects.
Right on the red zone here.
Looks for Swinson.
No surprise.
Who gets it up line for her 4th point?
Gee, at least.
Something like that.
Well played. Badgers.
Some good signs there from Badgers.
Yeah, getting some turns, but just rushing. The story seems to be they're just rushing their offense at the moment. Maybe lacking just a little bit of confidence here. Has this game changed? 7-3. I would have thought there would have been half time. Both teams still on the line.
Potentially a difference.
It's pool play, right?
Yeah. Of course, there's only 4 teams in this pool, so potentially this game will be going to 15.
Oh, could be it. Wind switching to a more upwind, downwind scenario at the moment. Otago looking to throw the pull into the wind.
Yeah, and that's a really nice pull from Swinson. Disc hangs, floats, gives time for his defenders to catch up. And that's really impressive. Throws up the pull and marks the player who catches it. So that's a really good work from Swinson. But we've got Lewis streaking deep. Craddock finds him. And that looks really good from Canterbury.
It did. Set play. Horizontal stack there. Strong movement.
Lewis starting the point off as a handler and ending the point scoring the disc in the end zone. So
Otago be wondering maybe they should have played zone there potentially. Honey Badger's starting to look a lot better in that match defense setting.
yeah, I think the presence of the wind is really makes those offenses struggle against the zone here. It's definitely a low side, high side going on. So I wouldn't be surprised to see second half a lot more zone come out. Potentially some rolled pulls and some sideline traps. Saw a lot of that in the game prior, working to the benefit of AUC Flood. We'll probably be planning to use that against these teams tomorrow, provided that the wind keeps up. Looks like the sun's poking through the clouds a little bit so that the field's warming up. Still windy though.
Big test here for the Honey Badgers. Still really needing a break.
There's a really strong line coming up from the Badgers. We've got O'Hara, Bowen, McKenzie, Sanders, Taylor, Valentine, and Leishman. And like we just talked about, rolled pull. Swinson 2 steps ahead, stops it from going out. But still a sideline trap. Swinson puts up the big flick. Leishman's right under that, ready to make the block. Canterbury with a break chance here, which they desperately need to get back in this game.
Very clever from Badgers there, putting Otago under that sideline trap. But that's only one half of the battle. They really need to go forward and score this point.
Morgan finds Bowen with the gainer in the middle of the field, who finds McKenzie not too far from the end zone, so might look in. Oh, but there's a turn. Swinson finds Graydon, who launches a flick. Too many wheat bix this morning from Graydon. Flick sails out the back of the end zone under the posts. Right option, wrong execution there. Another chance at a break here for Canterbury. O'Hara walks the disc up to the front of the end zone. With Sanders as the reset. Leishman, front of the stack. Taylor cutting, but finds Leishman, who launches a flick for McKenzie. Chasing the disc. It's floating. And the disc finds McKenzie, and he shows it to Swinson. And it signals as a goal, and the butt spike from McKenzie. What a way for Canterbury to pull a point back. Get some momentum going.
That deep game is looking really strong from the Badgers. They should stick with it, in my opinion.
I mean, he's just such a dominant deep threat, McKenzie. He's got the speed. He's got the height, the wingspan. Reminds me a little bit of Owen Sun. Obviously featured in the game before. Where is he? Can't see him.
This game, score now 7-5. It's getting a lot closer.
Yeah, I mean,
some calls of the break train. I think it's probably a little bit too early for that. It's good to ask for it. But whether or not it'll happen, we'll have to wait and see. Otago offense into the wind for this point. We'd love to tell you who's on the field, but we no longer have 13 people in front of us. We have about 25.
Massive pull from Sanders, manages to keep it in the field this time. Svetanovic elects to not catch the pull, let it roll instead with Hammond on the mark. I believe it's her first season of Ultimate. At the
big matchup here for Sarah Valentine against the lead scorer, Tessa Swinson.
Incredible grab from
Sorry,
Swinson.
That's not Sarah Valentine, I apologise.
Marked by Lewis, teammates at Under-20 Worlds earlier this year. Graydon on the near sideline, looking for a backhand towards Svetanovic, who catches it in, I think. Can't see. Yes.
Certainly celebrating. I think that's a goal.
The celebrations are strong here from Otago, and I believe that's half. Otago 8, Canterbury 5. Yeah, and that's a very, very strong first half showing out of Otago. Looked a little bit cagey there for Canterbury. I believe we were 6-2 earlier this half, so did well to get a couple of points back.
8-5 at half.
Game's not done.
No, most dangerous score in Ultimate, isn't it?
Believe so. Be interesting to see if there's any adjustments on defense or offense out of these two. Again, I think the zone was looking really strong from Otago. Yet to see a zone look from Canterbury, I believe.
We had that one late from the roller pool where they put that trap down on the low side there.
That's true.
And they got a one pass turn from that.
Indeed. If I was Canterbury coach, that's certainly an adjustment I'd be looking to make. Canterbury electing 3 coaches this year: Adam Munang, Adam Chung, and Tom Warden. All 3 of which are Canterbury alums. Warden featuring last year at the Tertiary Ultimate Champs in Wellington. Chung featuring the year before in 2022. And God knows when Menang played. Probably 10 years ago, about now.
I see your comment, Tim, in the live chat about implementing eligibility restrictions. Just want to clarify that a little bit more, and potentially we can have an answer for you.
Yeah, Callum Shimon was a surprise for me. He graduated earlier this year, so I thought he was out of contention, but he's elected to go back to university for an additional 2 years. So definitely a boost for the Otago team.
Otago getting in the refreshments. Honey Badgers, 2 chats going on. One with coaches and leadership, and another with the players there. Hopefully that's going to set us up for a banger of a second half. Join us then.
Welcome back, everyone. The second half of the 4th round of pool play. We've got University of Otago Toroa versus University of Canterbury Honey Badgers. 8-5 currently to Otago. Really big half out of them. Badgers struggled near the start of that half. I believe the score was 6-2 at one point. So we'll definitely be looking to come out strong here. Hopefully get a, well, I say hopefully, I'm not biased. Just for the sake of competitiveness, hopefully they get a couple points back on Otago near the start of this half.
Big halftime cheer there from the Honey Badgers.
Yeah, I think energy is definitely a key for them here. Can't let the heads get down. They're down by 3 here, but certainly need to keep their heads held high if they want to make a comeback in this game. I mean, you can see the difference in roster sizes. Otago currently have 2 players kneeling at the front of the end zone. Canterbury have about 15. So clearly everyone's engaged. Everyone's behind the players on the line. Looks like we're going to have Canterbury coming down on defense, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. Disc currently with Sanders. Look to put up a big pull.
Not getting any warmer at these fields. Hopefully teams are warmed
I think
up.
I'm good then, yeah. Yeah.
After half.
Just getting some clarification on pronunciation. All we have is the spelling, so no guidance on how to say the names. Doing our best in the booth.
A couple of Otago players coming to say hello, allowing us to have a look at some of the artistry that they've done on their melons. Someone's put a lot of time and attention into the back of Josh Cooper's head.
Big pull from Sanders to start the half, fielded by Shimon, who centers to, no, opts to not center, just floats, and Sanders is under it for an early turn. Be interesting to see what they choose to do here on offense. Zara Bowen at the front of the stack, but finds McKenzie under, puts up a flick to Bowen, who is in, or out, or in, or in. And it's a break to start. One throw turn from the Otago offense, and this is exactly what Canterbury needed. You can see how much that means to them.
Good break from the Badgers to start that, and then Sarah Bowen.
Yeah, that's just
in comfortably.
A brilliant throw from McKenzie. Floated out right in front of her. Made it as easy as possible for her to catch, which is exactly what you want from your thrower. 8-6. Quick break from Canterbury. Looking to put a strong team out there for defense. Leishman looks to be on the pull. Hopefully we'll get it in the field this time. Doesn't usually struggle with his pulls. Played a big role in the bright side defense on this most recent Opens season.
Otago coming out with a very strong line. Looking to score the, what is the slide upwind point here?
We've got Douglas, Swinson, Simmons, Shimon. Scott, Swinson, and Svetanovic on the field for Otago. And again, Leishman with the brick. It's not like him. Definitely will be looking to dial those in for the rest of this game.
Yeah. It's making it a little bit easy for Otago with that sort of outcome. I'm sure Honey Badgers would have liked to squeeze them up, put them under a little bit more pressure.
And we've got a zone finally from Badgers. McKenzie and Taylor with Krieger forming a cup. But Otago not really struggling with it so far. A travel call, very shrewd call from McKenzie. About 18 fakes out of Swinson before he opts for the open side dishy to Svetanovic.
Good from the Badgers here, just pushing low side, but just leaving too much space for a little pass off. But hey, it hasn't worked out for Otago. Turn opportunity here for the Honey Badgers.
Nice break to Leishman, who finds Bowen, who in turn puts up a big flick for Taylor, followed by 3 defenders, and he collects for 2 breaks in a row. Edge down spike from Taylor.
Huge. Great matchup between Zara Bowen and Tessa Swinson right now. Big, tight battle.
It's timeout called by Otago. Yeah, I mean, that Otago offense really not struggling to work the disc up. Made it look easy. Just taking open options. Just the last pass there from Swinson. Lacked a little bit of focus there potentially. You know, his team will be backing him to take the right option every day of the week, but just a bit of a miscue there. Zara Bowen gets the block.
Yeah, Otago looking a little rattled at the moment. Hopefully they can get some composure back in this timeout. Certainly turning out to be a very exciting game.
Really, really tightly matched so far. Canterbury will look to get this next break to make that 3 in a row, which would be an enormous start from them. Otago looking to weather the storm posed by the Canterbury defence here. Wind seems to be picking up slightly yet again, which may have affected the throw there from Swinson. He won't be happy with that. He knows he can do better. On the line for Otago, we've got Shimon, Scott, Cooper, Swinson, Sim, Svetanovic, and Hutchinson. Bit of a change of personnel. A lot of the same faces for Canterbury. Leishman manages to keep the pull inbounds this time. Scott fields to Shimon, to Svetanovic. Looks for Scott, can't find him.
Again, Honey Badgers in with the zone, pushing that low side.
Keeping it on the low side is the key to this zone for Canterbury, doing well to do that so far. McKenzie on the mark. Swings to Scott. Looking downfield. Wouldn't be surprised to see a big shot come up soon. For now, happy to just work it up, the three of them. Hutchinson with the disc. Puts up a big flick to Scott, to Cooper, who keeps it inbounds. Opts to not throw the up lane. Scott fields near the end zone. Cooper back to Scott. And that's a hold. 9-7 Otago.
Yeah. Very good vision for that big swing pass up to that high side. Managed to bait that deep defender coming in from the Honey Badgers. Leishman, I believe it was. Once that interception was unsuccessful, put Honey Badgers at a big disadvantage.
Yeah, a bit of a gamble there from Leishman. Potentially thought he could have made it in time for that block. Pulls out of the last second, which is probably the right choice given Cooper was under the disc, but it left two players downfield unmarked. So it's a tough choice for Leishman there. But once it was fielded by Cooper, it was just a matter of time until the point was scored. Really, really patient offense from Otago near the end zone.
Score is 9-7. I believe time cap at this game will hit at 3:45. About 17 minutes, so potentially safe to say that this game might go to time cap.
Lewis with the disc marked by Cooper. Opts for a flick to his sister Lewis. With an unlucky grab there. Disc just bounces out of her hand. Swinson. A lot of confusion around there whether that was up or down. Swinson sends it to Swinson, who finally
strong defense down there. Not the best pass, admittedly, but certainly the defensive pressure down there assisting with that turnover.
Leach with the disc. Breaks the mark to Lewis on the near sideline. Lewis surveying, directing his downfield, finds Kim. Looks for a reset, finds Lewis again up line.
Looking for Taylor there in the downfield.
Krieger on the sideline, looks for a reset, finds Lewis, who goes to Leach. Looks for the inside. Lewis giving Cooper fast feet, gets free for a reset, finds, doesn't find his sister on the far sideline. Unlucky there. Swinson will be bringing it in, far sideline. With Klimek as his reset, finds her. She looks to the break side, finds Swinson, I believe.
Strong argument here from the Honey Badgers that potentially post the turnover they actually set up in a zone, which they've been very, very good at in the latter stages of that first half.
Swinson marked by Craddock. Puts up a flick to find a sister yet again. What a game so far from the Swinson siblings. Putting up stats after stats after stats. 10-7. Back up by 3. Otago doing really well to weather that storm of breaks from Canterbury. Be interesting to see how Canterbury choose to play this. Taylor, McKenzie, Bowen, Lewis, Lawson. All 4 of those, except for Lawson, have already featured a lot in this game. Sanders joins them.
Getting to the point in this match, it's coming down to all or nothing for the Badgers, really.
Yeah, I think time is slowly running out for them. I believe we've got about half an hour left until soft cap, but Otago only at 10, so wouldn't be surprised if we do reach that time cap. More and more watchers on the sideline. This game's getting really exciting. Enormous pull from Swinson. Disc blades over and rolls out the back of the end zone.
Best pull that we've seen all day, I think.
Yeah, you might need to run some pulling lessons for some of these people out here.
Yeah, I think so. Putting them in Otago in a really strong position. Still looks like match defense with low side force.
Lewis trapped on that far sideline, finds Taylor underneath, who in turn finds McKenzie with a great grab. Struggling to find an option here. Throws a reset for Bowen. The disc just bounces off her hands. Otago have got a short field turn here. Can they convert? I cannot see anything at all. I believe Swinson with the disc, marked by Lawson. Swings to Cooper. Swinson wants it back. Cooper goes upline. Swinson can't find him. He's running out of time, still getting high. Finds Cooper for the reset.
Again, Otago just so comfortable just moving it around in this red zone space. And that's the score.
Yeah, that's really, really clinical there from Otago. Just patient, resetting the disc. Nothing is rushed there. Safe options.
Zara Bowen doing a fantastic job in that handler space, but the Honey Badgers just asking just that little bit too much. You know, that's twice now. He's been forced to lay out for a reset pass. Just need to tighten up that portion of their game.
Yeah, I mean, it was the right option there from McKenzie. I think a win just playing a little bit of a factor in that reset going haywire. But Bowen giving it a great effort, gets a hand to the disc, just can't quite collect it. 11-7. Otago up by one more than we were at half. Gives them a 4-point advantage. But definitely will be looking to keep this break train going. I think that's 2 in a row now, following their hold. Look to be calling matchups here, so we wouldn't be surprised to see some match coming out.
I think Otago's found their secret weapon to target the honey badgers in and around that handler space. Pressure up that reset.
On the line for this O point, we have O'Hara, Lewis, Sanders, Waller, Lewis, Leach, and Lawson. Another set of siblings here. We have Ty and Tia. Tia's first season of University Ultimate. O'Hara finds Lewis under, is looking for her older brother. And that's a point block from Swinson. What a game she's having so far. Swinson picks up, marked by Lewis. Looks for the reset. Waller under it. And a foul is called.
Crowd not happy.
Yeah, crowd not happy at all.
Crowd not happy.
I think the
stall out called. Uncontested stall out called as well. And then
point of contention here will be whether they think Benta Lynch had a bid on the disc regardless of the contact. From our vantage point, it looks like Waller went.
This is confusing me. So uncontested stall out call, that's a turn regardless. So even if
my
there
apologies,
was,
my apologies.
Even if there was contact there, it shouldn't really make a difference here. But again, there's
disc is coming back to Swinson. Okay, now I'm confused.
That's peculiar. Potentially the discussion and the hand signals not quite matching up there.
Swinson fired up after the assist there. See if we can get some clarification on what went on. Apologies. What went on with the call there? Getting some thumbs down from the sideline. Not a fan of that. But regardless, that's a really strong point from Otago there. Swinson firing up his teammates, wanting to close out this game.
What's the hand signal for fast count?
No clue.
No clue either. That's I can only assume that they called a fast count there. Uncontested fast count.
That might be it, yeah.
Meaning the disc went back to Swinson there after the discussion around that contact on the reset. But from our vantage point, or certainly from my vantage point, whilst there was contact, it didn't look like the Otago player was going to be able to make that, as the disc was sailing well over their head. Pretty hard done there, but Honey Badgers, but
Otago up 5 here, coming down on defense, strong pull, lands on the far sideline. Oh, my apologies, it's gone out. There's a brick called from Leach, who brings it up to the brick mark. With Bowen and Lewis in the backfield with him. Finds Lewis, wants it back. Lewis says no. He wants the downfield. Just sails over the head of O'Hara, but Otago getting a little bit lucky there. Probably should have caught that D as it floated out, potentially allowing Canterbury play to get a bit on it. It's a turn. Swinson picks up.
Otago looking to put the somewhat the nail into the coffin if they can achieve this break.
It's a really nice inside from Swinson to Cooper. Travel called. Puts it deep. O'Hara can't get there, and that's 13 for Otago.
Great deep shot there from Hugo.
What a game he's having.
Yeah, perfect little pass from the high side to the low side. Good readable pass for that offensive receiver.
Yeah, and it seems that after that brief run of points from Canterbury, Otago have really run away with it. 13 points on the board. That makes this half 5-2 to Otago. Timeout called from coach Adam Munang. Looking to regroup as a team. Make sure their heads stay up, stay focused. Otago would be really, really pleased how they've come out this half.
A lot of cheers coming. A lot of high fives. A lot of good vibes from the Otago squad at the moment. Honey Badgers standing down the other end of the field, arms around each other.
Even if there's a loss here, the tournament's definitely not over for Badgers. I think Flood, incredibly strong team, but not unbeatable. I mean, we saw last year Otago put them in the final. So goes to show that can be done. I think if it stays the way this game is going, then we'd see Otago finish top of the pool and likely meet AUT in the semis. It's my presumption, which means Canterbury would face up against Flood in the other semi-final, provided bracket play all goes to seed. So tournament would definitely be far from over, but game's not done. Job's not done. Climate signals readiness for the pool.
That match likely to be streamed, well, will be streamed tomorrow. That first Pool B, taking on the second in Pool A.
Sanders swings to Leishman, who looks for Finn under. Cooper with the run through D. A dominant display from him on defense, racking up multiple turns. Swinson on the near sideline, marked by Bowen. Swings to Klimek, back to Swinson, or the other Swinson rather. Finds Fitanovic under, marked by Sanders, who finds not her teammate, but Zara Bowen for the block. It's another block from Zara. She's had quite a few this game.
Shame there, Otago looking very comfortable, just moving the disc around.
And an unlucky reset there, just made it too hard for his teammate Sanders there. Disc bubbles out of her hand.
Again, another error from the Badgers in that hand, the space. It's unfortunate. Spin move.
Completely unsuccessful, but it looked cool from Cooper. Swinson with the disc, marked by Leishman. He wants it here. He gets it to Cooper, marked by Finn. Tries to find Fitanovic. Can't find her, but finds Swinson anyway. And that's 14.
14-7. Strong game from Otago. Strong statement. Not over yet. Speaking about not over yet, next game up, AUT, Victoria University of Wellington. That'll be a really interesting game.
Both had pretty tough games against Flood. AUT losing 13-2 and Victoria losing 13-0, but hopefully it'll be a much tighter affair in that game. Stream starting at 4:15, so it would be awesome to see you guys join us for that one as well. Match point. I believe that was soft cap that just went. So it's game to 15 regardless. Otago on 14 here. Save for a miracle, it looks like Otago's going to take it. Badgers will still put everything out there, but probably going to be too little too late. Swinson on the pole yet again.
Strong line here from the Honey Badgers.
Yeah, and that's another brilliant pull from Swinson. Blading down, landing right in the end zone. Leach finds Lewis. Back to Leach, who finds Bowen for an under. Lewis wants Taylor, can't find him. Finds Bowen yet again, seemingly open the entire point. O'Hara with an insane grab, keeping that disc up. No doubt about that. Leach collects the reset from O'Hara. Throws it back to O'Hara.
You're starting to stagnate here a little bit, the Honey Badgers. They've just lost their form in the downfield slightly.
Leach finds Taylor in the end zone, and there's a travel called from Swinson. Try not to get too political on the stream, but I'm not a fan of that call. Call's made regardless. This comes back to Leach. Just talking through, uncontested there from Leach. This comes back. Looks to find Taylor again, can't find him. Leach finds Lewis. Finds Bowen in that far corner. Who wants Valentine, can't find her. And a stall called, uncontested.
Well, we don't know that, though. That's the same Hayden as we saw before.
That's a good point. We'll just wait for a confirmation. Okay.
That it is.
Uncontested stall. So it's a turn where the throw occurred. Just coming in. Swinson to pick up. See if he puts another deep shot out. Resets to Cooper. Swinson.
Strong running coming in from the Otago players. Call here.
Looked like a violation call. Potentially a marking infraction coming out of Leach. Just talking through the call right now. Just been counted back in here. Cooper finds Lilly under. Who in turn finds Swinson. Marked by Leach. Otago. Cooper throwing up a real Hail Mary. Seems to be about 8 different collisions going on there. Not sure if there's a call made. Don't know what was going through Cooper's head, but yeah, looked like a bit of collision there. Lewis winds up an enormous backhand huck to find O'Hara in the end zone. One pass and it's done. 15-8. 14-8, my apologies. Game's not over. But that was a brilliant, brilliant huck from Lewis to find O'Hara in the end zone.
Sure was.
O'Hara was slightly surprised that he was in. Caught it, looked down, realized he was in.
If I'm not wrong, it would appear that half of the points that the Badgers have scored have all come from deep shots.
I think Cooper will probably get a strong stern talking to from his teammates there. As Otago plays under it, but contested by a number of Canterbury defenders there. Throwing it into traffic. But really well done there by the Canterbury offense. Recognised that O'Hara had legs on Lily. Put up a really nice backhand. Leishman finally manages to pull it inside the field. Fielded by Shimon. Centres to Svitanovic. Marked by the long wingspan of Mackenzie.
Very lucky tip off the fingers.
Klimek with the disc. Gets a gainer to Svitanovic, who throws a wide swing to Scott. Gets it to Cooper. Back to Scott. Klimek with the disc. Finds Bryn Douglas. Marked by Leishman. Klimek marked by Bowen. Back to Douglas, who gets it to Scott, and that's game. Otago, 15-8.
Otago just doing it a little bit too easy there toward the end. Great response to the Badgers, coming out strong after half. Able to put this game away quite convincingly in the end. 15-8.
Yeah, for sure. Otago probably going to be very happy with that result. There's definitely a few tweaks that they're going to have a chat about come tomorrow for the knockout games, but the result is what they were after. Badgers will likely be pretty disappointed with that result, but there's some positives to take out for them as well. So that's it for round 4 of pool play on day 1 at the New Zealand Tertiary Ultimate Championships 2024. We've got one more round coming up at 4:30, I think. No, 4:15. So join us for that. Massive shout out to University UTS NZ. What does that stand for?
New Zealand University Tertiary Ultimate Champs. New Zealand Tertiary University Ultimate Champs.
University and Tertiary Sport. There we go. UTS NZ.
Like and subscribe.
Massive shout out to them for hosting this, along with New Zealand Ultimate and University of Canterbury Ultimate Club. That's it from us in the booth. Tavish Dempster and
Chris Barker. Sign off. Catch you tomorrow. Catch Tavis next.
This is the University of Waikato, where every day people are making a positive change. Where research helps tackle global challenges and elite athletes can compete at the top of their game. A place where people are given the tools to protect their whenua for future generations. Where talent is nurtured and excellence is celebrated. It's a place where industry, innovation and education converge, and where moments are shared with loved ones. It's a place where teaching and learning has no borders, and people of all races and cultures work together as one. Our people, our future. Positive change starts here.
This is a big moment for the University of Otago.
The next chapter in our story.
Firsts have always been a part of us.
Our pioneering, forward-thinking spirit has brought us here.
I te ao kohatu, ki te ao hurihuri. It founded the first university in New Zealand,
The first medical school.
The first to teach law.
With world-class spaces.
And world-leading initiatives.
I te tai timu, ki te tai pari.
This is a place of many peoples.
Of many voices.
Of many aspirations.
Of many firsts.
University of Otago.
Otako whakaihuaka.
A place of many firsts.
We're here to find our futures in the city of influence and opportunity, to make discoveries and create change. At Te Heranga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington, your next steps are on your doorstep.
FISU, World of University Sport.
Only one New Zealand university is ranked among the top 1% of universities in the world and in the top 40 universities under 50 years of age. Auckland University of Technology, New Zealand's leading modern university. Home to world-class academics, called on for their research expertise here and all over the world, making AUT the New Zealand leader in global research impact. Connected to an extraordinary range of organisations worldwide. Focused on a rapidly changing future where creativity, curiosity and collaboration will only become more vital. We inspire, nurture and find the greatness in every single one of our students. We are AUT, New Zealand's leading modern university.
At Lincoln, we seek to ensure that future generations can grow and thrive. That means providing a world-class learning environment to grow fresh solutions to real-world problems, including using the world's resources wisely and sustainably. Come to Lincoln University, a place to grow.
My world is my storytelling. My world is diverse. Our world.
My world is astrophysics. It's always been a dream of mine.
I don't know what my career pathway will be.
I approach architecture from the point of view of my culture.
I want to contribute to my people.
It's a way I can give back.
I want to change the perception of engineers.
I want to take my tohu home when I graduate.
Right now, it's about me.
And this is my chapter.
Imagine getting your foot in the door to your dream career in the sport industry. As you represent your uni, building lasting friendships, connecting at national and global events, connecting with peers and mentors who help connect you to your future. Make this happen with UTS NZ.
I've definitely made some really personal relationships and friendships through volunteering. It makes you always feel like you're part of the team.
In the sporting industry, it's so hard to gain connections, but volunteering through University and Tertiary Sport New Zealand, you're sitting at a table with people with over 20 years experience. I learned through hands-on experience in my marketing internship, skills that I could apply into the internship that I got at Foodstuffs.
If you're ready to connect your skills, goals, and experiences,
join our team!
Join our team.
Join our team.
Because you can build your confidence.
It can take you from an application form to the other side of the world.
Click the link in the description to connect with UTS NZ.
Belief, the emotion that stirs your body into motion. One small drop contains the power of the oceans. And yes, with all this chaos and commotion, you'd be forgiven for thinking, what's my personal motivation? The new normal's so abnormal that now normal's an abstraction. What happened to civilization? This world is a distraction. But still, belief will never fail to cause a chemical reaction, fizzing up your synapses with purpose and possibilities to put into practice. Yet those ones. And so you pause, breathe, and say, what do I want to do for me? The future me. The one who needs me to believe that I can make a difference unequivocally, in whichever way I deem. Even if that's flipping me into we. You see, that really is living the dream. So yeah, it's a pretty simple plan. Believe you can.
We're here to build experiences, to create and explore in the heart of the capital. At Te Herenga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington, living and learning are one, and the city is your campus.
Do you want to study with world leaders in future thinking? New Zealand has been ranked the #1 English-speaking country for preparing students for the future, and all of our universities are in the top 3% in the world. Start your journey to a high-quality New Zealand education by choosing a recognised study option available in your country. Take the first step towards your New Zealand education now, because the world needs new.
We believe where you live shouldn't decide your destiny, and that any place can be a place of learning. So much of modern life has a handy home delivery option. Why not your education? Maybe you'll start your degree in the same space you share with your whānau, or from that corner of the spare room that catches the most sun. Start your new what at the place where can be anywhere, online or on campus. Massey, New Zealand's leading online university. Apply now at massey.ac.nz.
This is the University of Waikato, where every day people are making a positive change. Where research helps tackle global challenges and elite athletes can compete at the top of their game. A place where people are given the tools to protect their whenua for future generations. Where talent is nurtured and excellence is celebrated. It's a place where industry, innovation and education converge, and where moments are shared with loved ones. It's a place where teaching and learning has no borders, and people of all races and cultures work together as one. Our people, our future. Positive change starts here.
This is a big moment for the University of Otago.
The next chapter in our story.
Firsts have always been a part of us.
Our pioneering, forward-thinking spirit has brought us here.
I te ao kōhatu, ki te ao hurihuri. It founded the first university in New Zealand.
The first medical school.
The first to teach law.
With world-class spaces.
And world-leading initiatives.
I te taitimu, ki te taipari.
This is a place of many peoples.
Of many voices.
Of many aspirations.
Of many firsts.
University of Otago.
Otako whakaihuaka.
A place of many firsts.
We're here to find our futures in the city of influence and opportunity, to make discoveries and create change. At Te Heranga Waka, Victoria University of Wellington, your next steps are on your doorstep.
FISU, World of University Sport.
Only one New Zealand university is ranked among the top 1% of universities in the world and in the top 40 universities under 50 years of age. Auckland University of Technology, New Zealand's leading modern university. Home to world-class academics, called on for their research expertise here and all over the world, making AUT the New Zealand leader in global research impact. Connected to an extraordinary range of organisations worldwide. Focused on a rapidly changing future where creativity, curiosity and collaboration will only become more vital. We inspire, nurture and find the greatness in every single one of our students. We are AUT, New Zealand's leading modern university.
Welcome
everyone back to the live stream for the 2024 New Zealand Tertiary Ultimate Championships. This is the last round of pool play on day one, and we have AUT playing against Victoria University of Wellington. We also have a new commentator. Welcome to the booth.
Kia ora, I'm Liv. Pleasure to be here.
And it's hopefully going to be a tighter game than we had last time AUT featured. They played in the 12:30 slot against University of Auckland Flood, unfortunately losing that one 13-2. But both of these teams struggled against Flood, so hopefully should be a tighter affair between the two of them. First pool should be coming up at about 10 past. Currently, neither team is warming up, so it's not a great sign. But temperatures do seem to be dropping slightly as we get further into the afternoon, sitting around 11 degrees. I think we still have a crosswind going from the near side to the far side, so it'll be something to keep your eye on. Should be a good game though. Looks like some Victoria University of Wellington players are making their way over to the fields finally. Currently 3 minutes away from first pool, so it'll be good to see them getting in some throwing or some running around before we get started. Game on in 2 minutes is what they are currently yelling to each other. Sheets on the booth going everywhere. The wind's picking up. It's a bit of a bite to the wind. I think southerly coming in. See some cold people on the sidelines, so I think it'd be pretty important for these teams to get everyone as much playing time as possible, sharing the responsibilities around. See if we can get some results up from the previous round. I believe AUT has just come off of a win against University of Canterbury Iguanas. Not sure about AUT, however. believe that was a siren to start the game, but still a conversation between the leadership of the two teams. Potentially some miscommunication around when the rounds are meant to start. Regardless, should be underway soon. Okay, we're yet to get results for Victoria University after the last round, but judging on how the games before that went, most likely would have been a victory, I believe, for Victoria University. So they played against Otago University Hoi Ho. We've just had a rogue frisbee come into the booth. All right, we should get some players on the line shortly for Victoria. AUT just finishing off their pre-game discussion. All right, it looks like AUT will be coming down on defense here. Victoria University on our right, be coming down on offense. All right, looks like game's underway. AUT just getting ready for the pull. Becca O'Leary with the disc. Should be signaling readiness shortly. And the pull comes up. Lands are just around halfway. Broadly to field.
AUT setting up with a zone to start.
There's a bit of confusion here. I think there was a call made prior to the throw going up. Should just get some clarification on whether they believe that affected the play. Looks like the disc is going to come back. Just a discussion going on between Becca O'Leary of AUT and Gus Yadia. I'll be honest, I have no idea how to pronounce that name, so I'll just refer to him as Gus going forward. But yes, a discussion going on. Max Tan getting the swing from Gus and putting it deep. No one under the disc in the end zone, so it looks like it's going to be a turn.
All right, disc is in, call has been resolved, and now we start with AUT on offense.
O'Leary with the disc, swings to Carlson Belanger. Gus with a huge bid, not coming down with it though. Looks like Victoria is running a match here. Simpkin with the disc, finds number 5, China Forbes. Back to Simpkin, who wants Carlson Belanger, but Max Tan with the peel off prevents that upline option coming off. O'Leary with a safe dump to Simpkin, who finds, I believe that is Ashton Reed for the break. Just for some clarity, I think there's been a jersey swap between Ashton Reed and Kate Charlesworth. There's a bit of confusion in the earlier AUT stream against Flood, where number 17, Ashton Reed, is on our paper as Kate Charlesworth. So there you go, there's some clarity for you guys on the stream. But it's a good start from AUT. Wouldn't be surprised to see quite a bit of zone in this game. Obviously, the wind really does have a presence. We've seen a lot of discs getting popped up and throwing towards the high side. AUT getting ready to put the pull up. Victoria just having discussion about what they want to do on this offensive point. A huge pull coming up from AUT. Carlson Belanger with the successful pull. Lands on that low side corner.
AUT looking to trap there.
Winds up the hammer. Opts for a sneaky inside reset to Khalid Adam, who fakes a big flick. The disc rising up again because of that high side. Brought down by Simpkin, who finds number 4, Elise Matthews, who then throws a flick to number 17, Ashton Reed. And that's 2. Ashton Reed, the second point of the game. Big game from him so far. And again, that cheeky crosswind, catching people unaware. Victoria did really well there to just play patiently through that zone. Really nice low release backhand inside shot from Gus there to break the mark. Just unlucky again with that wind. Seen a lot of shots pop up, flip over. So it'll take a lot of focus from from these Victoria players to keep those shots under control. It's 2 breaks so far from AUT, looking to get another one on the board. Pull going up from Simon Xiong. A lot of height, but we'll see whether that stays in bounds. And it doesn't. Gus signaling the brick. He'll bring the disc up to the brick mark. Start play. Flanked by Hazel Broadley and Becky Liddell, I believe. 2 strong handlers in their own right. And it looks like another zone coming out from AUT. There's number 8 there, Emily Stone, looks to be on the mark. Next to number 18, Wardell Sun.
And a small handstand competition happening on this close sideline.
And another shot going up because of the wind. And number 18, Wardell Sun, comes down with it. Resets to Shen, who finds number 13, Kate Charlesworth. Swings to Shen, to Xiong. Throws a lovely flick, but it's deed by Gus to get the Victoria turn. Swings to Broadley, to Liddell. And the throw to Tan, just about a foot in front of his hand. Unlucky, unable to bring that down. Disc picked up by Shen, looking to swing to Xiong. Really good job on the mark there by number 55, Maceo Murphy. Maceo Mercy, my apologies. Shen with the disc, slips. Can't find Xiong. Can find Xiong. Does a great job to get away from the mark there. Ooh, run through D, unsuccessful from Gus. A little bit of contact there on Wardell Sun. I believe he's fine with that. He looks for, oh, and a nice over-the-top high-release backhand to Shen, who wants Charlesworth. Can he find her? Disc floating. And it's a really nice grab there from Kate Charlesworth. And that is 3 on the board from AUT.
Looks like Vic is signaling that there's a timeout being called. Probably just reassess a little bit of that offense. Have a reset.
Yeah, for sure. It's difficult to start a game going down 3 breaks, but they'll be looking to regroup here. There's some really strong players on that team, so they for sure are capable of it. Just struggling to get through that zone a little bit there. Yet again, the disc rising up because of this crosswind. And the AUT defender does really well to bring it down, despite the traffic. But both of these teams have already played 3 games today, so potentially seeing some tired legs coming into effect. Particularly some very difficult games, each of them losing to AUC Flood 13-1 and 13-2 respectively. Similarly sized rosters out here. We've seen some teams with some very short rosters. Game previous we had Otago Toroa versus Honey Badgers. Big difference in the size of squads there, which can work to the detriment and advantage of the teams. Obviously, if you've got a shorter roster, you get tired quicker, but also shorter roster, everyone stays warm, everyone's ready to play. But similarly sized rosters here. Looking to be a little bit of crossover from AUT already. This is their 4th D point in a row. See if they can make it 5th one next point. Victoria obviously wanting to get one on the board to start. Is that Coach Helena Terry?
Helena.
Helena.
Helena Terry,
My
indeed.
apologies. Giving words of wisdom to her squad there. And on the other end, we have Coach Max Stevenson, I believe, is out to injury. Otherwise, he'd be out on the playing field there. Had a strong campaign with AUT last year, playing a very pivotal role, but reduced to a off-field role this year, obviously in crutches. Something you don't like to see. But still involved, which is awesome. Becca O'Leary with the pull. Really nice floating pull, landing just in front of the end zone. I believe that is number 22, Stacey Mather, with the disc. Swings to Broadley and gets it back, right back to Broadley. Playing patiently through this zone. We've got Khalid Adam with the disc right now. Interestingly, and there's a down call. Just unlucky there. Couldn't feel the disc before it touched the ground. And this could be 4 in a row for AUT. Joshua Howe to pick up the disc. Looking for Ben Simpkin, who bobbles the disc, and it's brought down by Becca O'Leary through about 8 players right there. Not the tallest player on the field, but certainly made that one look easy. And that's 4 in a row for AUT. Certainly be a big focus for Victoria to keep spirits high. It's very difficult to start a game getting broken 4 times in a row. I've been there. I'm sure we all have. But the key for them will be staying focused, keeping the belief in their teammates.
Seeing lots of emphasis on positive body language, heads up, hands up, really making an effort to lift their teammates. I think wind potentially might be changing direction slightly. We've had a pretty strong crosswind so far, but it looks like it's changed direction slightly and becoming a bit more left to right now. So that puts Victoria going upwind slightly this point, and AUT going downwind. So potentially we'll see a big pull from Becca O'Leary here. Signals readiness. The disc will be coming up. Fielded by Gus
Swings to Broadley. Back to Gus. Trying to use really short passes to work through this zone here, put up by AUT. We're certainly trying to force them to the low side, to the far side of the field. Tan swings to Liddell, who swings to Gus. Back to Liddell, I believe. Currently can't see really anything. Liddell with a really nice reset to Broadley, but unfortunately bobbles the disc on the catch, and this could be 5 for AUT. We'll see Carlson Belanger pick up, marked by Max Tan, with O'Leary in the reset space. Potentially might see an upline. Looking for Charlesworth. And that's 5 for AUT. That's second for Charlesworth, and she is clearly stoked with that. It's a really nice throw there from Belanger. Nice lefty flick. Just past that front cone in the end zone. Yeah, really, really struggling to work through this zone that AUT is putting up. I can get the first pass, but really struggling to get the connection, the continuation down to the downfield. Max Tan getting the swing on the near sideline from that point, but couldn't find the second pass and opting to center it back. Looks like we're going to have Josh Howe on the pole with Ben Simpkin, Daniel Shen, China Forbes, I believe. Can't see her number. O'Leary and Franson as well. Really wouldn't be surprised to see AUT pull out zone for the rest of this game. It's worked for them so far, and until Victoria can really come up with an answer, it'd be silly not to keep doing it, to be honest. Pull coming up from Howe. That's a really nice pull. My apologies, it's gone out. It's been a common occurrence today.
We might not have best perspectives here in the booth.
Broadly walking up to the brick mark with Mather and Gus to her left and right. Again, yep, this is exactly what we were talking about. It's the same zone. O'Leary on the mark, flanked by Simpkin and Forbes. Apologies, that's not Forbes, that's Stanford, but there we go. Victoria does it. Their first point is on the board. Fantastic assist from Gus, finding, I believe that is Maceo Mercy in the end zone.
They were able to find a bit more flow in that offense and finally connect with some downfield, which was really nice to see.
Yeah, it was really just a matter of time. They have what it takes to get some points on the board. But once they got through those first few plays in the zone, continuations were there. Really, really nice touch on that throw from Gus, made it really easy for his receiver. And it'll be interesting to see what Vic comes out with here on defense. This is their first defense point. So it'll be interesting to see whether they choose to go with the zone or go with the match. I think the zone is probably the wise choice here. There are some pretty quick players on the AUT line, with the likes of Xiong and Shen and Charlesworth. So it'll be interesting to see how AUT play, given it's their first offense point. They definitely struggled playing against the zone in the earlier stream game against Flood. Flood opting for a kind of an arrowhead look, 3 up the front with 3 behind and 1 deep. So it'll be interesting to see if a zone comes out from Victorian. If so, what it looks like.
The pull landing just in bounds.
How centering to Shen, who swings to Matthews, swings to Xiong on the far sideline, but there's a bit of a miscomm. Couldn't really see, but potentially a bobble from Matthews. This is Hazel Broadley bringing the disc in on the far sideline. Looks to swing to Gus. Disc goes up. And Xiong gets under it to get the D. And it's right back to AUT. We'll see if they can hold on to the disc this time. And there's a call. Unclear what the point of contention is.
Possibly a marking infraction and then the stall not dropping correctly.
Regardless, we're coming in on 1. Howe swings to Shen, continues to Matthews, swings to Shen, back to Howe, who manages to keep it up, sends a long shot to Xiong, but a huge D out of number 28, Zach George. Bit of a gratuitous slam on the disc there, easily could have caught it, but opting for the showy play. Then an inside from Broadley, I believe, goes haywire, and the Vic players can't bring it down.
Vic choosing to stay in this zone, even though they're quite close to the end zone.
And that is a second block out of number 28. Zach George. Gus bringing the disc up. That was a really nice around backhand. With 2 players streaking deep, but 1 person covering both of them. There's a bit of a poach going on. Max Tan gets a great gainer coming under. There's a nice flick to Broadley, who puts it long to George, who gets the bookends.
With the one-handed grab.
Very brave of him to catch that with one hand. There was no one near, and he easily ran that disc down. So he might be getting some stern words from Coach Helena Terry there. But what a point from Zach George. 2 blocks and the goal. So he'll be stoked with that. What a point. That's 2 in a row for Vic. They got the hold and they got the break. So we see if they can keep up this momentum, make it 3. Bit of confusion around the gender for this point. Some clarification there from Vic. Good job from them for keeping track of that. Lots of hype from Vic following that point. They'll be really happy with the way they've bounced back in this game. Still behind by 3, but could reduce that to 2 here with the second break in a row. AUT putting a really strong line out here. We've got Howe, Charlesworth, Matthews, O'Leary, Simpkin, Carlson, Belanger, and Franson. But there's a bit of confusion because there were players still on the field when the pull went up, so that's going to be re-pulled. Charlesworth opting to give it to Howe to send it back to the other end.
Becky Liddell with a second go at the pull.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really nice pull, so she'll be a bit disappointed she can't just keep that one. This one, regardless, is quite nice, quite low, but makes good yards. AUT with the disc on the near sideline, just around the brick mark. A beautiful swing over to Carlson Belanger. Through to O'Leary, who swings it back to Howe. This is some really nice movement out of the AUT handler set. But there's a caught pass that looked like it was easily out, but it seems as though no one's seen it. But disc doesn't lie. There's a turn out of O'Leary anyway. But Liddell to Gus, who wants downfield movement, not getting any. Puts it through to Adam, who wants the flick. Fakes the hammer. Can't get the reset off to Gus, but throws a scuba anyway. And there is a block, I believe. Hard to see from this angle, but it appears that it was caught by the AUT player, followed by the Vic player. So the disc tapped in. Possession transferred over to the AUT players. Howe with the disc, content to just swing it. Oh. But a huge D out of number 9, Izati Zamri there. Followed by the score, and Vic make it 3. That's 2 breaks in a row. And it looks like a timeout has been called. AUT looking to stop the Vic momentum from picking up too much. Really seems like there's been 2 games going on. AUT going 5-0 up, followed by Vic scoring 3 unanswered points. So pretty interesting start to the game. Now that we're back in Pool B, I believe this game is 1st to 13, which means half will be taken at 7. Obviously, Pool B with an extra team, meaning their games run slightly shorter, as there's an extra game of pool play for all of these teams. Both of them having already played 3 games today. So soft cap will be at 5:30, which is 75 minutes after we started. Well, there was a little bit of a late start, so it'll be interesting to see if the game goes a little bit over 5:30. 5-3 to AUT. They'll definitely be looking to hold here, get the game back under control. As we have Howe, Simpkin, Franson, Carlson, Belanger, Charlesworth, O'Leary, and Matthews on the line. Big cheer coming out of Vic. See if they can make it 4 in a row. Pretty strong line coming out here from Vic. We've got Max Tan, Zach George, Becky Liddell, Gus, whatever his last name is, Hazel Broadley, I believe that's Ira Zali, number 31, and big pull coming out from Hazel Broadley. It's that same zone coming down from Vic. Zach George up front next to number 31, Ira Zali. O'Leary happy to just swing it. And a nice poach block there from Gus. Does really well there. Can't find the free player, but swings it to Max Tan, who in turn swings to Broadley. Looks for Gus. Max Tan striking up line. Gus can't find him. Instead finds Broadley, who launches a massive flick. We'll see who comes down with it. And a nice D out of the AUT defender there, Carlson Belanger, yet again. Vic opting to stick to the same zone after the turn. Zach George up the front, marking Josh Howe, who puts up an enormous backhand. Disc is stalling a little bit. Bit of contact there under the disc. But it's not caught. And it's another turn. Vic back on the disc. Tan gets the upline from Gus. Just around the brick mark. Gus going upline. Probably wanting to launch a flick up, and he does. And Elise Matthews with the block. Finds Josh Howe. Gets the reset to O'Leary. Just swung across to Carlson Belanger, who threads a really nice backhand through to Elise Matthews, who bounces off to Howe. O'Leary. Carlson Belanger faking the scuba. I want to see it. Opts to swing over O'Leary. And the throw is turfed. Vic with yet another break chance. We'll see if they can convert it this time. I think a timeout called. Probably the right choice there. I think there's been about 4 or 5 turns already at this point. Correct me if I'm wrong. (5-3) to AUT. Vic with a disc just around the brick mark, my apologies, after this timeout. We'll see what AUT does here on defense. Wouldn't be surprised to see some zone coming out when they had the chance to set something up. Vic setting up an avert stack. Gus on the disc with Broadley as his reset option. And, yep, it looks like they're going to come out in the zone. Looks to be a cup opting to force the Vic handlers to move the disc towards the low side, reduce the options that they have downfield. But Gus does a really great job at breaking the mark, finding Broadly on the break side. Dishes it back to Gus. Disc now with Liddell, who finds Gus. Wants a deeper option, can't find anything. A really nice break throw to find Broadly. His throw goes a bit wayward, but still finds Max Tan. And yet another drop. The disc just got pushed down a little bit more than the Vic handler was expecting there. Carlson, Belanger picking the disc up. Zach George on the mark. Finds Howe on the near sideline. Opts for the safe reset. Cross to O'Leary. Finds Elise Matthews. Finds Carlson Belanger. To Josh Howe, who does really, really well to keep the disc up. It's a nice 1-2 with Becca O'Leary. Then finds Elise Matthews on the far sideline. Back to Howe. Across to O'Leary. The disc goes sideways. Finds Carlson Belanger, who then swings back to Howe. Throws what appears to be a no-look backhand to find Simkin in the end zone. What a point. AUT make it 6. Just 1 point till halftime. Vic sitting on 3 points currently. Not out of this game by any stretch, but they've got their work cut out for them.
Vic doing a nice job of setting up that zone after the turnover and forcing the handlers to swing it from side to side, keeping them out of that end zone for a few passes.
This is the final round of pool play. Tomorrow we'll be moving into the bracket play. First up on the stream field, we've got third place Pool B versus third place Pool A, which currently I believe should be University of Auckland Flow versus either Victoria University Wellington or AUT, depending on who wins this game. And then we'll move into the two semi-finals. We've got first in Pool B versus second in Pool A, which will be Flood versus University of Canterbury Honey Badgers, which will be played at the same time as the other semi-final, which will be either AUT or Victoria University of Wellington versus University of Otago Toroa. And those are at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow, so be sure to join us on the UTS NZ YouTube channel. Back into the action, we've got Gus and Broadly working together to move the disc up to around the break mark. And it looks like the same zone getting... Ooh. That's a really, really awkward collision there. Xiong pulling out of the challenge but losing his footing and accidentally taking out the Victoria player. Clearly no malice intended, just making sure that both are okay. I believe that's number... Disc going up. Simkin under it to get the D. Shen currently with the disc, finds O'Leary. Back to Shen. O'Leary. Shen. Across to Simpkin, working it past the handler marks of this Canterbury, Victoria zone. Back to O'Leary, not making many positive yards, just content to swing the disc laterally. O'Leary currently a little bit isolated, but finds Simpkin for the swing. Surveys. Back to O'Leary. Simpkin with the disc. Moving it backwards, but finds Shen across, who finds number 5, China Forbes. And back to Shen. Finds Simpkin. Whose swing to O'Leary just catches the wind slightly and sails over her head, which is yet another chance for this Victoria University offense to secure the point. Gus picking the disc up just in line with the brick mark. Here we go. An enormous hammer going up, finding the hands of Maceo Mercy, but can't quite control the disc. Pretty interesting option there from Gus. I think broadly one of the reset opts for the hero play there. That being said, the receiver was open, so maybe it was the right play. Regardless, we've got Shen picking the disc up. See if they can work it through this Victoria University zone. George on the mark. Swings to O'Leary. To Simpkin. In their own end zone. Shen tries to swing to Xiong, but can't find him. The disc is turfed. Getting picked up by Gus, who looks for, I believe that's number, I can't quite see from here, but it's a turn. Very unlucky there. She was open, but disc just too low, out of her reach for her to grab it. We've got O'Leary with the disc on the far sideline. Nice blade over the top to number 5, China Forbes. Resets to O'Leary. To Shen. To Simpkin, who throws an enormous huck, but is below chest level and makes it an easy D for number 19, Faizna Hijazi. Yet another chance here for the Vic offense. See if we can see a few more resets, moving it to the break side here. Foul called, uncontested. There's a little bit of contact as Gus reaches to try and break the mark there. And a huge flick going up, catching the wind, floating towards the back of the end zone. Number 17, Ashton Reed, coming up with the D there. Howe on the sideline there, signaling for the AUT downfield to come a bit closer and give O'Leary some options. She's really stuck on that sideline there. Opts for an over-the-top blade and finds number 8, Emily Stone. Disc now with China Forbes, who resets to O'Leary. Swings to Shen. Tries to find Ashton Reed, but the disc just bounces out of his hands there. Just probably a little bit too high to make it an easy catch. Gus finds Broadley for the upline. And number 19, Faizna Hijazi, comes up with a Victoria point, making it 6-4. Is that 4 in a row now for Victoria? Maybe not. Regardless, they've done really, really well here to bring the game back into a more competitive affair. 5-0 to AUT, and now 6-4, which means Victoria's scored the last 4 out of 5 points, which they'll be completely stoked with. See if they can keep this momentum going and prevent AUT from securing half on this point.
AUT have looked really calm in that handler space, really happy to just swing it and work around that zone that Victoria are playing. So hopefully we'll see a bit more of their calm flow in this next point.
Yeah, and I think that's something they struggled with a little bit when they were playing against Flood earlier today. Really content to swing the disc and keep control of it, but kind of struggled to make that connection between the downfield and the backfield. Just unable to find their receivers past that first line of defense. So will definitely be a talking point at halftime for them to see how they can improve. Look, Victoria coming up with the pull. Gus, disc in hand. On the line for AUT, we have Carlson, Belanger, Howe, Charlesworth, Stanford, Elise Matthews, Simon Xiong, and one other player whose number I can't quite see. Disc is put up by Gus. Looks like it might be going out of bounds yet again. We need some pulling training going on in New Zealand. We've seen a lot more bricks than we probably should be seeing.
Victoria looking to set up in that zone again, hopefully create some more turnovers.
Howe bringing the disc up to the brick mark, flanked by Matthews and Carlson Belanger. Charlesworth just in that space right behind the front line of Vic defenders. But Carlson Belanger opting for a deep shot off the rip, and Max Tan with a huge D among 2 AUT players. Does really well to read that correctly. Come down with the block. Gus picking the disc up, moving it to the front of the end zone. Finds number 2, William Richardson, in the under, who finds Hazel Broadley, who puts a long shot up. Gus chasing. Can he get there? He does, just outside of the end zone. And a foul called. Howe just running through as Gus was stopping and moving back towards the front of the end zone. Caught the disc outside the end zone, so not quite in. But finds Max Tan with the push pass, and Victoria make it 5. What a turnaround we've seen in this game. Down 5-0, but now within 1 point of AUT. And who knows, potentially even about to take half, despite the strong start from AUT. Spirit captains just having a quick discussion there. Broadly, Liddell and O'Leary, but smiles all around, so I'm sure there's no issues there. cameraman Ashan Wanasinger there to cheer on his team. Shout out Onslow College. There's a couple of Vic players from Onslow. Actually, a couple of Onslow alums all around. Quite a few in the University of Canterbury Honey Badgers with the likes of Leach, Kieran Hawthorne, Finn McKenzie, Ollie Taylor. Pierre Lilly, also Onslow.
Thomas Chappell, co-coach of the Otago B team, hoi ho.
Shout out to TC, as we used to call him. I don't know if he goes by that anymore, but
on occasion.
On occasion.
On occasion.
I believe Alan Hammond as well. Onslow alum. On the line we have Stacey Mather. Can't quite see the number on that player. But Gus, Khaled Adam, Jess Cook. A lot of encouragement from the sideline, which is exactly what this Victoria team needs to keep the momentum going. This would make it 6 from 7 points for Victoria. And a huge pull coming up from Stacey Mather, landing just past the brick mark, fielded by O'Leary, who wants to swing for Howe but can't find him. Instead opting for Carlson Belanger, who then finds Howe, who puts up an enormous backhand. But deed by Gus. Not only did he get the block, but he got the catch afterwards. Finds Mather. And unlucky William Richardson just bobbling the disc out of his hands. But a cold drop out of O'Leary, which gives Victoria the disc just around halfway. Looks like Gus is going to pick up a vert stack out of this Victoria defense. Mather in the reset space. Quite a lot of distance between Gus and his reset, so it'll be interesting to see what he opts for. Throws the flick, but it's floating, and Charlesworth is under it and gets the D.
Vic once again doing a nice job of getting this zone set up off a turn.
Belanger swings to O'Leary, back to Belanger, across to Howe, finds number 5, China Forbes, back to Howe, it's right near that corner, Carlson Belanger with the disc, and Howe throws a hammer over the top, and can't quite find Franson, but it looks like there's a call being made. Unsure what the call is, potentially a bit of contact as Franson made an attempt to catch the disc there. Certainly don't have the best point of reference here in the booth. A lot of discussion going on to see if we can come to a resolution. Number of AUT players offering their perspective. Discussion still going on between Franson and Gus. Looks like a contest is going to be the resolution, so the disc is going to come back to Howe on the far sideline. Unsure what the stall is going to be coming in at, but if I were to hazard a guess, I would say around the 5 mark. William Richardson on the mark. Khaled Adam tasked with marking Carlson Belanger, who gets the reset. Looks like they're sticking to their zone. And a turn at halfway gives the disc back to Victoria. Jess Cook with the disc, number 73. Can't quite find Gus for the upline, but finds Stacey Mather for the reset. Franson slipping, but it appears there's a call. Pick as Joshua Howe is obstructed from following his defender. Unsure when it occurred, so it'll be interesting to see whether the disc stays with Mather or whether it goes back to Cook. Seems like it's going to stay with number 22, Stacey Mather, as the disc is just between halfway and the brick mark. So we'll see if Victoria can progress this towards the end zone and make it 6. Faking, finds Gus, marked by Reed. Finds Richardson, who finds Gus, who accidentally toes it out of the end zone rather than in. Finds the reset.
Lots of players around the disc. That one not quite in either.
Finds Richardson, but it appears there's a call. Unsure when the catch actually occurred. I think potentially catching the disc, but only after he bobbled it, at which point he was out. At least that seems like that's what the call is from Howe. But again, completely unable to see what was going on from the booth. Asking Coach Helena Terry for her perspective. Clipboard in hand.
Hopefully we do find a resolution soon.
Yeah, a lot of discussion going on. I think we might be past the 45-second discussion limit. Discussion's continuing.
We've got a reenactment.
Great acting skills there from number 2. I think there's a contest here, and the disc will probably come back to Gus on the end zone line. I believe the stall was quite high, so we should be coming in at stall 6. That's my understanding of the rules, given that the call was contested. Correct me if I'm wrong. Reed on the mark. Gus puts up an enormous floaty flick. But it looks like there's another call. A foul called on the catch by Khalid Adam.
There was also a stall call on the throw, which was retracted after seeing that it looked like a turnover. So we'll see what the order of events turns out to be here.
Hopefully we don't see that stall call reinstated. The disc going back despite discussions continuing. So the first call that was made was there was stall. That was called just before the throw went up. And it appears that's uncontested, so the foul call went on during the catch is deemed to not matter. So disc going to be tapped in with a throw occurred. AUT with the disc in hand.
AUT with a chance to take half here.
Howe swings to Carlson Belanger, who then finds O'Leary. Wants a big option, but nothing's there for her. Howe again with the disc, finds Carlson Belanger, who makes it through to Ashton Reed, who wants a safe reset. Charlesworth with the disc. Carlson Belanger swings to Howe. Carlson Belanger through to O'Leary. In a pocket of space. Gives it back to Carlson Belanger. Over to Howe. Playing give-go with Carlson Belanger and puts up a massive flick over to Ashton Reed, and that's half for AUT. 7-5. Really interesting half there. AUT going up 5-0. But Vic doing really well to bring it back to 6-5. AUT taking half there. I'm sure Vic will be really happy with the way that they've come back right into this game.
Showing lots of fight and lots of grit, which is really cool to see, given that this is still only day one of a tournament.
For sure. And I think that zone is really working wonders for them. Really slowing down the AUT offense. Forcing them to just take lateral movement, negative resets, and make them really struggle with connecting to their downfield. So it'd be good to see some more of that zone coming out from them. AUT, I think the key for them is just patience. We know that they can work it through the zone. They just got to take the time, take the safe options. So that's halftime. We'll be right back with the second half in just a minute. And welcome back to the second half of the final round of pool play. We've got AUT versus Victoria University of Wellington. Currently 7-5 to AUT after a really interesting half. AUT going up 5-0 and Victoria doing really well to bring it back to 6-5 and a really long point where AUT managed to finally score to take half.
Lots of momentum changes, so interesting to see who will be able to battle out this last stretch of the game, given that soft cap officially goes in 1 minute.
Surely that can't be right. We did have a little bit of a late start, so we might go a couple of minutes over, but my understanding is that soft cap goes at 5:30, which is in 1 minute. So we could be seeing the second to last point going up here just after half has ended. Obviously, this is both of these teams' fourth game of the day, so they'll be getting pretty tired out here. So really, real test to see how much energy they have left in the tank.
A bit of discussion about what gender this point is coming in on.
And there we go. I don't know if you heard that, everyone, but the hooter just went for soft cap, so game to 8 if Victoria score, and game to 9 if AUT score, I believe. Again, correct me if I'm wrong. Temperature's really dropping here. Sun was shining a little bit at the end of previous stream when Otago Toroa got the victory over University of Canterbury Honey Badgers 15-8. But we're back to cold, miserable, grey weather as AUT fields the pull.
With that same zone being pulled out by Vic, encouraging lots of swinging in that handler space.
Elise Matthews with the disc, finds Shen upline. A nice floaty swing back to Howe, who throws a blady backhand, trying to find Ashton Reed, but can't quite find him. Goes with the pickup. Throws a nice over-the-top backhand over to Jess Cook. It looks like AUT is throwing a zone after the turn, which does wonders as Charlesworth gets the D. Howe picking the disc up on the far sideline. Finds Charlesworth, who resets to Matthews, finding Shen. Matthews finds Howe. Puts a really floaty backhand over to Shen. Reaches for his ankle as he called that. Might have had an awkward landing there. Matthews to Howe. I don't see a pattern going on here, but Howe puts it, nice flick through to Simpkins, who spikes the disc in celebration as AUT make it 8. So looks like a game to 9. Possibly the lowest scoring game of the tournament so far. We'll see if AUT can wrap it up here. I think it'll be big for them as they have a tall order tomorrow. Most likely facing against the University of Canterbury Honey Badgers. No, that's not right. Otago Toroa, who, as we saw earlier today, are definitely the ones to watch going into the bracket tomorrow. So keeping energy levels high going into that game will be really important for them. Coach Max Stevenson giving the orders as he makes his way off the field. Vic clearly in high spirits regardless of the score. Big pull by Josh Howe. Finds the end zone. Jess Cook, my apologies, Stacey Mather fielding. Trying to find Max Tan, can't find him. Finds Gus in the end zone. Who needs an option. Puts a nice hammer over the top, but the receiver can't quite get there. I believe that's number 12. Never mind, they don't have a number 12. Zach George on the mark. Carlson Belanger puts the disc up.
Oh.
And Simon Cheong just missing out.
Great second attempt at that disc.
Max 10 with the defensive presence there. Real OC pride, OC hurrah. Gus lacking options here. Puts a hammer over the top. That disc is going to float, and Mather can't come up with it. Carlson Belanger finds Ashton Reed, and AUT take it, 9-5. And that's game, I think. I believe that's game.
I was with you on that being game, but
seems like there's a discussion going on. Soft cap went before the previous point started, so that should be game. But potentially a bit of confusion here, as a lot of the Vic players may not have heard the siren go. But okay, confirmation. Game is over. AUT take it 9-5, which means they've secured the place in the semi-finals. They'll be playing against Otago Toroa tomorrow. But first up, third Pool B versus third Pool A. Don't have the time for that game.
9 a.m.
Confirmation, there we go. And is that going to be streamed? Yes, it is. So make sure to tune in for that, 9 a.m. I believe it'll be University of Auckland Flow versus Victoria University of Wellington. So we'll see if Victoria can come up with consolation win there. But AUT making it through to the final semi-finals, where they'll be playing against Toroa. The other semi-final, of course, will be Flood versus Honey Badgers. So be sure to tune in. That'll be 10:30 a.m. And yeah, a massive shout out to UTS NZ, New Zealand Ultimate, and University of Canterbury Ultimate Club for hosting this awesome event. Shout out to the guys at UTS NZ for setting up the live stream. And thank you everyone for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow morning.